Yes, for
and
now.
always falling and all of that. So it's not about how much. It's just
Is
having that being able to do it.
the effort.
And so that's what I think they should do.
Yeah.
Rather than live in hotels, buy the latest cars, and then drink champagne that is 1 million naira and all of that.
live tomorrow's life today. and live today's life tomorrow. Terrible thing. Okay, so being a communications marketing specialist,
Yes.
your experience has come to play in the roles you have acted.
Yes.
How would you recommend the kind of training, even if it's a short-term type,
Yes.
for the young entrants into the profession? Because it's not everybody who would be favored to have gone through your kind of training.
Yeah.
What would you recommend they do?
Well, I always say this, like you have to get trained. Even a mechanic, they have apprentices, they get trained.
You do.
So I say, if you can go to school, go to school. When you finish, come back. This thing will still be there. Or if you can go to school, then you can train under some masters.
Yes.
For some time. So that because it's good to know your left and your right. And is it the way drama is structured, films and all of that, nobody has time to train anybody on the spot. You must know it. If you don't, they will chuck you, put somebody else there. So it's very, very important to get trained. And there are so many schools around today. I mean, the big gymnastics, the names that we know already.
Yeah.
There are new names, and there are even private
Entities,
institutions.
yes.
And there are people like me also, who, really, because I say that all the time, that you must get trained.
You said something like when you're on set,
Yes.
you try to mentor
Oh, I do that.
people.
I do that all the time.
How would you describe that experience?
It's going well. I think I'm well respected, and people listen to me.
I think you're well loved, actually. It's not just respected.
I
You're
think
well
so.
loved a lot.
That's a good thing to know.
Yes.
But at this level, you know that it's not everybody that loves you.
Certainly.
That's why you don't kill you. You know what I'm saying?
Yes.
But people listen to me when I talk. They listen. In fact, most of the directors we have around today, they hadn't started this job. They were not born when I started this job.
Of course.
And I work with everybody.
Yes.
I work with everybody so much that everybody wants to work with me.
Work with you.
Because I won't give you all the. For me, it is a job. I do my job, I go home.
There are rules.
Oh yeah, there are rules, which many break.
Yeah.
They break the. Once you're a star, then you give people trouble. I don't know where they learn that one from. So I get them to sit down, we talk, not only about the roles. I help them with the roles, and then I talk about life. I just share my life, and then that lets them to ask questions and all of that. And at the end of the day, they say thank you, and I'm gone.
Now, the profession has evolved so much that on the African continent, in fact, the world stage now, Nigerian content is so well sought after. But we are on the verge of being repetitive. All the stuff coming out from here are beginning to sound alike, look alike.
Well, it's just the nature of things. Because we look at society and we put something together. And maybe it's because all of these things are happening in our society and everybody wants to talk about them in different ways. And so you see one topic being treated by 10, 20 people and all of that. But I normally say that the best will always shoot out to the top.
Yeah.
Even if it's the same thing, the way it's going to be handled will be different. And all of that. So I don't think that should worry us.
Okay.
Yeah, just nature of the job, things will look repetitive, but the best will always stand.
Now, stereotyping is something we're trained to avoid.
Yes.
Yet, it's so easy to hear people of our generation and generations before us say things like, these young people don't want to know anything. And that's so stereotypical that it seems as if there is no good in the younger generation, yet they have so much good. So
I don't subscribe to that.
yeah,
Again, it's all about who you are.
yeah,
If I have to say so, I'm a man of great patience. And I understand youth. I know them. This is how they are. They are not like us. So one needs patience, wisdom, in fact, and understanding to be able to deal with them. Because if you don't understand them, if you can't get on their side
yes,
and in their shoes, then they will reject you. And it's going to be difficult. It starts from the home as well, much more so within the politics. But I would say that for some of us at this level, we are not patient enough with the youth. And so, but our job is to slow down. The youth is always in a hurry.
yeah,
So we need to slow down, call them back. And they'll say, come. You see here, okay, let's. If you have the patience and you have the wisdom, they will listen to you. And once they see results,
yes,
then it's okay for them. If they don't see the result, then there's a lot of trouble there.
yeah.
And they want to just keep rolling.
Yeah, exactly. And then talking about trouble in society, there's the craze now for ritual killings and kidnappings, killing people for money, for rituals to make money and all that. I want you to speak on that. How can we bring back the heads of everybody, as it were?
It's a shameful thing.
Yeah.
And I'm not proud of that. We are so many things. Nigerians, we are so many things. Liars, we are dishonest, and all of that.
But we're also honest.
Well, there are some. I'm not saying everybody.
Yes.
But now we are killers. And I ask all the time, this thing, does it work? If you kill somebody and you make something, does it really work? The man who does it for you,
exactly.
Is he like?
How much money does he have?
Yeah, that you will now go and I think that charlatans are everywhere. And we are being deceived. Yeah. Unfortunately, because our values have dropped. Money is one of the monuments that the youth, even people at our level, that everybody is scrambling just to make money. How much do you want to spend? Unfortunately, too, our leaders are not helping us. We see them. Yeah. We see them. We know they steal. We may not have evidence, but we know, the way they live. They were with us in the society, and then suddenly you go 4 years and you're back and how did you make it?
In fact,
everybody wants to do that.
Talking about 4 years,
yeah.
Somebody wins an election, maybe into the House of Assembly, and before he won the election, he probably was an R&A specialist, refrigeration and air conditioners. Very good technician. Wins an election, goes into the House of Assembly, spends 4 years. When that tenure is up, he doesn't want to return to his profession. Why?
No. We in Yoruba, they say nani, nani.
Yeah. That's the same value you're talking about.
I don't understand it. People want to be a chief. People want to be kings. People want to be politicians. They don't want to. And down there, that's the reality.
But when we were growing up, we knew chiefs whose profession was carpentry.
Oh yes.
Chiefs, chiefs. They were
absolutely.
Yeah, there were farmers. Those who were masons, who were big time farmers.
I agree with you.
But
our heads were still correct.
So how can somebody just serve 4 years or even 8 years? And he doesn't want to return to practice law. Yeah. He doesn't want to be a medical doctor again. What's wrong with us as a society?
It's wrong with the background. We have a lot of that in all those high places. And somebody has said that the only reason you keep quiet as a Nigerian about corruption is that you are far away from it. The nearer you get to it, the quieter you become. And when you get right in there, we don't hear your voice again.
You lose your voice.
Because you become like them, and that's that. And I don't understand that. I really don't understand that. It's we have a lot of work to do.
Yes.
We really have a lot of work to do.
But shouldn't part of that work include the stuff we churn out as drama?
Yes, it's there. Well, for instance, if you watch most of the things I do, I not only entertain, I teach, we educate. You know, now, will the people grab all of that along with it? That's another question. But we do that all the time. You know, I may be playing a chief now who is a thief. But what we are saying is that because you're a chief, don't mean that you have to be a thief. And things like that. I mean, I've played the president, I've played the governor, I've played everything. And we always highlight the bad in society, we bring it out so that people. But I think it's not only us. These things have to go back to schools. In Japan, they start teaching their children from maybe 3 or 4, age 3 or 4, how to be polite to people. And you know, it's incredible. And these children grow up like that.
Knowing it, yes.
You know,
They can't change.
Yeah. And here, even parents go and buy all these coronet certificates.
Yes.
And so what are we teaching them? What are we teaching them? Growing up, I mean, my dad, he beat the living daylight out of me. All those bad stuff, I saw them myself running out of my body, just taking off.
You actually saw them?
Oh, I saw them. That was how good it was.
Yeah.
And when I'm grown up, I can't lie.
Yeah.
I can't steal. Yeah. I really can't do all of those things.
Yes.
But it's not like that anymore.
Not like that. Not like that.
It's sad.
We'll take a break now. When we're back, we're going to talk about those your languages.
Yeah, okay.
And see how much of them you
can still remember.
You can still remember, and we'll learn how you learned a few of them. Stay tuned. It's still Timeless Conversations. My guest is Akin Lewis. So, you speak so many languages. Which and which?
Well, I speak Hausa. I speak French. Of course, English. Bulgarian. Yoruba, that's my mother tongue. And Creole.
Creole?
And Pidgin. It's a different form of Pidgin.
Okay, Creole, that's more
Sierra Leone.
what they're speaking. Sierra Leone, okay.
It's Pidgin.
It's
their
own form of Pidgin.
Yes.
Okay, so how did you learn all of this?
Well,
Hausa I can understand, Yoruba
I grew up there.
Yes.
And even if I used to speak Igbo, but that has suffered the most because of practice.
Okay.
But growing up in the north,
Yeah.
I grew up speaking Yoruba, Hausa, English, and Igbo. And then in university, French. Then I went to work in the Francophone. I used to live in Conakry. Yes, I used to live in Conakry. And I also was overseeing some work in Freetown, you know, Liberia. So I traveled all the Mano area there. I traveled around there. And then, of course, I went to Sofia. That's where I learned Bulgarian language.
Bulgarian language, okay.
Which I speak. So, there you are.
Well, yeah.
I used to learn German, but it became too heavy for me, so I had to drop that.
Well, you were also looking for money.
No, really. Really, I wasn't. I've never been one who. Let me just say that I understand the secret of plenty and nothing.
Okay.
So that keeps me in check.
What's the secret? Between plenty and nothing.
Yes, you have to be deeply spiritual.
To know
Not religious.
Yes.
Spiritual. Which is what I am, but most people don't know.
Okay.
People don't know that. I mean, I'm an ordained evangelist.
Okay.
I have done missionary work, in fact.
All right.
You know, and all of these things. So, along the line, you discover that I have known the truth now for like that years.
Yeah.
I mean, the real truth of the Bible. I'm not talking of money evangelism. No. I'm not talking of that. Yeah.
Okay.
I'm talking of selling everything and going into the mission field.
Okay.
You know, just to get people. So that teaches you a lot of things.
A lot. So what it means is that in the course of life, you never stopped learning.
No, I'm still learning.
That's how come you could learn all those languages.
Absolutely.
And still speak
I
most of
believe
them.
very strongly that when I stop learning, then I'm dead. I learn from everybody, from you, from the young ones, from everybody, everywhere. My training, in fact, is to see what you don't see, to hear what you don't hear, and to know what you don't know, even in your own office. If I have to do that,
Yeah.
that's my training.
All right.
Yeah.
So now let's visit you on a typical day. What's a typical day in the life of Akin Lewis like?
Well, you can break it into two. When I'm off, I have off days.
Yeah.
So typical day, on those off days, I'm usually home. You know, I wake up very early, meditate a lot, pray and all of that. And then I chill out in the house with my wife. We talk. And then...
Oh, with your wife, you remarried?
Oh, yes, I remarried.
Okay.
Yes, you know, I told you I'm stable now.
Yeah.
Calm waters,
Yes.
sailing.
Yes.
Yeah, I remarried. And I have a beautiful daughter. Now.
What's her name?
Oba.
Oba.
Oba Oluwajuwon.
Oba Oluwajuwon. That's the statement.
Yes, it is.
In fact, it's a proclamation. Yeah.
You know, so I spend time, I could even spend time with Oba
Yeah.
if she's also off and all of that.
Yeah.
And then I go to town, go to my friends, chill out, and then come back home like 6, 7. That's a typical day. Now, when I'm on set, that's crazy, really crazy. Because from dawn to midnight, through the night, and all of that, we just walk and walk and walk. But because we are actors, are really very, we are bonded very closely when we're working. So, and because I have been around, everybody knows me. I know most people, so it's easy to just, you know, but it's a tough job.
So a typical day on set starts from, say...
From 5 for me. Because I have to wake up,
Yeah.
you know, get ready, look at my lines, you know, eat breakfast, and then maybe hit the set from 8.
Wow.
And we just keep going, break for lunch, and you keep going. If you are lucky on that day, you get to rest a bit in between scenes.
In between scenes, okay.
If not, if you are the lead, you just keep walking and walking, and I'm talking at times 20 scenes, 21 scenes, by which time you'll be thoroughly tired, you know, and then we'll come back at night.
You know, for those who haven't been there,
Yeah.
it's such a fantasy. Yet for those of you in there, it's regular.
Yeah.
How do you explain that?
Well, let me just say it for myself.
Yes.
I'm one of the most highly trained actors, directors around. And they teach you these things from School of Drama, how to separate. In fact, there is a rule. Never forget who you are. In whatever role, don't forget that you are Akin Lewis. Otherwise, you will kill somebody for real.
Yeah.
If you just get lost in that character. You know, so that's how we separate it. I get to separate it. Imagine if I have to carry all the roles home that I've done in 49 years.
Yeah.
I mean,
Yeah.
I'll probably be living in London or something.
That would be something. That would be something.
Yeah.
Now, in the community, you are respected.
Yeah.
But politically, you're quiet.
Yes.
Why?
Oh, very deliberately so. Let me just say I've had a stint or two, you know, just selling some of this, like the last dispensation. I had the opportunity to sell Isiaka, Jimobi, to sell Penkele Mess, and even say Baba. You know, I was one of the ambassadors they used to do all of these things. But beyond that, I am deliberately quiet. Not that I've not been invited. Severally I've been invited and all, but the problem is I don't know how to do it. With who I am, the way I am, I don't know how to navigate the political terrain. I will fall down flat on my face in a week unless I change. And I don't really want to change. So maybe that's why I just, you know, I keep back a bit, and maybe that's it. I don't know about later, but right now, I'm just content.
Because, see, time is of the essence.
Yeah.
You have such a great sphere of influence
Yes.
that can be useful in motivating the younger generation to even be actively involved in community service and politics. So,
well, I don't know. Who knows what will happen tomorrow? If I get good mentors, if I get good teachers, good sponsors, and all of that. Who knows? I'm always willing to serve. I have served in places you won't believe. I mean, in places you won't believe. I've been to like 13 countries in Africa, or maybe more, just serving, and all of that. I mean, as a Rotarian, I'm sad. So it becomes easy to me to say, but I'm just looking at the politics.
The politics.
Are we ready?
Yeah, but when will we ever be ready if we don't get into it?
I think we will know when the time comes. I think we will know. But the way things are now, we need an organ. Usually things can go bottom up. You have growth that way. Top down.
Top down, yes.
We are in such a state that we need to have top down. Because bottom up for us now could be disastrous. A lot of angry people, hungry people, and then destroy a lot of things.
Yeah.
But if we have one guy who, and then who can maybe attract people like me and you and so on and so forth, then the time will be right.
Okay. Now, you have retired twice.
Yes.
You retired from the public service,
Yes.
from the private sector.
Yes.
Will you ever retire from acting?
Nah, that one you never retire. So I just pray to God to give me the strength to keep going, because roles change.
Yes.
And right now I'm playing kings, presidents, governors, fathers. Maybe very soon I'll be doing grandfathers and so on. Until you don't have the strength and the mental facility to be able to, then that's when.
So for you, there's no retiring from acting.
No, there's no retiring.
Now, there is another Louis in this profession. Are you related?
Yes. Egmont.
Digimon Louis, yes. What's your relationship with?
We are cousins.
Oh, cousins?
Yes.
From which part of Nigeria?
From Ebi West, New Guatiwa.
Yeah. I see. I'd wanted to ask you that question. Are you related to Digimon Louis?
Yeah.
In what way?
Yeah. The thing is this. Maybe I should leave it like that until another day. Let's just agree that we are cousins.
You are cousins.
Yeah.
I understand. I understand that. I know that there are some names that feature in Lagos, feature in Abeokuta, feature in Elisha and all that. And
ours is Abeokuta
to Lagos.
Actually.
Oh, okay.
Yeah.
Down to Lagos.
If I have to say any other thing regarding our relationship, then I'll have to speak to Egbon first.
Yes, no.
So that
we'll respect. I will go for him, so he will be the one to tell us. He will be the one to tell us the relationship. All right. So we've spoken about many things.
Yes.
The last one I want us to speak about is this. Nigeria. Where are we going? In terms of restructuring function of this polity and the takeover by the younger generation.
Nigeria. Where we are at is very bad indeed. I don't know where we're going, but if we continue like this, it's not going to be a good place. That I know.
How do we get to the good place?
We have to change.
Change what?
That's what I meant when I said we need people at the top who will hold us by our hands and just lead us. They cannot leave it to the people now. It's got to be a function of leadership. Because we have derailed. Growing up, things weren't this bad.
Yeah.
I mean, you couldn't even miss school.
Yes.
I mean, the whole village was looking after one son and all of that. But today, you can't even touch anybody's children. You can't do that. You can't tell the young what to do. They will tell you to. And it is so bad. We see leaders who steal, and nothing is happening. Corruption there, corruption this, blah, blah. Nothing is happening. And everybody is tempted to go and do that. So, I don't know where we're going, but it's not going to be a good place. Unless the leadership comes together and say, listen, for the sake of everybody, can we just, they need to listen to the people. Listen to the people, and then, lead us where we want to go. If it is bad, then don't listen to us. Tell us the better place to go, and take us there. We will follow.
Okay.
We will follow, you know. I mean, I remember when the campaign for seatbelt was going to start.
Yeah.
Everybody thought it was going to be impossible.
Yes.
I mean, we all changed.
Yes, we did.
We did, you know, and so
somebody enforced it.
Yeah.
Yes.
And now everybody's doing that. It's okay.
I feel you. I feel you. But now this is the last personal question.
Yeah.
What are your favorite meals? What do you enjoy eating?
I love moi moi with everything.
Everything being
rice.
Okay.
I can eat moi moi with yam and all that stuff.
Oh, you're one of those people who will
can
justify that should be his beans.
Yeah, you know my But really, my best is amala.
Okay.
Abula.
Yes.
And
yes.
That one.
Yes.
You know, and maybe some fresh fish.
Okay.
That's it. That's my best.
And then your drink of choice will be what?
Water usually. Water usually. Yeah. But when I hang out with the boys, we can do a soup and some, you know.
Small wine. Okay.
You know. Depends on what is happening.
On what is happening.
Yeah.
Okay.
But all controlled. All controlled.
Moderation.
Oh yeah, moderation. Especially at this level now, you can't.
You have to be moderate.
Yes.
Thank you so much, Akin, for coming. It's been a lovely time speaking with Akin Lewis on Timeless Conversation. I look forward to the next time we'll sit down together and probably we'll go and chill out, like you said.
That would be great.
Yeah, but I only drink water too.
Well,
I love moi moi as well. So till next time, have a good time. Thank you very much, everyone. All right, bye.
Nigerian female artists have shown growth and made a remarkable impact in their music careers. The process of thriving, staying relevant, and consistent with music hits in the Nigerian industry that is so competitive is not as easy as its female artists make them seem. The following artists, in no particular order, have worked hard for their career success, which in turn has then made them top favorites. First off on the list is Tiwa Savage. Tiwa Savage, also known as Mommy Jam Jam, was already a major success by the time her debut Once Upon a Time arrived in 2013. She continued releasing hits throughout the following decade and expanded her global reach, performing at international festivals and venues and appearing on the 2019 soundtrack The Lion King: The Gift. With releases like her 2020 Cecilia and of course the latest 2021 Water and Gary EP, her sound grew to incorporate vintage Afrobeat influences, while her lyrics have become more socially conscious and female empowering. I mean, people can't seem to get enough of her most recent 2021 music hits featuring iconic American female artist Brandy, titled Somebody's Son.
Somebody's son, go find me one day. One day, I don't dare wait, don't stay too far away. One day, somebody's son, go love me one day. One day, I don't dare wait, don't stay too far away. One day.
in at number 2 on the list is Mama Africa, as Yemi Alade is popularly known, which obviously can be argued was derived from her flamboyant display of African fashion she has consistently stuck to throughout her career. I mean, in 2016, she was named brand ambassador for African Fashion Week Nigeria and African Fashion Week London, respectively. But away from fashion, she is a Nigerian Afro-pop singer and songwriter who emerged in 2009 as the winner of the popular Peak Talent Show. After the Peak competition, she released her debut single Fimisile later that year. A deal with the Efizi Music Group yielded the 2013 international massive hit song Johnny. With over 138 million views on YouTube alone and counting, which was included on her debut album King of Queens in 2014. A mix of reggae, R&B, rap and Afropop, the album featured a number of collaborations between notable producers and guest artists like Fino and of course Chidima. Her follow-up album Mama Africa was released in 2016 and featured the singles Do As I Do and Ferrari. A companion EP, Mama Afrique, followed in 2017, and to be very honest, she has not slowed down ever since in her music journey of conquering Africa with her indigenous sound till this very moment.
Gone are the days when my money no dey complete, when my rising no get me so, when my life no dey jolly, but now.
Number 3 is Tenny. Nigerian singer and songwriter Tenny is known for uplifting, stylistically eclectic songs that stand apart from her Afropop contemporaries. She first came into prominence in 2018 when a series of songs, including Case, found a streaming audience numbering in the millions. Her debut EP, Billionaire, followed in 2019. She signed with Magic Finger Records to release her first song, Amen, in 2016. Moving to Dr. Dollar's Entertainment in the following year, her second track, Virgin, found a broader audience, and the year 2018 brought mainstream hits like Case and, of course, the very likable Uyomeyo. She presented her first EP, Billionaire, in 2019 and was nominated for a BET Awards for Best New International Act and an MTV Europe Music Award for Best African Act. Still with Dr. Dollar, Tenny teamed up with DJ Neptune on the next year's The Quarantine Playlist EP.
Wanna make love on the moon, dancing to my tunes. Is it too much? It's not too much. I wanna be a forest if wishes were horses. Is it too much? It's not too much.
Coming in as number 4, Tems is a Nigerian Alte R&B singer, songwriter, and record producer. She is what you can refer to as the new kid on the block, but with a massive success. Since 2018, local hits like Mr. Rebel, Try Me, and of course the striking EP for Broken Ears have earned her prominence from within Nigeria's Alte scene, alternative music and fashion subculture that has both chaffed against and filtered with the mainstream. Now, this stunning global 1 in a million blow-up rich of Essence featuring Wizkid has been nothing but transformative for Tems' career. Tems also appeared on Certified Lover Boy, the Drake album. Yes, the American rapper Drake. Tems featured on Drake's album that has topped the US and UK charts this month on the song Fountains.
I don't know why you're the one. Turn me out of my mind. You don't need no other body. You don't need no other body.
And finally, coming as number 5 is Simi. Simi is an award-winning Nigerian female music artist with years of experience under her belt. Her professional music career started in 2008 following the release of her first debut studio album titled Ogaju in 2008, which contains songs like Iya Temi and Araele, with the entire musical production from Sam Clef. In 2016, Simi released an EP with Vowels titled Chemistry, and followed it up in September of 2017 with her very own sophomore album Simisola, which was a hit, making it at number 5 on Billboard World Music Charts.
The album also debuted at number 1 on both Apple Music and iTunes charts and held that position for 3 weeks.
Apart from staying steady on her game as a singer and songwriter, she can also be credited with mixing and mastering her now husband Adekunle Gold's debut studio album, Gold.
Shall we get assignment? But you no pay attention to the intimidation she dey face. No be like water.
Good afternoon. I am Adedolakwa Ajayi. This is the News Brief. Unprecedented numbers of enthusiastic voters have thronged various polling units in different towns, villages, and hamlets in Ekiti State to perform their civic rights in the ongoing governorship election. There was combined security personnel on ground to protect the lives and properties in different parts of the state, as well as the polling centers. And there was also a heavy presence of security agents to forestall any eventuality at the Ekiti office of the Independent National Electoral Commission, INEC. We have now joining us on the news Olasunkanmi Ogumuko is the Plus TV stranger in Ekiti State. Olasunkanmi, glad to have you join us on the news at this time.
Good afternoon.
Okay, so how is the process going and what's the current, your current location at the moment?
Yes, the process so far was very impressive. The turnout, how the voters turn out, come out very early in the morning to cast their vote. And presently, I'm at Aramoko, Ekiti. I just left Ado some minutes ago, and from what I've monitored so far, everything is going on well.
Okay.
But some of the voters complain about the response of the reverse machine, that the machine is not working. But later, when they call the INEC headquarters from Ado, so they respond and everything is working perfectly now.
Okay, glad to know that that has been rectified. So what's the turnout of voters like as we speak?
The turnout of voters is very impressive, to be sincere. From what I've seen around, everybody came out to cast their votes, and they stand after voting. They still stay around the polling unit to see what is going on, and the security agencies, they are also on ground to maintain peace and order.
Okay, with the hopes of the people that high, the officials, the INEC officials, did they arrive with the materials on time?
Yes, everything was arrived on time, because when I visited the registration area center in Ado Ekiti as early as 6 a.m., they have made sure that all the materials have been distributed to all the polling units as early as possible, and the voters that I have been speaking with, which so far commend INEC this time around that they really did well.
Okay, Olasunkanmi, have you noticed any form of vote buying going on?
No, I've not seen any of such, but the candidate of SDP, Engineer Segun Oguni, when casting his vote, complained that he has received information from his member that there are some places that their witnesses vote by.
Okay, so please, can you give us an insight on security level at the polling centers?
Hello?
Hello, can you hear me?
Hello?
Olasunkanmi, can you still hear me?
Yes.
Okay, I said you should give us an insight on what the security at the polling centers look like.
Everything is fine. We have the police, we have the civil defense, and federal safety officers. So all of them are at the polling unit, making sure that everything is going on well.
All right, Olasunkanmi, thanks for joining us at this time. We'll get back to you if we do need you. Okay, going on now. The candidate of the People's Democratic Party in the Ekiti State governorship election, Bisi Kolawole, has cast his vote at Unit 001, Ward 8 in Efon Ekiti, Efon local government area of the state. This is as the governorship election mood builds up in Ekiti as the electorate trooped out to elect the candidate of their choice. As early as 6 a.m., residents of Ado Ekiti trooped out in their numbers to participate in today's governorship election, holding across the 16 local government areas of the state. Asiwaju Bola Tinubu has submitted the name of his running mate to INEC. He is Kabir Ibrahim Masari. INEC had fixed Friday, June 16 as the deadline for parties to send in their names of their vice presidential candidates. Also, the Labour Party has submitted the name of Doyin Okupe as Peter Obi's running mate. Okupe's name was submitted as part of the plan to be the Friday, June 17 deadline given by INEC to political parties. Okupe, who is the Director General of Peter Obi campaign, will be the placeholder and would later be changed after the party stakeholders must have agreed on the suitable vice presidential candidate for the 2023 elections. Recall that the party had said its vice president will come from the north. Bashir Mashina has vowed to seek legal redress after his name was substituted with that of Senate President Ahmad Lawan as the All Progressives Congress senatorial candidate for Yobe North. According to a signed list of candidates, the Senate President's name was listed as the APC flag bearer for the seat. The recent move comes after Machina, who clinched the APC ticket for the district, vowed not to step down for Lawan. And the Enugu Catholic Diocese has banned all priests and Catholic faithfuls from attending the adoration ministry in the state, led by controversial priest Reverend Father Ejike Mbaka. The church said the ban will remain in force until the due canonical process initiated by the diocese is concluded. The ban followed the recent devastating remarks by the clerics who described Labour Party's presidential candidate Peter Obi as a stingy man. Tears flowed freely at the funeral mass for the victims of June 5 terror attack at the St. Francis Catholic Church in Owo. Ondo State Governor Rotimi Akeredolu and his wife, Chief Betty Anyanwu Akeredolu, attended the funeral mass held at the Midas Resort and Hotel Owo. Governor Akeredolu, who wept during his speech, said the government failed to protect the victims of the terror attack. But in a swift response, the Bishop of Ondo Catholic Diocese, Dr. Jude Arogundade, declared that Governor Akeredolu has not failed in protecting his people.
And wounded themselves, wherever they are, represent Nigeria with all hearts. brutalized, violated, and abused. So I ask, for how much longer shall this continue? From our President, President Muhammadu Buhari, from the federal government, from our lawmakers, from our security agencies and all our leaders who have responsibility for the state at all levels, we ask today, how many more must die? So my dear brothers and sisters, you didn't fail. Your country failed you, of course. And we know the leaders that failed us. And we continue to hold them accountable. This will not go away. What is your government policy in defense? Nothing. I am here before you to accept a failure of security. We are failed. We are failed.
Meanwhile, some family members took their relatives' bodies to their homes for burial, while others transported theirs to their ancestral homes in other regions of the country.
My God! It's a terrible loss that somebody went to church and did not come back again. Who will I take my people? It's the only brother that I still have in this world. It's the only brother I don't have any other person.
Mr. Francis ìlú Ọ̀wọ̀ àwọn tó wá ṣiṣẹ́ yẹn kọ́ ló ń jà fún wa tó sọ àwọn ọmọ aláìní bàbá tó sọ àwọn ọmọ aláìní bàbá tó sọ àwọn ọmọ aláìní ìyá tó sọ ọkọ wọn di okú ọ̀sán gógó kọ́ ló ń jà fún wa.
The Supreme Court has affirmed the rights of Muslim female students in Lagos State to wear hijab to schools without harassment or discrimination. Among those on the panel were Justice Olukayode Ariwola, Justice Kudirat Kekereekun, Justice John Inyang-Okoro, Justice Uwani Aji, Justice Mohammed Garba, Justice Tijani Abubakar, and Justice Emmanuel Ajim. While 6 ruled in favor of the use of hijab, 1 dissented. The Lagos State government had in February 2017 approached the Supreme Court to challenge the July 21, 2016 judgment of the Court of Appeal, which reinstated that the use of hijab by Muslim students in Lagos public primary and secondary schools. This was after the state government sought to stay the execution of the judgment at the Lagos State Division of the Court of Appeal, but failed. And the House of Representatives has bemoaned the poor state of manholes in the Federal Capital Territory and has therefore called on the police and other security agencies in the FCT to ensure the safety of these manholes and its covers to avoid hoodlums taking advantage to cut them away for personal gains. The motion was sponsored by Honorable Musa Pali at plenary, where he expressed his worry over the unfortunate incidents of theft to many of these manholes covered by hoodlums. He said the incident has led to accidents resulting to damages to car, human accident leading to life-threatening injuries, and sometimes death. And also, these manholes serve as hideouts for thieves and night marauders. The other lawmakers also provide some solutions to the state of these manholes.
And also note that the manhole of maintenance hole usually has a removable cover for the opening, which is large enough for a person to pass through. Concern that manhole cover in Federal Capital Territory are being stolen by unpatriotic individuals, leaving the manhole open and passing a grave danger to unsuspected motorized and pedestrians. Worried that many people have sustained permanent injury as a result of falling into open manhole, while many vehicle tires have been damaged as a result of running over the manhole.
In prayer 1, where said urge the Federal Capital Territory to immediately cover all the open manholes with locks. That with locks is very key. With locks, we should insert with locks, because if they are not locked, the issue is that they will go back and remove, and we are back to square one. So they will break the lock, but it will take them. But with locks. Thank you, sir.
In other parts of Africa, in Senegal, roads leading to the home of prominent opposition leader Ousmane Sonko were closed off by barricades and police in anti-riot gear. Sonko was barred from attending Friday prayer at the mosque after he called for a protest despite the authorities' ban on public order on grounds. Supporters who tried to get near the building in an upmarket district of Dakar were firmly told to turn back. And outside Africa, there are fears for the safety of dozens of worshippers in the Afghan capital of Kabul after a Sikh temple was hit in an explosion. The blast occurred in the early hours of Saturday morning, and it is unclear if there are casualties. One local official at the scene, Gonam Singh, said there had been up to 30 people inside the temple at the time of the blast. Heavy monsoon rain have caused widespread flooding in the northeastern part of Bangladesh, leaving more than 4 million people stranded. In Chittagong, residents were battling with inundated streets and landslides, which killed at least 4 people early in the morning. Rescuers were seen digging through mud to locate those believed to be trapped in the mud, even as authorities have warned that the situation could worsen. UN Secretary General Antonio Guterres has described sexual violence as a brutal tactic of warfare and repression that terrorizes populations, destroys lives, and features communities. Guterres, who said this in his message to mark the International Day for the Elimination of Sexual Violence in Conflict, observed that perpetrators rarely faced the consequences of their actions. The UN General Assembly proclaimed June 19 each year the International Day for the Elimination of Sexual Violence in Conflict. And in business news, Lagos Governor Babajide Sanwo-Olu says the ultimate goal of his administration remains that Lagos State become one of the top places on the African continent to live, work, and invest. Sanwo-Olu stated this at the official commissioning and handing over of the reconstructed State Security Service building in Alimosho local government. It was represented by the Chief of Staff, Tayo Ayinde. He stressed that the huge investment in security hardware was yielding the desired dividend through the number of businesses springing up from local and foreign entities. The governor also noted that to further raise the bar of security and safety, he approved the reconstruction of existing office block of the DSS in Alimosho local government, adding that the edifice would be replicated across the state.
The impact that it's going to have in this area is to give more security to the people of Alimosho local government. And because Alimosho local government is the largest local government in the Federation, they have more population than any local government in the Federation. And we secure the approval of the governor for the construction of this so that they can provide more security, network, architecture in this local government. And I want to advise the youth to be calm, to not do anything that warrant the security agents to go after them.
Similarly, the lawmaker representing Alimosho in Lagos State House of Assembly, Bisi Yusuf, and Lagos State APC Chairman Cornelius Ojelabi charged youths to report all security matters to the DSS for prompt action, take full charge of the DSS edifice, and be law-abiding.
The sort of passion the governor of Lagos State attached to security prompted the award of this particular project, knowing fully well that without security we will not be anywhere. It is when there is security you have peace of mind. It is when there is peace of mind you think about what do I do for the benefit. I want to appreciate our governor for doing that.
Residents of Ikarama community in Bayelsa State are calling for the immediate and proper cleanup of their community following several decades of environmental pollution and degradation occasioned by oil and gas exploration activities. They made a call during an environmental monitoring training carried out by the Health of Mother Earth Foundation in the area, as they alleged that anger and sickness abound in the land. Our correspondent Jesse Ese has details.
Ikarama is situated in Yanugwa local government area of Bayelsa State. Occupation of the locals include fishing and farming, but they say there has been a steady decrease in their yields since oil and gas exploration started in the area. Locals say it has heightened in the past 5 years due to alleged failure of the operators to remediate impacted areas. Most worrisome to them is the discovery of crude oil in recently dug fish ponds.
Crude has taken over the entire land. There is no crop you plant in Ikarama today that do well or we make better yield.
With the crops that I've harvested just last week, very, very tiny. Both cassava tubers are no longer doing well. Yam, same thing. Nothing is growing.
Being a victim of oil pollution, what I want from the multinational oil companies is to ensure that proper cleanup and remediation is done within the Ikarama environment. Because there are so many other areas within the Ikarama community that are very, very polluted.
Homer visits the impacted farmlands and fish ponds and expresses worry over the level of contamination.
Crops planted seeds for over a year are still stunted as if they were planted yesterday. It says a lot about what the people have to contend with. We heard that Shell has come here to take samples, soil samples at various depths, but up to this time, we've not heard about the results being released. And we want to be sure that the results should be released as they are ready. And not just NOSRA should be involved in this. The Ministry of Environment at both state and federal level should be fully involved in the process of ascertaining the level of contamination.
The oil companies operating in the community are asked to take immediate steps towards remedying the suffering of the locals.
Carry out an health audit across Ikarama and the rest of the Niger Delta. Take measures to heal the disease, to remove the disease and sicknesses hiding in the bodies of the people already manifesting in their bodies, and then ensure that these oil spills and gas flares are stopped and don't reoccur.
When we came last year, one of my reports, I indicated that cancer has become a prevalent, ailment in this community. Where young persons are also coming down with cancer. And today you also heard it. Somebody mentioned his aunt died of cancer just about not long ago.
In the face of the incessant oil and gas industry-induced pollution, Ikarama residents seized the opportunity to call on NOSRA and other agencies of government to rise to the defense of the community before the youth resort to self-help. Jesse Ese, Plus TV News.
The parliament-appointed Prime Minister in Libya, Fathi Bashagha, has said that the oil blockade would likely end if the central bank supplies the funds for the budget that Parliament approved this week. Bashagha was sworn in by the Eastern-based parliament in March, but Abdul Hamid Al-Deiba, who was installed as Prime Minister last year through a UN-backed process, has rejected its move, leading to a standoff. Since April, groups in the East have forcibly closed many Libyan oil facilities to demand the Bashagha take power in the capital, blocking much of Libya's oil output and putting new pressure on world energy prices. And in entertainment news, singer Simi has said that her husband and fellow singer Adekunle Gold did not decide which songs went into her last album titled To Be Honest. During a question and answer session at a listening session for the album, a fan sought to know if her husband had a say in the selection of the songs on the album, but she said he did not. The Naked Wire singer also maintained that she does not take for granted the position she is in and appreciated her supporters for their efforts at seeing her succeed in her career. Nigerian actor and member of the Actors Guild of Nigeria, Moses Armstrong, has been arrested for allegedly raping a minor. Armstrong, actor and singer, was arrested by men of the Akwa Ibom State Police Command for alleging defiling a 16-year-old girl. Reacting to the arrest, the national president of the Actors Guild of Nigeria, Emeka Rollas, described Armstrong's case as a very serious and sad development. And in sports, Cup holders Nigeria have commenced a training camp at the country's federal capital territory, Abuja, ahead of next month's 12th Women African Cup of Nations finals holding in Morocco. July's colorful house party in the North African Kingdom is expected to generate greater media and global public interest than ever, with the exponential rise in the stature of women's football, helped by the tremendous gains of the last Women's World Cup in France, robust deliberations on the pay parity, and FIFA's decision to hike the number of participating teams at next year's Women's World Cup finals to 32, which is the same as for the Men's World Cup. And that's the news brief. For more stories, please follow us on our Facebook, Twitter, and Instagram. And do subscribe to our YouTube channel at Plus TV Africa and Plus TV Africa Lifestyle. I am Adidolapo Ajayi. Many thanks for watching.
There is no voting on social media. To vote, you would require a permanent voter's card. To get your PVC, visit cvr.inecnigeria.org. Create your account with a valid email address and start the registration process. An activation link will be sent to you. Click on the link and activate your account. Fill out the form, pick and submit a convenient date and time for your biometrics. Print the application slip, which should have your QR code. On the appointed date, go to the nearest INEC office for your biometric capturing. Thereafter, you will get a registration slip to pick your permanent voter's card when ready. Get your PVC today. This message is from Plus TV Africa.
This is it for upcoming artists to blow in Nigeria.
Welcome to Plus Trending. I am Buki November, your host, saying thank you for joining us on today's episode.
Welcome back. It's tea time on Plus TV Africa.
Practice makes perfect. I'm not perfect yet, but I'm a lot better than I used to be.
He's a king. He's entitled to marry 100 if he wants to.
How can we have peace without justice?
Plus Politics. It's not just another political conversation, it's about keeping you in the know. Relevant interviews, asking the tough questions to those that matter. Get the answers you need. Does it mean that the people who were injured, people who were shot at, those who were involved in that stampede are not going to get justice?
It is unfortunate, it is sad that we have a government of deaf and dumb.
Analysis from top experts.
The last election was not really an election.
We feel that Obasanjo has a very special place in his heart.
for hating Ijaw people?
I think it really boils down to two things. One, trust and accountability.
Plus Politics, every weeknight at 7 p.m. on Plus TV Africa.
The interior design industry in Africa has brought many creative minds and heads together to deliver beautiful, cozy, and admirable living and work environment for many. Interior design, which deals mainly with space management and creativity, is becoming more versatile among entrepreneurs in Nigeria, especially with the use of African prints and designs into space fittings for work, living, and relaxation, just to mention but a few. Interior design is a multifaceted profession that includes conceptual development, space planning, site inspections, construction management, and execution of the design. Over the last few years, there has been an infusion of African elements into the beauty space by creatives in this industry. The textile sector is an integral part of this industry, as interior textile designers create design on fabrics that are used for home furnishing and building interiors, such as carpets, curtains, linens, blankets, pillows, and many more. Sadly, a high percentage of textile used in Nigeria today are imported from countries such as China, Japan, Malaysia, India, the United States of America, and many more. Nigeria is blessed with cotton for textile production, which can be found in states like Kano, Kaduna, Katsina, Oyo, Kwara, Kebbi, Sokoto, to mention but a few. This leaves the question of how can we harness this raw material to develop the textile industry in Nigeria. Due to the evolving nature of the interior design industry in Nigeria, there is room for more creative minds to carve a niche for themselves, and there are tremendous job opportunities being created.
Hello and welcome to Ladies Talking Business. I'm your host, Moremi Akonwo. Our guest today is the founder and lead designer of Ivy League Collections Limited, a contemporary and traditional textile-inspired interior design and soft furnishing company. She is a member of the Nigerian Association of Small and Medium Enterprises, NASME, Women in Management, Business and Public Services, WIMBIS, African Women Entrepreneurship Cooperative, AWIC, as the court leader, amongst other professional bodies. She is a graduate of Geography and Urban and Regional Planning and holds a Master of Business Administration in Entrepreneurship at Walden University, USA. She is a strong advocate for healthy lifestyle. She creates awareness for early detection of breast cancer in partnership with care organization Public Enlightenment COPE, Nigeria, as part of her company's corporate social responsibility. In 15 years, she has empowered and trained 212 women and men in acquiring tailoring and design skills. She is the Deanery representative of FHLU, Maryland Deanery, and loves to teach and mentor teens and the young ones in general. That's quite a bio. Our guest is Uchenna Ibe. Thanks for coming on the show, Uchenna. Thank you for having me. You know, reading that bio is like you just didn't want to end. Okay, so let's talk about your industry, interior design. So how easy is it for me to start a business in that industry?
Yeah, interior design industry is just, it's a beautiful, it's a beautiful work to do. It's so wide, you know, so you have so many aspects of interior design. So you have, in interior design alone, I can come up with like 50 different aspects, you know. So when you're getting into interior design, depends on the area of interest, your target market, your skills, and you know, and then what you want to get out there, from carpentry to interior decorators to interior redesigners. You know, because right now the interior design business is catching up so much in Nigeria. So we now have people who are changing their old models and styles of furnishing, like you have the contemporary, to those who are moving towards the minimalistic, where they want just very little furniture. And post-COVID now, we're having what we call modular furnishing. So you have specialists in modular furniture who now make, like, who design for public spaces. And then what you see is a cluster of few people, like a family traveling together in a public lounge. You just see sitting for 3, 4, very nice, cozy, so that whatever they have, they just have it for themselves. And you see another cluster. You know, it's done stylishly, but very effectively, and the space management is awesome. So the interior design space is really evolving. So there's so much to do now. Interesting.
And so what do you need? What do you need to, let me say, prosper in that industry?
Well, first of all, passion. Okay. Interior designers do not sleep. I mean, you know, they're very artistic people. So when you're sleeping, you're working, your brain is constantly churning. So for anybody, I mean, mostly women who are naturally gifted with decorating a space, you know, there's a distinction between interior designers and interior decorators. The designers they conceptualize with the architects about space management. It can be for hospitals, it can be for commercial buildings, it can be for residential, it can be for organizations, or theme designs, like you have the Big Brother show and things like that. So there are different aspects. So then you have interior decorators who now just work with the aesthetics.
So they bring it to life.
Yes, they work with the aesthetics, and they come in and put in the like wall art, fluffy pillows and all of that. Those are decorators. But interior designers just do the core work of space management.
Interesting. Yes. Glad to know. So you've been in this industry for what, over 15 years?
Yes.
So what major improvements have you noticed that makes you happy when you think about it since you started?
I think the scene is very interesting now, you know, with all this digital media, availability of the digital media, and then availability of more improved technology and tools. So interior designers are actually, your ideas don't sleep in your head anymore. Before you would have to draw and design and all that, but now you can use digital images and even show your customers what, as they're describing, you're able to have these tools to show them what they are looking for,
what you have in your head, what you're trying to interpret.
Exactly. So it's actually a better and a more enjoyable skill to have right now, you know. And the more digitalized you are, the more you can be on top of your game, you know. So in Nigeria,
technology playing its role again in this industry.
Exactly. It's really amazing, and it's lovely to work in that space, you know.
I can imagine.
It's lovely.
So let's talk about putting things together, materials and everything you need to bring this wonderful, beautiful idea to life. How easy is it to source materials in this part of the world, especially in Nigeria?
Yeah, when you talk about soft furnishing, because there's other types of interior design. So now we're talking about soft furnishing, which is an area I play in largely. To think that all over the world, China produces about 52% of textiles, followed by Pakistan and India and Turkey and other countries. And to think that the world cotton market, which is like the major raw material for textile, Nigeria, out of 36 states in the country, 26 states can actually, cotton can be grown in 26 states, Katsina being number 1, and Katsina produces about 27% of textile, you know, of cotton. So I think it's not nice having to import so much of our materials, even though we have like we are at Ivy League Collections, we're looking inwards and using, we want to sell our own aesthetics. You know, we want to, our local, and also they are more environmentally friendly. You know, our Dire, our Batik, our Kent, our Shoke, our the white fabric from the Ogwashuku region of and Bende region of Abia State. So all these fabrics, so the textures are really beautiful for interior design. So we are launching our Ivy League trad decor, and we want to be less dependent on foreign materials because for every fluctuation in the international in the foreign exchange, every fluctuation affects prices. So it's a distortion of the value chain when you're not in control of your raw materials, which is the textiles for sub-furnishing. So I'm really working internally and locally with the associations that are you know, organized here, so that we can look and continue to also benefit the local women who are making this, and so there'll be more empowerment for women, you know, locally. So working in groups to get these local fabrics in use more.
Well done. We'll talk more about this shortly. We will go on a short break. Please stay with us.
It is engagement we need to have.
Those who suffer miscarriages are never taken into account.
Members of the National Assembly are also influence peddlers.
You are sitting on Nigerians' money.
From the Babin, I pay my rent. On the Babin, I send my children to school.
A consultative engagement.
No any tangible notification before they ban us.
It's one thing for people to be at your back and the heat of the moment, and another thing for them to still be with you when push comes to shove.
I will do everything to take Lagos out of the national grid.
This is it for upcoming artists to blow in Nigeria.
Welcome to Plus Trending. I am Booking November, your host, saying thank you for joining us on today's episode.
Welcome back. It's tea time on Plus TV Africa.
Practice makes perfect. I'm not perfect yet, but I'm a lot better than I used to be.
He's a king. He's entitled to marry 100 if he wants to.
I'm still here with the CEO of Ivy League Collections Limited, an interior design and soft furnishing company. So let's talk about building a profitable business in the soft furnishing, area of that industry. How can we do that?
Like I said earlier, everything has to do with interest and then skill. And then for an interior designer, even a startup interior design company, you have to have a specialization. What area are you looking at? Are you looking at, let's say, the bedding section, or you're looking at making furniture, or using biodegradable fabrics and materials? Like I know a lady, she uses tires, to make stools and center tables and all that, and it's catching on. So it depends on the area of interest, and then you begin to target your customers, and then you have to know what needs your proposed business is. You have to do your survey, check
Very
your
important.
market. So you don't just get up exactly, and then you have to check your pricing. Are you offering for the lower end market or the upper end market? Is it going to be a luxury item, or is it going to be an item or a service that is it's for the general populace? So all these things come into play when you're trying to find your niche in the market. We are in the hotel and hospitality industry.
And how is it? Is it booming in there?
Yes, it's booming. You know, with the new expansion in real estate business and the increase in short lets, Airbnb and hotels. And then I was in the East last week, and I couldn't believe, just in the locality where I was in Imo State, near Concord Hotel, I did a survey, and there were 131 hotels in Imo State alone. Just in that locality, not the whole of Imo State, just that area. There were 131 new hotels, and some being built, and they would need me to furnish it. Honestly, they would need you. I like that. So you know, there's just this. And apart from that, you know, when you're in the hotel business, is a continuous thing, and then also we cater to stores, because we actually set out this business in the first place to help the busy working class women. You know, you want to just have a pretty house and you don't have the time. So we partnered with corporate bodies and superstores. So our products are sold in superstores. So you just walk in there and you pick everything you want. So we work on our coordination of colors. So that if you wanted gray drapes, you'd be sure to get a beige or a gray bedding to go with it. So, you know, like an IKEA, or what you'd find in Bed Bath and Beyond in the US. So we tailored our business towards that. Yes. So it's just easy and pleasurable, because at the end of the day, your level of productivity depends on your ability to rest and rejuvenate. So if your environment is haphazard and you don't get enough rest, it's going to tell on your productivity. And I'm happy Nigerians are beginning to realize that, and your mental health as well. Definitely.
I agree with that. So it means everything that goes on in the home, the ambience and everything, plays a huge role in how you feel, productive you are, how you feel, even your communication skills with other people. You know, yes. But do you get that feeling? You walk into a space and you just go, You know, that's the job of an interior designer or decorator. You know, they make you have that moment. You know, so it's different things for different people, depending on your taste. You know, but when you work with an interior designer, you're able to communicate what you want, and if they deliver, that's just beautiful. Amazing. So you've been in business for over 15 years or thereabout. What are some of the business principles you live by that have helped you till date?
Integrity is one. I rather not sell. I rather not work, instead of me to use substandard materials or equipment or fittings for you. I'll tell you the price. If it's not right, then we let it go. I love return customers. Some of my customers have gotten married. Some customers I worked for back in, even before my business became formal in 2006. Some of them are like 28 years, they're getting married and they're still asking for our products. So that gives me a lot of joy. So integrity. Yes. Standard, quality, you know, and delivery time. You know, our word is our bond. We don't, no matter how much you're rushing, if your job is going to be 3 weeks, it's going to be 3 weeks. And we'll let you know. Instead, we can do it in phases according to your, to what's priority to you. So it's very important, because word of mouth and referrals have really been a great marketing avenue for us.
I think that's important for every business, actually. Having good referrals and word of mouth really does work for businesses. Talking about distribution, so you were talking about how you have some of your products in stores, superstores and all that. How have you been able to build such a wide distribution network?
It's actually a very funny story I tell. We started with Mega Plaza when there was even no invoice. You know, it was just something I said, let me take a duvet to Mega Plaza. Nigerians weren't even using duvets back in 1996. So many Nigerians were not using duvets, they were using blankets. And I met with the owner and the wife, and he said, okay, get your invoice, bring 7 pieces. Little did they know I didn't have an invoice. you know. So I quickly went and printed an invoice and I supplied, and the next morning it sold, and they were looking for me. Those were the days of GSM, Nokia phone and all of that, you know. So those Nokia phone days, and they started looking for me. And I actually came to the store the next day. They said, we asked you to bring more. And I said, oh, instead of me going around carrying this bedding in my car, going from talking to my friends, I can actually use the superstores. And then in Lagos, Mega Plaza was the biggest superstore. You know, so that just gave me, and I started researching, and each time I would go out of the country, I'll buy samples, trying to make sure that our standards were comparable with international standards. Yeah. So when you open my box at the airport, then you'll be seeing duvets, bed sheets, everything, soft furnishing, rugs, and all sorts of things. And I wasn't buying them for personal use. I was buying them to upgrade, to make sure that we could compete effectively. And I think all those number of duvets I had in my house then, they paid off because it helped us set standards. So when I started employing people, I already had a standard in mind. And since then, we've been upgrading, and we're happy we haven't failed our clients so far.
Well done. Well done.
Yeah.
We would speak more about this after the break.
Thank you.
Please stay with us for more of this conversation after the break.
Nigeria's Niger Delta region, from where the black gold fuels Africa's largest economy, where the lines between wealth and poverty has never been thinner. Conflicts, poverty, insecurity, and environmental challenges daily confront the region. How can the Niger Delta story be changed for the better?
Join Mamude Akuga at 9 p.m. every Friday evening on Plus TV Africa as he probes deep in search of solutions.
Inside the Niger Delta with Mamude Akuga, the authentic voice of Nigeria's oil-rich region.
Thanks for staying with us. I'm still here with Uchenna Ibe of Ivy League Collections Limited. So Uchenna, earlier when we're talking about sourcing materials and fabrics locally, you mentioned some states in Nigeria that were well capable of producing, but are obviously not producing as they should. So how can the government help this industry to get better, especially for soft furnishing, seeing that we're talking about textile, fabrics, and the likes? How can we improve?
There's been several interventions by the government, but it's the application that is the issue, and the disbursement, you know. And then sometimes government wants to help small-scale industries, and they're not equipped. They haven't done their due diligence. Their papers are not in place. They haven't even registered their companies. And then also conditions by the banks are not so favorable for small industries. There was an intervention fund by Bank of Industry in 2010, I think, for the textile industry. And for people who were into fashion and also garment manufacturers and all of that. But it's to be able to to get different yarns for what you call ginning, Ginning is the processing.
Okay.
Just about out of about 181 companies in the 80s, there were textile manufacturing companies in Nigeria. You can only count 25 today. From the 80s boom of over 181, you only have about 25
so what happened
today. So it's just a lack of, that follow-up and support.
Okay.
And then when you say you have banned textiles back in 2010, but 80% of textiles, both the ones we wear and the ones we use for home furnishing, are still being imported into the country. So how competitive is that for the local manufacturers? Even if government has given an intervention and then the borders are porous. So how are we going to, just like the case of rice, it was when there was this ban on importation of rice and we begin to enjoy our fada rice and the rest of them. And now Nigerians can actually walk over a bag of imported rice and go for fada rice. So government needs to have that kind of strict intervention on imported fabric so that the local industries can thrive. So you don't give them help and then you face them with competition, that is cheaper and already established. I mean, like China does 52% of world's fabrics.
Wow.
So then you come to Nigeria where the local manufacturing companies are doing just about 47% of their capacity. So there's an untapped 53% for textile. And then when the government, what will I say, like the police and the army and all of that, if they're wearing imported fabrics. I know one of the companies in Lagos has started manufacturing for the Nigerian army, and that's really commendable. So when we start to cut down all those exports, and begin to pay local manufacturers, then they'll be stable. So even when it's only Ankara and textiles, and then they are derailed that we're doing. But for home furnishing, we need so many textures of fabric.
True.
So I'm waiting for it to trigger down to people like me, because we can do better. Our designs are better, and our designs are original. Do you understand? So we're not sitting here and waiting to be fed by international designs, and they are influencing our culture. Because Africa has such beautiful shades and hues we can interpret into textile. So why are you giving us your grays and your beige and all that? That's not really what we want.
Okay, still talking about this industry. So what changes would you like to see in this creative industry? Because your industry is that of creativity.
Oh, yes. I want more collaboration. I want the person who's doing the rattan carpets to be collaborating with me, who's doing the rare beddings. I want somebody who's doing the lighting and doing the technical aspect of the lighting. You don't bring harsh lights into a bedroom. You know what I mean? You bring soft hues because it's supposed to be. It affects the feng shui of the space.
Dear.
And it just sets off the harmony and the balance. So Nigerians need to live better. Even with a meager salary, everybody is entitled to sleep well, live well, be in a good place, and be in sync and harmony with their environment. So when we have more collaboration, and then we have more government intervention, as in funding. Really funny, because it's not cheap to set up textile plants. It's a lot of machinery. It's not like juice making this involves a lot of. I mean, if you come in and see a machine, just one, and the amount of electricity that goes into it, that to generate these fabrics, it's not a simple thing. So I think if they really come down to it, there's so many. The future of interior design and the space is really bright in Nigeria, because we can be our authentic selves. We can.
I agree. Okay, so before I let you go, I want you to tell me, if you notice, I haven't asked you about challenges, and I'm not going to ask you about challenges running your business. Instead, I want you to tell me about some remarkable moments you had running this business and how they've helped to shape you.
Okay, first one was supplying Mega Plaza. I went from supplying, that was the first superstore in Nigeria we supplied. So I always have fond memories. If I tell me to buy popcorn from anywhere else, I'll go to Mega Plaza and buy popcorn just because they're selling popcorn. It was just a very wonderful space. It was the first, will I say, public authentication of my work, because I used to work for my friends and all of that. But, putting it in a space and my first interaction with the public, to say. So I always have fond memories of them. And then again in 2019, we were part of Left Eye Signatures, we did the Big Brother house. So we did all the bedding there. That was really fun. It was Pepper Dem Gang. That was the theme.
Okay.
And you know, the role of social media is so people don't believe it, but we didn't know we were doing Big Brother house. We didn't know when we were picked and all of that. It was just, they went to our Instagram page and saw something we did. And that was how the connection was made, and we worked with them on it. We worked with Left Eye
social
Signatures.
media,
yes, that's why I say
big
a lot of things can really happen. And then again in 2019, we were selected by Bank of Industries to feature on BOI Impact. On Channels Television, yes, as one of the SMEs they support, and who's doing well in the field of interiors. So that was really wonderful from Mrs. Ajayi and her team in the women gender department.
So you've had a lot of remarkable moments.
Yeah, they've been interesting. They've been interesting. And then when game stores came to Nigeria as well, we were picked to be the very first suppliers there. You know,
that's good.
And so far we've kept our #1 position for the last 14 years.
Oh wow!
Yeah, in the textile industry.
Well done. Well done. Well, thank you so much for coming on the show today. We wish you all the very best.
Thank you. My pleasure. Thanks for having me.
This is how far we can go on this episode of Ladies Talking Business. Don't forget to follow us on Plus TV Africa Lifestyle on YouTube to catch up with our programs. Do join us next week for another episode. I am Moremi Akon. Bye for now.
What we do not understand, we will stigmatize.
What you can see is the remaining of the tanker that exploded.
The suspect equally confessed.
A 500 naira they collect them. If you no talk, they go beat you. Now 2,500 they pay.
Whatever you prefer to call it, crypto, blockchain, or Web3, this new segment of the digital economy is booming across Africa. If you've been sleeping on the sector, now's a good time to wake up. According to analytics firm Chainalysis, Africa's crypto market increased in value by more than 1,200% between July 2020 and June 2021, led by especially high adoption rate in Kenya, South Africa, Nigeria, and Tanzania. Africa had the third fastest growing cryptocurrency economy worldwide during that period. While the potential impact of corporate partnerships, NGOs, venture capitalists, and blockchain protocols are not to be downplayed, the government remains an important actor that can stimulate or impede the emergence of Africa's Web3 economy. Welcome to Business Insight on Plus TV Africa. I am Justin Akadonye. Before we get into the conversation of the day, here are some useful tips on how to revive a dying business.
Five ways to revive a dying business. Is your business showing signs of distress, or is it straight up tanking? There are simple measures you can take to bring it back from the brink. Your business might be dying, but it doesn't have to mean it's over. Here are 5 things you can do to save your dying business and also help it thrive. 1. Evaluate your situation honestly. Before physicians treat a patient, they do all kinds of tests and make a diagnosis. So when you realize that your business is in serious trouble, stop. You need to take a good hard look at your company to evaluate and assess what's going wrong. You can't take action without knowing where to start. 2nd, rethink your strategy. The way you think about your failure is key to your success. After reevaluating your company, chances are you have found where you went wrong and you're ready to redefine and rethink your strategy. You have decided not to give up and you are determined to succeed. This is a great step in reviving a dying business, but is also a hard one. 3. Focus on your people. You may think that the problem is in your software, hardware, or your data, but the best business are the ones that run with soul. Your most important asset are your people, your employees. When your company seems to be falling, reevaluate not just your strategy, but those who need to execute it. If necessary, get rid of those who are slowing you down and hire those who will help you revive your dying business. 4. Let go of pride and fear. Rather than playing the blame game, which will get you nowhere, successful CEOs and business leaders know that admitting their faults and showing genuine humility will help rebuild and reboost their organization. When business leaders are unwilling to change or stick to preconceived ideas of what they think will work, it is a recipe for disaster. And 5, don't lose your passion. Now, passion is what made you start your business in the first place, and it will help you to keep going. Passion may not always come with the voice of reason, but it may be the fuel you need to reignite that fire. So you see, your business can actually thrive.
All right, moving on, governments across the continent seem to generally view cryptocurrencies with a healthy dose of skepticism. However, across the world, the new Web3 economy is giving birth to myriads of opportunities, and the implications for the African continent are massive. We have Rume Dominic, certified metaverse expert, joining us. Thanks for joining us on the show, Rume.
Thank you very much for having me, Jay.
It is indeed our pleasure. Let's just get straight to the business of the day. How would you describe the Web3 and what excites you about it?
All right, thank you very much, Jay. So, talking about Web3, the word we need to actually differentiate it from all others is permissionless. And how do I mean by permissionless? So, you can imagine all your content on the internet gets deleted. Or have you ever been in a country before and you try to access some banking services and you could not get across to those particular banking services because you're part of the less privileged? But then there were some certain rules that actually ensure that you could not get into that place. It brings us back to the word permissionless. And you see, you can say, if I said, imagine if all your content gets deleted, you can say, yes, that can happen. Or you even doubt if it can happen. Okay, just imagine Donald Trump's Twitter saga. Then just also imagine that people getting their YouTube videos banned from YouTube, from Facebook, and all of those things. So permissionless is actually the first word we need to think when we talk of Web3, because Web3 is the next evolution of the internet, and it is the internet of value. So because Web1 was static and unresponsive, and you can imagine the internet as of 2000, you could only scroll. But the Web 2.0 is the internet that you are used to right now, where you can like, you can comment, you can share things on the internet. But Web 3, which is the next evolution of the internet, there are two key foundational things that are applicable to Web 3. And that is, number one, digital ownership, and number two, interoperability. How do I mean by digital ownership and interoperability? So for the first time, there's actually the ability to truly own something on the internet. Digital ownership in the sense that just like you have a bar of gold underneath your pillow, or you have your international passport underneath your pillow as you are sleeping, right? But now the digital format of it, you truly have that particular type of ownership of your assets underneath your pillow. Some people might say, okay, what are the second thing that it enables? Interoperability. Interoperability is the ability for you to be able to move across one platform to another platform without permission. Okay, let's take, for example, you have some content on Facebook, you have some content on YouTube, you have some content on Twitter. Now, if you have some following on Facebook, you cannot just carry those numbers that you have on Facebook and just go and use them to start on Twitter, or you just use them to start on Instagram. You need to start growing a new audience on these other different platforms. The ability for you to be able to move seamlessly from one platform to the other and be able to take all of your value, all of your assets is what we refer to as what? Interoperability. And Web theory actually enables what? This particular interoperability. Because when you look at things like digital ownership, you might say, okay, maybe it's things like money that you want to own. But it actually transcends beyond owning just things like money. What if you want to own things like your certificates digitally, or you want to own your real estate digitally? Web3 actually enables all of this, and it has actually created a powerful new incentive mechanism for its users.
Sounds very interesting.
Web3 is a community-led platform. So currently, Web3 is actually enabling a lot of digital applications around Africa.
What is the role that blockchain technology play in Web3?
Oh, interesting. You see, that's actually one question that a lot of people confuse. Blockchain actually is an enabler of Web3. So for Web3 to actually function, there are a couple of things that Web3 needs, or there are some tools that Web3 needs to enable its functions. Now, one of those tools that enables Web3 to be able to run is token. And token can only be done on the blockchain because you need blockchains to be able to host those tokens. So the role of blockchain in Web3 is the fact that it enables Web3. It ensures that Web3 is able to run on decentralized platforms because blockchain is decentralized, right? And then blockchain is also able to give it transparency. Blockchain is able to give it some properties of immutability. And blockchain is also able to give it the permissionless protocol that we just said. So because of blockchain, Web3 will not be possible if you do not have blockchain, because blockchain is actually the key catalyst that is the what? Permissionless technology. So because of that particular permissionless technology, which is the blockchain, it enables Web3 to thrive on that particular technology.
Is there a difference or similarity between crypto and Web3?
It's actually a foundational. Okay, let's look at it like this. Crypto is part of Web3. So when you say similarities and differences, it is part of the ecosystem. Without crypto, a lot of Web3 protocols and Web3 activities will not be functioning. So let's put it like this. For Web3 what are the things that are actually done with crypto in Web3? You use them to be able to raise capital. You want to have access to funding maybe a new company on the internet, and you come from a third world country and you cannot do that, then you can be able to do what? Have access to funding that particular business idea. And how do you fund that particular business idea? In a 2022 world, you can do that using what? Cryptocurrencies. And that means that cryptocurrencies will now enable that particular concept of Web3 to work, to thrive. So it is actually intertwined, the similarities with the cryptocurrency and Web3. It is a whole ecosystem that one cannot do without each other. Now, cryptocurrency, you have the token side of it, and you also have the non-fungible token side of it. And because Web3 actually enables you to move from one particular platform to another particular platform, which is the interoperability that we just made mention of, blockchain and crypto becomes the key enabler for what? For Web3. So developing the skill set in blockchain to be able to understand that particular blockchain technology first would give you a head start into what? Blockchain, into what? Web3 technologies.
There is this belief that the whole essence of Web3 is an effort to get everyone into cryptocurrency. How true is this?
It's it's actually not true. The question of Web3 is not a function of if, it is a function of when. Just like this particular communication, before the pandemic, there's a possibility that maybe I might be in your studio right now, and might be in your studio and having this particular interview, right? But since the particular pandemic, we've seen post-COVID practices evolve into us having this kind of interviews, and it has become what? The normal. It is not actually a scheme to bring people into crypto. It is actually an evolution into the future that cannot be stopped. Because you see, technology must keep evolving. And the reason why players of the first world countries right now that are currently doing well with Web3 technologies are doing so well is because the government of these countries actually supported policies and incentives that would ensure that these companies that are innovative towards Web3 solutions, they thrive, not thinking that it is a scheme to be able to bring people into what? Cryptocurrency. Let's take, for example, a country like Kenya. When the mobile money M-Pesa came in, they allowed free revolution for it, and that particular freedom of hands that the government gave to them ensured that mobile money payment is now very predominant in Kenya. When you look at an African population where you have about 70% of its population as youth, and then you have it raising a GDP capital of about $2.5 trillion, you can see that it is a technology that can actually scale up what we produce, in the sense that connect the NFT dots now with the Web3 and say African artists right now, they will be able to engage with more markets. Now, you want to access global markets. Because of Web3, you can access liquid markets instantaneously without any intermediaries, and then you can be able to get your ideas launched in a matter of seconds because of what? The Web3 technology. So you can see that it is far different from just trying to incentivize people to come into cryptocurrency. It is very, very, very different from that particular conclusion.
All right, Ruben, so just how can Nigeria, indeed Africa, benefit from Web3? What are the opportunities really, and what gaps are there to be closed in all of this?
Okay, one way Nigerians can actually benefit from this, the opportunities is massive, because it is actually able to create a lot of new jobs for the youths. Now, look at this, right? You have a growing population, and this is a new industry. This particular industry is also well funded. One of the major opportunities is that Nigeria or Africa as a region can create the next set of technological technocrats that would be able to power this particular type of revolution. Just like what we do at Verem.co. If you go online, you see that we try to bridge the knowledge gap and the skill set gap between the traditional individuals that do not know about this technology and we that know about this technology. So bringing that synergy together, we educate, we bridge that particular skill set. So we've turned ourselves into a production house. So you are looking for people that have Web3 skills for today in terms of NFT, the AR, virtual reality, augmented reality, programming, Node.js, to be able to do all of those things. We have those kind of people at our beck and call that we have produced. So you can see that we are bridging the gap. And now you can see that when these people that we have produced, they are working, they earn in dollars, which means they earn in foreign currency, which means they are adding to the GDP of the world, of the country. At a point in time, the Nigerian CBN government said that if you can bring dollar into this country, they will be giving you 5,000 on I think the amount of dollar that is applicable for it. You can see that this particular type of incentives that are archaic is not needed. If you have a production team of Web3 engineers in Africa, in Nigeria, and we are servicing the world just the same way Andela did for Facebook. They are giving raw talents to the world. Nigerian governments were ensuring that we're investing into Web3, just like private individuals like us now are doing for the Web3 and developing the skill set. I mean, think of it in the next 2-3 years from now, and you will see a booming economy where we can now call Africa a Silicon Valley, or call Nigeria a Silicon Valley place.
Very, very interesting, Dominic. But let me just take it one step further now. Web3 and all of its opportunities and benefits. Can we talk about cybersecurity? Just how can Web3 help?
Interesting. Cybersecurity and Web3, they are very, very, very related. You see, because you are dealing with digital assets and you are dealing with digital space, you cannot underlook that particular part of the cybersecurity. You see, there are a lot of scammers, there are a lot of bad actors on the internet. It is extremely important for you to be able to protect your digital identity online. With the emergence of Web3, we have things like the metaverse. We have things like NFTs, we have cryptocurrencies, we have digital wallets. And all of these, they work in synergy to ensure that the Web3 technology is very, very good and interactive. Now, you must ensure that you take steps to be able to protect yourself against bad actors and cyber actors online. You must ensure that you keep your private keys, because your first interaction with most Web3 applications will be your cryptocurrency wallets. And your cryptocurrency wallets, you must ensure you keep your private keys in a good place. You must ensure that you interact only with protocols, just because cybersecurity exploiters, right? That's the hackers online. They will be in some fraudulent protocol or in some malicious protocol for the smart contracts that would now say, okay, they exploit your wallet and then they are able to hack into your wallet. Remember that Web3 is a function of blockchain technology and smart contracts working in synergy together. So you must ensure that you have a very good secure online security check, online security protocols while you're interacting with Web3, and as we move to a future of Web3 and the possibilities that are available with it.
All right, we must say a very big thank you to you, roommate Dominic, for all of the useful insights that you have shared. Indeed, a whole lot of Nigerians and of course Africans have one or two things they have taken away from all of this. I indeed have been enlightened and educated. Roommate Dominic is a certified metaverse expert, and he joined us to look at Web3, the new way for Africa's digital economy. We appreciate your time, roommate. All right, that's the size of the show for this week. I am Justin Akadunye. Let's do it again next time. Bye for now.
It is engagement we need to have.
Those who suffer miscarriages are never taken into account.
Members of the National Assembly are also influence peddlers.
You are sitting on Nigerians' money.
From the barbing, I pay my rent. On the barbing, I send my children to school.
A consultative engagement.
No any tangible notification before they ban us.
It's one thing for people to be at your back and the heat of the moment, and another thing for them to still be with you when push comes to shove.
I will do everything to take Lagos out of the national grid.
Urinary tract infection is simply infection of the urinary tract. So the body is divided into systems. And of course, you have, just like you have the digestive system, neurologic system, you have the urinary tract or urinary system, which is made up of the kidneys, the ureter, the bladder, and the urethra. Okay, these four parts form the urinary system. Any infection in any part of the system is what we simply call the urinary tract infection. Basically, every infective organism can cause urinary tract infection. The most common ones are your bacteria, your fungi, and viruses. You have virus infections that can cause urinary tract infection. You have fungi that can cause, especially in immunocompromised individuals. For example, people on high levels of suppressants, immunosuppressants, or high levels of chemotherapies, or patients who have come down with retroviral infections. Then, in very common cases, are bacterial infections that cause urinary tract infection, which are the common ones that we see. So you have things like Streptococcus, you have things like H. influenza, you have things like E. coli. In worst cases, you have Klebsiella, and of course, all of these bacteria can actually cause urinary tract infection. When they affect the different levels of the body, they have their different symptoms. So some of them get as far as the kidneys, cause things like pyelonephritis, and it further goes down to damaging symptoms. Okay, so it can be caused by bacteria, fungi, viruses are the commonest one. Protozoas can also cause it, and sometimes worms infections. 5 major steps actually preventing urinary tract infections. Number 1 is maintaining a good hygiene. Hygiene has been seen to be implicated in urinary tract infections, and if you are not very careful with, especially with the underwears, you can recurrently cause urinary tract infection. And then, of course, with the areas of sanitation, the restrooms are very implicative. And even in, partners, sexual partners, sometimes you may need to be very cautious. Okay, so basically hygiene. Oftentimes you see ladies not properly, use their underwears, or sometimes they don't even use it or properly wash. So it's usually recommended that they wash recurrently with maybe a hypo, a sanitizer, as it were, or a jig, a detergent, and sometimes even iron. Okay, the reason for iron is to give the heat if you don't want to discard completely. All right. Other prevention mechanisms includes proper dieting. Okay. When we eat right, we prevent a lot of things. Sometimes when we do a lot of sugar, you provide a habitable environment for these microbes to grow. All right. A lot of sugar. Yeah. Sometimes we even think that high protein diets are very effective, but no, you further even provide, because you see, in improper dieting, you alter the pH of the body. This pH of the body is what is responsible for the maintaining a proper environment that organisms does not grow. When you distort it, certain organisms now begin to thrive in places where they're not supposed to thrive. A third thing is water, hydration, good level of hydration. Okay, keeps us consistently cleansed out. The fourth one is, it's been said that especially in women, they ought to clean from front to back. Rather, yes, from front to back, not from back to front. Okay, that's the proper way of cleaning. And then there's been some drinks that have been used in, especially berry drinks, cranberry drinks, have been very effective in the GI. So if you have drinks that have the cranberry or berry nectar, you have a good chance of preventing it. Some other ways of preventing: regular testing, you can prevent your urinary tract infections. Yeah. The symptoms of urinary tract infections include a recurrent urge to want to use the restroom. You have that recurrent, and sometimes it could be very little amount of urine that could come out. You could have burning sensation in the process of urinating. You could have, itchiness. You could have cloudy urine. Sometimes discolored urine that could either be red or dark coke colored and all that. And then one other thing, pain, especially lower abdominal pain. One of the classical symptoms, lower abdominal pain. For men, you could see, of course, some burning sensations on trying to urinate. Usually not so much. And they could also have discharge, but that happens more with sexually transmitted infections. Now, the point about improper treatment, especially in females, is that it's responsible for high levels of infertility when it's not properly treated. The bad part of urinary tract infection is that it takes a quiet stage and right there in the body, and many people walk away, especially guys, especially men. They feel that they're good, and so it takes a quiet stage, and then over time, it's the cause of, or they become transmitters. Then the women eventually are the ones who come down with the symptoms, but they or never come down with the symptoms at all, and then life is good. The treatment plan for urinary tract infections can last for more than 2 weeks. It's important that you do not prescribe or you do not recommend yourself many of these roadside drugs that people do, especially when you hear things like staph aureus and stuff. No, none of that is just very unacceptable. In the treatment of urinary tract infections, you get tested first and you get drugs that are sensitive to these infections. Now, for some reasons, when adequate doses of these drugs are not taken, especially to completion, like I said to you, many times the treatment could last for as much as 2 weeks because of the level for where they are. The urinary tract infection is one of the lowest parts of the body, all right? So you have to do that long. If you don't do that, you begin to grow resistant strains of these microbes, and then you have to do it again and again. But the next time you're coming back to hit it, you don't get the same response like you got the first time. So it's important that whenever you're going to get treated, you treat for a very long time, and as much as 2 weeks, sometimes injections first, and then you complete the dosage with a couple of tablets that are sensitive to the organism. Whenever there is recurrence of urinary tract infection, it's important that you pay attention to hygiene. Check hygiene levels very importantly, and that simply means that you may want to discard all underwears and replace them. Have proper baths. Just pay more attention. Number one, you never treat urinary tract infections without trying to treat your partner. It's important that you check out your partner, especially when it is one partner. Okay, if there's multiple partners, you just have to do something about that. All right. Okay, but then you want to also pay attention to your partner. The second and the third important thing is to check your fluid balance and all the other exogenous things you take. Now, when you're treating with the drugs, I recommend that you do injections first and then you do orals. Many times orals don't get as deep and as far as what the injections will do. So even when you see sensitivity for certain drugs, you want to try the injections first. For me, I practice for 5 days minimum. And then subsequently, the books sometimes say up to 7 days. All right. And you do, subsequently you do the injections. When you do that, you get a better result because of the penetrating capacity of injections compared to tablets.
Hello and welcome. On today's episode of One on One, we'll be focusing on writing and migration. Now, writing is a talent for some, and for some it's a skill. Now, there are different categories of people who enjoy writing on different levels, and writing has become a required skill in the 21st century to succeed, whether you're in business, whether you're in academic, career, or any sphere of life. Now, Uwamma Odefa is a best-selling author of romance novels that spotlight lifestyle and social situations in Nigeria and Africa. She's a media personality as well as a human resource professional with a focus on organizational development and change management. She currently lives in Europe and is a partner migration consultant for Euronationale. Thank you, Wana. Yes, you live in Europe, but you're right here with us in Nigeria and Lagos today. Thank you for
first
joining
of all,
us.
I'd like to say it's really hot and humid right now.
Oh, well, enjoy the heat before you go back into the freezing cold.
Briefly.
So thank you. So now let's talk about writing.
Yes.
Now, how does a budding writer begin to hone his skill? His talent to become a skill. So you have this gift, you know you can write, but how do you hone it to become so effortlessly at
Practice, practice, practice. I think that's just the best you can do. Start. Some people think, I have to wait until I'm perfect or at a certain level to put it out there. But I think just start with whatever you've got, put it out, then the feedback would help you hone those skills. And then also look at your peers. It's not something I do, but I recommend it because I always feel like if I look at what others are writing, then it can influence my tone.
Okay.
Yeah, but for most people, they find that it helps them to focus. If I'm having a specific challenge, maybe describing certain scenarios, then I can research that particular scenario based on how other writers describe it. But other than that, I'll just say practice. There are a lot of platforms for budding writers to put their work out for free. And then people read it and give you feedback, and then based on that, you can, that's actually how I started writing as an author.
Oh, okay.
Writing my novels. I put it out on a free reading app, and it was just something I started out of, not just boredom, but I was in a rough space at the time, and it was an outlet for me. And I put the first few chapters, and I kept getting, so when's the next chapter? So when's the next chapter? And I thought, and by the time I was getting midway through, people were like, look, don't give this thing away for free. It's too good. It's as good as any published work out there, so make money off of it. So I yanked it off from the free app.
Okay, and then?
Finished the book and put it on the major book reading platforms in Nigeria, Africa, and I guess globally, the major ones everyone knows. I don't know if I'm allowed to say their names, but they are out there. And I started making money.
Oh, interesting.
Yep.
Okay, so you've even delved to like two of my questions already.
Right.
I want to ask you, how did you develop your own passion for writing? So tell us, say you're in a difficult space, so what happened?
Well, prior to that, I've always been someone who loved to write,
okay.
Even as a child. Short stories, I was always the best in English, best in literature, prize winner at school. And even in the course of my career, when it comes to writing, even adverts, job descriptions, writing just generally comes easy for me. Business plans, all of that. I mean, it was already a gift that I had. I just had to channel it, I guess, and I get easily not distracted, but my attention span I get bored easily.
Okay.
So I could start the story and, okay, I'm bored with this right now. One of my books really stretched me because it became a living thing. The story just kept writing, like, look, I'm 30 chapters in, I'm done. But for some reason, it just kept going. So the passion has always been there, I guess. I just needed to find the right push to actually create something out of it.
Okay, so let's talk about money, because you said you started making money from it. Like every other business, does writing really pay?
Now, define really pay, because for some greedy person, really pay might be $1 million every month or $3 million every month. So, I mean, it's just one source of income for me. And right now, these days, you've got to have several sources of income. Otherwise, the economy is going to cripple you.
Yeah.
So you've got your day job, you've got your writing, you've got all sorts of platforms. And then because I've got them in several places, and some of those platforms pay you in foreign currency, so that helps a little.
Okay, so I know that you're a HR professional. So how do you find time to balance between doing a regular day job and finding time to write and also to read? Because I hear that for you to be a writer, you must be a reader as well. So how do you find time to balance this?
Okay, let me take the second aspect of being a reader to be a writer. I don't know, I feel like that's a myth.
Oh, really? Okay.
Yeah. Well, I was an avid reader as a much younger person, as a child to early adulthood, but I don't read that much anymore. I mean, beyond business-related books and all, but as for prose, I mean, some of the famous books out there, like, oh, this person writes, you sort of write like this person or this author. Have you read any of her books? Do you know her? Never heard of her, or I've never read her books, you know. So I don't think that to be a good writer, you have to be a good reader. I think you just have to have imagination. And then, of course, work on your craft in terms of skills, actually understanding grammar, tenses, you know, the sentence construction and all of those things. But otherwise, yeah.
Okay.
And then the first part was, how do I find time?
To balance, yes.
I used to have a boss who did several things at the same time. I used to wonder, you know, and I used to pray, God, please just give me energy to be this kind of person. Unfortunately, I think I'm blessed with that kind of energy. I don't get that many hours of sleep, and I'm more functional at night. So I think I just find a way. I don't know. I think that if it interests you, you'll find the time and the energy for it. If it's something you've got a passion for, you do it. Of course, there are times when you feel overwhelmed because you've got lots of work to do, lots of deliverables on one hand, and I've got, like, let's say 3 or 4 caps at the moment. So, but sometimes you might drop the ball on 1 or 2 things, but you have to be adept enough to pick it up.
All right. Okay, well, we have to take a quick break. When we come back, we'll talk more about this. Stay with us. Thank you for staying with us. And on this episode today, we're talking about writing. Wama is telling us of how she draws a balance and how she makes money from it. I wanted to find out about from you. You write romance, and in Nigeria, this romance niche, does it really sell? Is there like a huge following for it in Nigeria?
First of all, I don't just write romance, I write erotica.
Aha!
Yeah. You know, so
don't
look at me different.
No, it's fine. I'm just saying for the Nigerian market, how has that helped in the, you know?
When I first put my very first book, Stormy Passion, on one of the, I think it's probably Africa's biggest reading platform, and before I put it there, when I started writing this book, and a few of my friends read it, there's a group I belong to. Some of them are quite righteous, you know, and they're like, oh, no, this book won't sell in Nigeria. You know, Nigerians are religious. You know, Nigerians are XYZ. And I said, well, I've written it. There's not much I can do. Let's see the reaction. So I put it on this platform, and in 2 weeks, I became their highest bestseller.
Oh, wow.
So I beat out the business books. I beat out famous authors whose books they had on their platform. So I was telling the owner of the app that, look, I was getting these feedbacks. You know how we are. We are religious in the outside. You know, so people read them. And then I did an anthology with about 20 other African romance writers, and they gave the same feedback. One of them is an LGBTQ writer, and her books are doing very well. So yeah, there's a huge market. It might be a closet market, but there is a market.
Interesting. So why don't you give like an advice, or what would you say to someone who is writing? And you know how with everything we always have this imposter syndrome, of how you feel this is not good enough, this is not good enough, you're training to the brain. How does that person move on from there? What will you say to the person?
I think maybe say to yourself, okay, yes, I'm an imposter, so what? Just put it out there anyway. And understand that everybody has these feelings. I was having this very conversation with a friend of mine who's the MD of a major oil company in Africa. They're like the biggest, you know, oil provider in Africa. He was just made MD last year, and he tells me when he's sitting with, you know, these oil billionaires, and they're having it, he keeps pinching me like, should I be here? So if someone like him is having that. And I told him this is called imposter syndrome. Oh, that he's never even heard of it. I said, that's what it's called. So just tell yourself, remind yourself that you've come this far. You've already gotten in the room, then you deserve to be in the room. So if you've written a book and one person has told you it's fantastic, then it's fantastic. You're fantastic. Just have that at the back of your mind. Of course, that imposter syndrome will always whisper to you. Have a support system too, that helps.
Okay.
I mean, I know some of these women who are my friends who are religious, but they say, look, Wama, I won't read your book, but I know you are gifted. I've seen other writing you've done, so just run with it. So find yourself a support system.
Okay, fantastic. So now let's talk about the other side of you, because you're a woman with many moving parts. HR professional. Let's talk about migration, because I feel like it's migration season in Nigeria. You meet someone now, they're relocating. It's not Canada, it's somewhere in Europe. They're moving to the UK. Everybody just going out of the country. But also on the flip side, what I also worry about is that there are many people that are two things. So maybe this is a two-pronged question. There's some people. As funny as easy as it is now, some people are still going illegally, because last year, for example, I interviewed some people who were, I would say scammed, but they were trafficked. They were told that they were going to migrate them to, I think, somewhere in Europe, and then they found themselves going through Kano, and from like that, they ended up in Libya, had to stay in Libya for like 2 years. Yes, like that, and, you know, working, both male and female, you know. So, what do people need to know? So it's exciting, you want to live in another country, but what do you need to know, and what skills are you required to have?
Okay, first of all, migration season in Nigeria didn't just start. It's been here for at least a decade. It's just that it seems that with each passing year, it becomes more frenetic.
True.
You know, everyone's like, okay, it's now. And then your circle begins to be impacted by the season. So it feels like everybody you know is talking about it. So it has been around for a while. And I think that people get into trouble because they don't realize that there are so many choices out there. Most people are focused on Canada, the US, the UK. That's about it. But there's a whole world out there that you can, you know, migrate to and make a difference in. And these countries, small but countries with strong economies, are looking for what we call international talent. We don't like to call them migrants or immigrants. International talent. They are looking for these people. So all you need to do is redirect your focus. And then again, you need to vet who, I mean, anybody can tell you they're, but they've got to show you proof that they've either moved other people there or they themselves have moved there. And then also, I think a lot of people think that once you're maybe at a certain life stage or you're at a certain level, it's harder for you, so you have to do it through underhanded means. I know a lot of us Nigerians, we like the
back door.
Yes, because we feel, okay, we're already disqualified, so let's just find a back door. There's no disqualification. It doesn't matter your age, your status in life, whether you went to school or not, or how long ago you left school. There are countries, especially in Europe, which is my area of focus, that there are ways to get in legally. And in literally months, you would have a temporary residence permit.
Oh,
literally months. And the only reason why some of these countries is taking months now is because of COVID. So there's skeletal services, most people are working from home. So for the few people who are working in the offices, they are few and can impact output. But otherwise, can be done legit.
Yeah, really. Okay, let's talk, I'll take another question before we go on a break. Let's talk about moving, you know, abroad, moving away from your home country, settling like in so many ways, your work ethics, adjusted into the lifestyle there. What was it like for you moving out of Nigeria and living in Europe?
Well, because I'm pretty well traveled, not so hard, because I tend to make several trips in a year and usually to Europe. So it wasn't so hard. But when it comes to actually living there, working there with other people, it's different. And I would like to say that if there's one thing you would say about Nigerians living abroad is that they are hard workers, hard and smart workers. So a lot of these companies, they are super impressed by how hard we work, you know, that it just blows their mind because they pamper people abroad. Here, everything is by fire, by force, you know. So now we go there with that attitude, like, okay, I know what I went through to get here, you know, so I have to do the work, earn my stay, you know. And I think we're just natural things that most people I don't know how to put it, but we tend to give it all. We pour ourselves into it. Everything is, we have to get it done. So there, it's more chill and laid back, and then you come. Yes, it might actually make people resent you a bit, because even in some of my colleagues look at me like, So I get that air of overachiever. Yes, but hey, my journey is different from yours.
Okay, we'll take another quick break, and after this break, Wama will still be here with me. Thank you for staying with us. I am speaking with Wama, and we are talking about different things. We've talked about writing earlier on. Now we're talking about migration. We're just talking about, you know, different things. So Wama, let's talk about. So it's fantastic that you talked about Nigerians and their work ethics and how they work smartly. But let's also, is there a flip side to this? Is there also Nigerians who don't realize that, look, this is not home anymore. I can't behave anyhow or do anyhow?
Yes, that's on the other side as well, because I mean, there's good and bad, you know. So while I've also encountered the Nigerians who would work hard, put in their best, there are also, a lot of the times, yes, you're working hard, you're working smart, there's also integrity questions. So you find people looking for shortcuts, you find people also looking for ways to, they're not focused on the work because they're thinking, okay, is this the best place for me, or can I still go to Canada? You know, so they're distracted, and then they're just people who just feel like, look, just understand that, you know, anyhow we go rough am. You know, I hear that, you don't know how common that phrase is. Anyhow, we go run am, and I always give, run what? You know, you can't bring that same attitude that you think you were leaving behind with others, and then bring it here, and it won't affect you. I know someone who lost his job, and this is a great job that people, you know, try to get. He got it in a short space of time. It's a major financial company, you know, global financial company. Got a great job, paying well, and then through really silly ethics decision, him and his friend decided to dub one thing or the other, and HR found out. While one of them, and they were both Nigerians, while one of them was feeling a tad, you know, bad about it, the other was like, anyhow, no mind them, we go talk to them, go. That's not the case here. They will bring out policies and procedures for you. And I said to my friend who was telling me about it, if I was HR, we wouldn't even have a meeting about it. I will type your letter and you are out.
Wow. Let's talk about racism, because I think one of the worries for many people, in fact, this morning I saw a video, how does one deal with racism when, you know, they move out of the country?
Now, that's a tricky question, because you will find racism. I'm glad to say it's not something I've experienced, or maybe I've experienced it and I didn't know what it was. Because I think we've been so saturated with that word racism that we see it everywhere. So someone says to me, my colleague gave me an African mask for Secret Santa. She's an African American, and she's like, oh, you know, these racist people. And I'm thinking, wow, African mask, that's nice. And she's, you know, attacking me for being naive or being stupid or being pretentious. For me, I didn't see it as racism. So I think people, it's a function of perception. And again, just try not to see racism everywhere. Because I don't think it's as common as, you know, they make us think it is. And then when you do encounter it, I think the best way to handle it is deal with it on an as-is basis. So it's this one you're dealing with. Stop trying to deal with global racial issues. Just deal with that one in front of you in its situation and in its presence, and move on. You know.
Let's go back to writing. Now, you talked about the fact that you wrote a collection with some other writers. How did you break into the international market?
The beauty of it is that there is an international market for Black authors, especially Black female authors, and there are a lot of, you know, Africans in diaspora and Blacks in other nationalities who are always looking for stories that represent them. So we grew up reading Mills and Bones. It's always white people in there. You know, when we even see someone mixed with something else, it's exciting. But now you can find lots of stories about people who sound and talk like you and who come from your background. So there's a ready and waiting market. And to break into the international markets, it's easier if you use those international platforms.
Okay.
So go where they are.
All right, so let's talk about the Nigerian market, because oftentimes some writers have complained and said that they sell more on international platforms than in the local market. Have you found this to be true for you?
Yes and no. Yes, because Nigerians like imported stuff, or they like Nigerians who have made it abroad. Now they now want to sort of farms, as we say. So then that it becomes, this Nigerian who's doing well internationally, then they want to, you know, okay, there was one news anchor, news platform on Instagram, news page, you know, they write about successful Nigerians. So I wrote a DM to them, that I'm doing this and it's not common you find Nigerian erotic writers, you know, would you like to, let's talk about that. Said, no, we don't know you. That's actually their words. We don't know you. We know, and then they started listing Nigerian international authors who had made it big. I said, okay, don't worry, you'll come to me. Time will come, you'll come to me.
So it's a thing of, okay, well, like you said, we don't appreciate our own. We don't, you know, find it very, you know, we don't appreciate it, bottom line. Well, how do you think there's like a glass ceiling for female writers in Nigeria?
I don't believe there is. And maybe that would get a different response from someone else. But I've always been one who does not believe in ceilings. If it's there, we'll break it. You know, so I don't believe there's one. I just believe that if you put in the work, position yourself in the right situation, surround yourself with the right people, that really you would go beyond your imagination.
Okay, my last question to you, Wama, is how are you able to do it? You're an HR professional, you're a media personality, you're also a writer. How did you find time and say that, okay, I want to be an HR professional, and then I move into media, and then I started writing?
I can be quite organized. As a matter of fact, when I was coming in and the lady at the airport here who was going through my bag said, wow, this is really organized, everything in its place. I said, yes, so that when I dip my hand with my eyes shut, I know where I'm going and what I'm reaching for. So it's essentially the same. I'm big on to-do lists. I call them my hot lists, you know. So everything has to be done at a certain time. Of course, not all the time that it happens. And then a lot of times my weekends are also, you know, for things that interest me. So I'm not really out partying. I've never been much of a party person. Once in a while I hang out with friends, that's it. I think my only other vice is movies.
I love watching movies too. Yep. All right, Mama, we have to have you here again. I hope you'll find time, even if it's via Zoom, because I know you're just in town for a short period. Yes. All right, that's our episode on One today. I hope you've learned so many things, because Wana is a woman of many moving parts. So see you again sometime soon. My name is Femino Ajefi. Thank you for joining us.
It is engagement we need to have.
Those who suffer miscarriages are never taken into account.
Members of the National Assembly are also influence peddlers.
You are sitting on Nigerians' money.
From the barbing, I pay my rent. On the barbing, I send my children to school.
A consultative engagement.
No any tangible notification before they ban us.
It's one thing for people to be at your back and the heat of the moment, and another thing for them to still be with you when push comes to shove.
I will do everything to take Lagos out of the national grid.
Nigeria's Niger Delta region, from where the black gold fuels Africa's largest economy, where the lines between wealth and poverty has never been thinner. Conflicts, poverty, insecurity, and environmental challenges daily confront the region. How can the Niger Delta story be changed for the better?
Join Mamude Akuga at 9 p.m. every Friday evening on Plus TV Africa as he probes deep in search of solutions.
Inside the Niger Delta with Mamude Akuga, the authentic voice of Nigeria's oil-rich region.
Good afternoon. I am Adedolapo Ajayi. This is the news update. Unprecedented numbers of enthusiastic voters have thronged various polling units in different towns, villages, and hamlets in Ekiti State to perform their civic rights in the ongoing governorship election. There was combined security personnel on the ground to protect the lives and property in different parts of the state, as well as at the polling centers. And there was also a heavy presence of security agents to forestall any eventuality at the Ekiti office of the Independent National Electoral Commission, INEC. The candidate of the People's Democratic Party in the Ekiti State governorship election, Bisi Kolawole, has cast his vote at Unit 001, Ward 8 in F1 Ekiti, F1 local government area of the state. This is as the governorship election mood builds up in Ekiti as the electorate trooped out to elect the candidate of their choice. As early as 6 a.m., residents of Ado Ekiti trooped out in their numbers to participate in today's governorship election, holding across the 16 local government areas of the state. Asiwaju Bola Tinubu has submitted the name of his running mate to INEC. He is Kabir Ibrahim Masari. INEC had fixed Friday, June 16 as the deadline for parties to send in the names of their vice presidential candidates. And also, the Labour Party has submitted the name of Doyin Okupe as Peter Obi's running mate. Okupe's name was submitted as part of the plan to be the Friday, June 17 deadline given by INEC to political parties. Okupe, who is the Director General of Peter Obi campaign, will be the placeholder and would later be changed if the party stakeholders must have agreed on the suitable vice presidential candidate for the 2023 elections. Recall that the party has said its vice president will come from the north. Bashir Machina has vowed to seek legal redress after his name was substituted with that of Senate President Ahmed Lawan as the All Progressives Congress senatorial candidate for Yobe North. According to a signed list of candidates, the Senate president's name was listed as the APC flag bearer for the seat. The recent move comes after Machina, who clinched the APC ticket for the district, vowed not to step down for Lawan. The Enugu Catholic Diocese has banned all priests and Catholic faithfuls from attending the adoration ministry in the state, led by a controversial priest, Reverend Father Ejike Mbaka. The church said the ban will remain in force until the due canonical process initiated by the diocese is concluded. The ban followed the recent devastating remarks by the cleric, who described Labour Party's presidential candidate Peter Obi as a stingy man. Tears flowed freely at the funeral mass for the victims of the June 5 terror attack at St. Francis Catholic Church in Owo. Ondo State Governor Rotimi Akeredolu and his wife, Chief Betty Anyanwu Akeredolu, attended the funeral mass held at the Midas Resort and Hotel in Owo. Governor Akeredolu wept during his speech, said the government failed to protect the victims of the terror attack. But in a swift response, the Bishop of Ondo Catholic Diocese, Dr. Jude Arogundade, declared that Governor Akeredolu has not failed in protecting his people.
violated and abused. So I ask, for how much longer shall this continue? From our President, President Muhammadu Buhari, from the federal government, from our lawmakers, from our security agencies and all our leaders who have responsibility for the state at all levels, we ask today, how many more must die? So my dear brothers and sisters, did you fail? Your country failed you, of course. And we know the leaders that failed us. And we continue to hold them accountable. This will not go away. What is your government citizen in defense? Nothing. I am here before you to accept a failure on security. We are failed. We are failed.
Meanwhile, some family members took their relatives' bodies to their homes for burial, while others transported theirs to their ancestral homes in other regions of the country.
My God! It's a terrible loss that somebody went to church and did not come back again. Who will I take my people? Yeah. It's the only brother that I still have in this world. It's the only brother I don't have any other person.
Ní St. Francis ìlú Ọ̀wọ̀, àwọn tó wá ṣiṣẹ́ yìí kọ́ ló ń jà fún wa, tó sọ àwọn ọmọ aláìní bàbá, tó sọ àwọn ọmọ aláìní bàbá, tó sọ àwọn ọmọ aláìní ìyá, tó sọ ọkọ̀ wọn di okó ọ̀sán gógó, kọ́ ló ń jà fún wa.
In other parts of Africa, in Senegal, roads leading to the house of prominent opposition leader Ousmane Sonko were closed off by barricades and police in anti-riot gear. Sonko was barred from attending Friday prayers at the mosque after he called for a protest despite the authorities' ban on public other on grounds. Supporters who tried to get near the building in an upmarket district of Dakar were firmly told to turn back. And outside Africa, there are fears for the safety of dozens of worshippers in the Afghan capital of Kabul after a Sikh temple was hit in an explosion. The blast occurred in the early hours of Saturday morning, and it is unclear if there are casualties. One local official at the scene, Gosman Singh, said there had been up to 30 inside the temple at the time of the blast. Heavy monsoon rain have caused widespread flooding in the northern part of Bangladesh, leaving more than 4 million people stranded. In Chittagong, residents were battling with inundated streets and landslides, which killed at least 4 people early in the morning. Rescuers were seen digging through the mud to locate those who believed to be trapped in the mud, even as the authorities have warned that the situation could worsen. In business news, Lagos State Governor Babajide Sanwo-Olu says the ultimate goal of his administration remains that Lagos State become one of the top places in Africa, in the African continent, to live, work, and invest. Sanwo-Olu stated this at the official commissioning and handing over of the reconstructed State Security Service building in Alimosho local government. He was represented by the Chief of Staff, Tayo Ainde. He stressed that the huge investment in the security hardware was yielding the desired dividend through the number of businesses springing up from local and foreign entities. The governor also noted that to further raise the bar of security and safety, he approved the reconstruction of the existing office block of the DSS in Alimosho local government, adding that the edifice would be replicated across the state.
The impact that it's going to have in this area is to give more security to the people of Alimosho local government. And because Alimosho local government is the largest local government in the federation, they have more population than any local government in the federation. And we secure the approval of the governor for the construction of this so that they can provide more security, network, architecture in this local government. And I want to advise the youth to be calm, to not do anything that warrant the security agents to go after them.
Similarly, the lawmaker representing Alimosho in Lagos State House of Assembly, Bisi Yusuf, and Lagos State APC Chairman Cornelius Ojelabi charged youths to report all security matters to the DSS for prompt action, take full charge of the DSS edifice, and be law-abiding.
The sort of passion the governor of Lagos State attached to security prompted the award of this particular project, knowing fully well that without security we will not be anywhere. It is when there is security you have peace of mind. It is when there is peace of mind you think about what do I do for the benefit. I want to appreciate our governor for doing that.
The parliament-appointed Prime Minister in Libya, Fathi Bashagha, has said that the oil blockade would likely end if the central bank supplies the funds for the budget that Parliament approved this week. Bashagha was sworn in by the Eastern-based parliament in March, but Abdul Hamid Al-Deiba, who was installed as Prime Minister last year through a UN-backed process, has rejected its move, leading to a standoff. Since April, groups in the East have forcibly closed many Libyan oil facilities to demand that Bashagha take power in the capital, blockading much of Libya's oil output and putting new pressure on world energy prices. And in entertainment news, singer Simi has said that her husband and fellow singer Adekunle Gold did not decide which songs went into her last album titled To Be Honest. During a question and answer session at the listening session for the album, a fan sought to know if her husband had a say in the selection of songs on the album, and she said he did not. The Naked Wire singer also maintained that she does not take for granted the position she is in and appreciated her supporters for their efforts at seeing her succeed in her career. Cup holders in sports story, cup holders in Nigeria have commenced the training camp at the country's Federal Capital Territory, Abuja, ahead of next month's 12th Women African Cup of Nations holding in Morocco. July's Colorful House Party in the North African Kingdom is expected to generate greater media and global public interest than ever, with the exponential rise in the stature of women's football held by the tremendous gains of the last Women's World Cup in France, robust deliberations on pay parity, and FIFA's decision to hike number of participating teams at next year's Women's World Cup finals to 32, which is the same as for the Men's World Club. And that's the news update. For more stories, please follow us on our Facebook, Twitter, and Instagram, and do subscribe rather to our YouTube channel at Plus TV Africa and Plus TV Africa Lifestyle. I am Adedolapo Ajayi. Many thanks for watching.
There is no voting on social media. To vote, you would require permanent voter's card. To get your PVC, visit cvr.inecnigeria.org. Create your account with a valid email address and start the registration process. An activation link will be sent to you. Click on the link and activate your account. Fill out the form Pick and submit a convenient date and time for your biometrics. Print the application slip, which should have your QR code. On the appointed date, go to the nearest INEC office for your biometric capturing. Thereafter, you will get a registration slip to pick your permanent voter's card when ready. Get your PVC today. This message is from Plus TV Africa.
Life can be fun and rewarding, but it also comes with some risk. As in business, you win some, you lose some. And that's why you need to be wise in the choices you make. It's like placing a bet. Again, you need to be wise. Wise in choosing an innovative platform with the highest market options and highest odds ever. That's why Winners Golden Bet, the leader in online, in-shop, virtual, and live sports betting, gives you enhanced platforms that offer you the best chances of winning. For betting on live soccer matches, live dog races, and virtual games. Winners Golden Bet is your best bet. Instant payment of winnings guaranteed. Play online or in any of our numerous shops nearest to you.
Hey guys, be wise. Play on Winners Golden Bet.
Winners Golden Bet, the wise choice.
According to Minister of State for Health, Dr. Olorunimbe Mamora, about 18 states in the Federation are still endemic, with more than 1,000 new leprosy cases yearly. He explained that the number of new leprosy cases detected yearly has significantly dropped from over 7,827 in 1994 to less than 2,000 in 2020. The Voice of Humanitarian AIDS Foundation took to the streets to march against the ostracization of people affected by leprosy and loud about changing the narrative. At her office, the National Coordinator of Voice of Humanitarian AIDS, Franca Emekobum, shared the group's experiences on the field with people affected by leprosy.
Even we that are even speaking up for them, sometimes, it wasn't easy for our families and our friends to even accept, that what we are doing is not risky. They are even afraid to come close to me. They're scared. They say, oh, no. We don't want you and this your leprosy people, please.
Franca maintained that discriminating against the people with leprosy in itself is a deadly disease.
Already they are in pain. Already they are in sorrow. We should not add to that sorrow by discriminating against them. Rather, we should, come together as, people of God, one nation, one love, one family.
Dr. Iyohen Akase is the head of infectious diseases at the Lagos University Teaching Hospital, Luth. He confirmed that leprosy is not contagious.
With leprosy, the truth of the matter is that over 90% of people, in fact, that's a conservative estimate to be honest, but over 90% of people who get exposed to leprosy are not going to have leprosy. Okay? So yes, it's not such a contagious infectious disease in the context of how we look at contagion, that if somebody has leprosy, touches you, you're going to get leprosy. In fact, it's well known that there are a certain, for lack of a better word, genetic predispositions to getting, not everybody is going to get leprosy, even if they get exposed to that. Picking somebody who has already had a deformity at that time to keep him isolated, apart from the fact that it's not interrupting the chain of transmission, it has, like you said, it entrenches the concept of stigma, denies them of being productive, being rehabilitated and getting on with their lives, living a normal life as possible. And also, generally, doesn't achieve much, to be honest.
Jim Mohammed is a survivor of leprosy. He was affected at the age of 19 when he gained admission into Ahmadu Bello University, but could not continue his studies.
That was 1999, the first time I just detected that I got a leprosy, because I don't even know that it's a leprosy before. I was just told that I have some patches in my body, which I was just thinking that it's just be a ringworm. They are calling it a las egedomi. And I went to some people that are selling the herbs, that okay, I need the herbs for this thing, and they give it to me, and I'm using it. After using it, I don't even see any changes. That is why my mom just took me to one herbalist, which we are calling Babalawo, and the man just said that this one is leprosy.
The father of 3 recalled how he battled with discrimination.
During that time, I have some challenges with some maybe neighbors, even in where I'm living with my mom. One of the person that, the owner of the house, because we rented that house by then, we just said that, this one, we have to take it outside, because his father has house. Definitely you should go to his father's house. Don't let me lie to you. My faith is not solid by then. Because I was just thinking, asking God, why me?
The survivor is the chairman of the Association of People Affected with Leprosy and the PRO of the national body. He is particular about ensuring that nobody with leprosy ends up as a beggar on the streets.
Lagos, the commercial capital of Nigeria with 351,861 hectares of land, is the authentic home of every tribe and tongue in Nigeria. The state, though small in landmass, is controversially the most populous state in the country. One of the neighborhoods in the state is Obalende, located in Etiosa local government area. The area is strategically a historic site because before the relocation of administrative capital from Lagos to Abuja, it was the seat of power of the military head of state, the Dodon Barrack. Historically, a Royal West African Frontier Force, predominantly Hausa men, were initially camped on the land where the famous King's College is situated. Then there was a need for the use of the land, and the Oba of Lagos was said to have pressured the governor of Lagos to resettle the Hausa men and sold the land in what is now Obalende to the British colonial masters. After resettlement in the purchased land, the Royal West Africa Frontier Force men named the place Ibiti Obalewade, which translates to the place where the king drove us to. Obalende, though crowded, is famous for its nightlife and for its suya sport, with a junction popularly called Suya Junction. For ease of administration, former governor of Lagos State, Asiwaju Bola Tinubu, created additional 37 local council development areas from the existing 20 local council areas. So the current Obalende is carved out under Ikoyi Obalende Local Council Development Area. Ikorodu town is another historic location in Lagos, located in the northeast area of the state along the Lagos Lagoon and shares a boundary with Ogun State. Currently, the town houses Ikorodu local government area and 5 local council development areas. Kabiru Shotobi is the king of Ikorodu, traditionally known as Ayogbunre of Ikorodu, who ascended the throne from October 24, 2015. The name Ikorodu came about from people whose ancestors descended from the Remo stock of Yoruba tribe who came to settle on a plateau and named it Ikorodu, a shortened word from Oko Odu, which literally means Odu, farm. The current metro area population of Ikorodu in 2021 is 989,000, a 5.44% increase from 2020. Trading, farming, and manufacturing are some of the things Ikorodu is known for. Ikeja is the capital of Lagos State, formerly called Akeja. It was named after a deity of the Awori people of Ota, who originally settled there. The area was invaded for slaves until the mid-19th century. Ikeja, an abbreviation meaning of Ikorodu and Ekpe joint administration, was coined by colonial administrators for ease of administration. It is the official seat of the governor of the state, where the state secretariat is also located. It is also where the domestic and international airports are located. Its population as of 2006 census is 330,196. Ikeja is home to one of West Africa's largest gadget markets, popularly known as Computer Village, and home to a shopping mall known as Ikeja City Mall, which is the biggest mall in Lagos mainland and also has a cinema. These are some interesting places that make Lagos a world-class destination.
Hello and welcome to Tea Time Roundup on Plus TV Africa, where the biggest stories live. I'm here to inform, educate, and entertain you with updates from the past week of fun-packed entertainment discussions from your favorite celebrities. Please do stay tuned. You absolutely do not want to miss this. It's your favorite girl, Belema. Let go. First up, Black Bones has insisted he dropped the best album in 2021. Do you think so, though? Actress Mercy Aigbe has given reasons why she fought businesswomen in public. That was some gbas. Wandeko and his crew have been called out for alleged assaults. Ouch. Enjoy. We'll be right back.
Black Bones. Okay, Black Bones is trending right now. Black Bones took to his Twitter account to restate that he dropped the best album of 2021. The rapper admitted that his hit song played a big part in the commercial success and acclaim of any album, but that doesn't take away from the fact that his 2021 album, Sex Over Love, was the best album of 2021. The Blinks crooner further said that nobody changed the direction of music as he did, thereby claiming he charted a new course for Afrobeat's soundscape. Black Bones then conceded that since his hit songs are the primary metric for measuring success, he is ready to play. Okay, Black Bones is just a big character and he's such a very, very jovial person. But with his claims now that his album, Sex Over Love, was the best in 2020, 2021 had some good albums. Yep. And with him saying this now, do you think he's just trying to stir up some
conversations, yeah?
Yeah,
about controversies.
Controversies.
See, whoever takes Black Bones serious when it comes to his statements on social media, you need to check yourself, because here is him. Black Bones is more of the cruise guy. He's more of the cruise and the vibes. He's more like, hey, look, I remember there was this one interview I had with Black Bones, and he told me like, yo, he's trying to bring up people like Wizkid and Davido. He's trying to bring them to the limelight. And for like a second, I'm like, wait, take that again. And he was serious. I was like, yes. I made people like Wizkid, even Tiwa is like I'm teaching her a song. I'm like,
that guy is just a cruise.
So he's just a cruise master. And but we can't take it away from him though. He's super talented. He's been able to cross through at least 3 genres now I've been watching. I knew him as a rapper. From a rapper, he started singing. From singing, and now he's got this mad Afro trap. Go Home. Have you listened to it?
No.
It's crazy, and I'm like, yo, it's more like a follow-up, a sequel to the Commander track.
I love Commander.
You know the Commander track, he was saying stuff like, you know, when I take it to my room, it go boom, boom, boom. Then the next track was Go Home, Go Home, Go Home. So in my head, I'm like, okay, so after, so you thought I had to go home, right?
After the Commander has done his
you understand, like, okay, it's time to go home. Salutes.
Yeah, okay.
But he's a great artist, though. Yeah.
Yeah, I agree with that. I feel like Nigeria in Africa, like Nigeria is one of the countries in Africa that has produced one of the greatest and biggest stars internationally. Because if you look at the music industry now globally, there's so much buzz around Nigeria, Afrobeats, the artists, and we're getting recognized, getting nominated for several awards. And when you look at Black Bones now, he's going to be a very, very big name by the time he gets to the peak of his career. Because looking at Burna Boy, for example, or Wizkid, when you look at them in the years when they were still, trying to make a name for themselves in the music industry, there wasn't so much buzz around Africa then, or Nigeria particularly. So Black Bones now, he's actually a very, very talented artist, like you said, and I feel like we're going to really hear a lot from him, because with the way he says things and does things, he's just a cruise guy. And anybody that, like you said, takes him seriously is just going to be.
And I think he's at his peak of his career right now. And I'm not sure if he can actually grow bigger than this, because he said something. He said most people, characterize success in music as when you drop a hit, when you have a trending song. But we forget that there are people who don't even have trending songs, but they are making money still. and that Blackburn has been in his own space. He's got a whole a huge following. He's got mad fans, you know, who are like, so no matter what. But these days, the way the music scene is, I'm not sure Black Bones can grow bigger than this. He's doing everything good right now, but he's at that space where he's like, let me just make the money, so you should leave the blowing for the people like Whiskey, Davido, and the rest.
Nollywood actress Mercy Aigbe has revealed the reason behind her public altercation with Omolara Olukotun, a Lagos businesswoman popularly known as Larrit. Aigbe took to her Instagram stories where she narrated what transpired at the event. According to the actress, Lara was an acquaintance who suddenly became an enemy. Aigbe claimed that the businesswoman had severally insulted her on social media, despite the fact that in the past, she had patronized Larrit's business and vice versa. The actress also claimed that Larrit also continued the beef at the event, despite several requests from other attendees to stop. The said squabble happened at a star-studded event on Sunday, in which Nollywood actresses such as Iyabo Ojo, Eniola Ajao, and Bimbo Thomas were in attendance. Now, did you see the video of this squabble, the fight between Mr. Aigbe and Larrit?
Yeah.
There was a bit of tension between these ladies before the whole fight started. I don't know. Do you have an idea what must have?
See, every time I see two ladies fighting, just two things just comes to mind, and most importantly, man. Yes.
Okay, that's true.
If you deeper, you know that somebody is actually snatched somebody's husband or somebody's wife, and Mercy Aigbe has been on this, has a perceived track record of, oh, she see that was somebody's man or somebody's, you know,
shots fired,
you know, that kind of thing. So there's a possibility that maybe at some point I introduce you to one person and you snatch the person away from me, knowing our relationship. So that could have probably been but they fight so dirty in public that, you know, every time I see a woman throw a bottle, I'm like, oh, wow, some trenches type of vibe. Yeah.
Do you think this kind of thing can happen in a non-trenchy place?
Have you seen those you know, these days, even in Lekki, we have trenches.
Exactly.
We have trenches people in Lekki, so you can see those girls break bottles. But if you meet real posh ladies, the way they fight, it's
a real posh. Do you know people that live in the trenches and they relocate to nicer places? You can't really take out the trenches. When you look for their water.
See, if you're a trenches person, you're a trenches person. I said something a couple of days back. I tweeted, I said, if you can, as a lady, if you can do leg work, right? And you can sing Palazzo from A to Z. Forget it. If you like, stay in Miami. You're a trenches babe.
What? Trenches babe. So that you.
Yeah. So if forget who's when you like you singing Palazzo, forget you. A trenches babe. You can break bottles on your head and
posh chicks that can do leg work, and that does not make them trench babe.
Really? Can you do leg work?
I can. That does not. Okay.
Never look at you again.
Well, let's not go too far on that.
Yeah.
But I think they should just, you know, apologize to each other and just settle whatever it is, because it's really not good for their reputation.
For reputation,
Yeah, for people to be seeing them as that kind of rough and fighty. Like, it doesn't make sense, because if they have a very, very huge fan base, especially, and this is something that she should not let her fans and followers to like see her involved in it somehow. I
think they enjoy the clouds that comes along after this fight, because immediately Mercy Aigbe took to her Instagram and she started, you know, vibing. I think they enjoy all of that. They're like, oh, wow, I'm still in the picture. So sometimes when these things happen, they're like, okay, this has happened. They go on for days. This thing's gonna drag for days. It's gonna drag,
But do you think this kind of fight is something that people could intentionally do, just to, you know, in quote, to get clout?
Of course, I've seen people who staged, you know, verbal abuse in a wedding, just so they could trend. And it was later the cameraman was telling me that, hey, look, man, do you know that at that point where I was actually paid to make sure they cut the heat? I'm like, wow. Are you serious? And they're actually friends. So people do it a trend most of the time to just keep themselves, you know, in the picture.
But what's the point of clout if it's negative? I don't know why celebrities don't even consider what exactly?
You know who I blame? I blame the multinationals, the people who endorses these people.
Yeah.
Because most people these days, they just go look, oh, that person is trending. Oh, she's always trending. Let's use her for this. If we start putting morals to it and say, oh, look, you've got a great track record, right? You've not had any scandals for days or for weeks. Let's use this person. But these days, somebody will even go and shoot porn video, and the next day they're giving her or he endorsement. So that's why you see they're like, let's do the trend. There are people who trend, for controversies. They make money via controversies.
Wanda Cole has been accused. Okay, sorry, but this particular story is just somehow to me. But let's go. Wanda Cole has been accused of beating up a young man. Twitter user Folari_Hey accused the singer of beating up his older brother. According to him, his elder brother was beaten up by the singer's crew because his vehicle was in their way. He noted that his brother had obliged to their request but was beaten up before he could do anything. Dada Oleja.
Okay, you still screams clout. But we need to hear from Wanda Cole.
I want to say something. Dada Oleja. Ṣùgbọ́n lábúrò tó gbójúlé.
Translate.
Oh, you know Yoruba, right? I thought I was the only one lost.
Okay, it means you as a younger person, you can fight for your elder brother. Your elder brother cannot fight. But it's screaming
Wait. You as a younger person can fight for your elder brother.
Yes,
but your elder brother cannot fight for you.
No, it's not like that. Like it's just like saying siblings.
Okay.
But then your younger brother is the one defending you.
Okay.
Dada Oleja, ṣùgbọ́n leg to gbójúlé, Abiola bro to gbójúlé. Do you understand? You cannot fight, but then your brother is coming as forefront.
Okay.
Like somebody, if you get what
I get now. Yeah.
We need to hear from Wanda Cole to clarify things because
Wanda Cole doesn't even. Don't worry. No, he was about to open the door, and they beat him up for wanting to do what they asked him to do.
Doesn't.
No, I think.
How does that add up?
The thing is, I think nobody, right, will just come out of his car and start beating the next person, except again for mental issues. In Lagos, we have. There should have been probably a talk back like, hey, look, what's wrong with you? What's wrong with you? What's wrong with you?
I'm sure you would have apologized and then tweet like this and just disturb people's head. It's not possible. Nobody's dumb on social media. It's not adding up. No, there might have been one or two that led to another. But the thing is, you need to be accountable. You need to give us the right description of what happened. Fine, your brother might have had one or two with them. There might have been a dialogue or something. So that must have led to Basbo's. But you guys
is he saying Wanda Cole himself beat him up?
They always want to drag these people's name into it. You know, me and you had this conversation about Bonner the last time. And we were like, okay, it wasn't Bonner himself. We shot So it was maybe one of his security detail or somebody. But then once they are associated to these people, we feel like they gave them the go-ahead or something. These people can think on their own. And there's this thing about, one thing I've noticed in the industry is that once you know somebody, like maybe I'm acquainted with Wanda Cole now, I feel like I can brag about it. I feel like I don't arrive. There's this mentality when if you see them in clubs, they're not even the one popping, but then they feel like they're the big ones. And they are just probably back. They probably just know somebody that knows somebody that knows somebody. Do you understand? But then once they feel like they have that link, they feel like they can just scatter everywhere and all, in which is going to affect whoever they came with.
Exactly,
So I feel maybe that was the situation that happened. Wanda Cole that we know doesn't look like a troublemaker.
I don't even think Wanda Cole can fight, can move his body.
Wanda Cole, did you see how he doubled in size over the years? I'm like, Wanda Cole didn't even go through COVID at all. I think he just dropped post-COVID. Like, bro, how did you do it? So whatever must have happened
doesn't seem like the violent type.
Exactly.
So if the guy had apologized and said, I beg you, I know me now, so like he won't tell his guys to beat him up.
I feel it's clout though. I don't even, because the best place to come wasn't even Twitter. I should have just gone to the police station, filed a report or something. That should have just been the next thing. Twitter is not the right place. Nobody's going to fight for you on Twitter. You need to probably stand up for yourself and go to the police station and report what happened to your brother. Drop a picture of your brother that was beaten, swollen, like you claimed. We need to stop chasing cloud with these people's name.
And let's not forget, this artists, they move around with bodyguards.
Yeah.
So you yourself to hold yourself.
Exactly.
When you see them, give them way. Don't go and be like, because there was a time I was driving a couple of guys, then a particular celebrity passed. I didn't even know who was that. I just saw a G-Wagon and the guy was like, chase them. Like, why do I need to chase them?
They will have entourage.
But like, I should chase, just follow them. So I imagine me following them and those bodyguards stopping and like, hey, why are you following us? And I'm like, no, I'm just driving. Then before you know, Baz moves. I'll now tweet, oh, Burna Boy was, nah.
Why are you following
Why you guys say Burna Boy?
I think one crew I never want to encounter is Burna Boy's crew.
Nah.
You see Burna Boy's crew, Davido's crew, who else again? I don't know. Yes, those.
I don't think Whiskey.
No, Whiskey doesn't. Whiskey has chilled guys working with him.
Whiskey is not chilled.
No, I mean,
it's not chilled. It's not chilled. Yes, right. Don't go near. But okay, when I saw Whiskey, I saw Whiskey at a big club in Lagos. As a big Whiskey fan, I was already gone.
Are you still standing? Could you still stand?
I couldn't move. I was literally shaking. Trust me, that's the only person that can actually make me starstruck, and that's Whiskey. Wow. That's the only person. So I saw him.
So if you see Davido, you won't be starstruck.
No.
It is engagement we need to have.
Those who suffer miscarriages are never taken into account.
Members of the National Assembly are also influence peddlers.
You are sitting on Nigerians' money.
From the Babin, I pay my rent. From the Babin, I send my children to school.
A consultative engagement.
No any tangible notification before they ban us.
It's one thing for people to be at your back and the heat of the moment, and another thing for them to still be with you when push comes to shove.
I will do everything to take Lagos out of the national grid.
Okay, welcome back. I'm sure we kept you entertained. Nollywood actress Ada Ame has revealed battle with mental health. Davido, in a recent interview, spoke about his inspiration behind the 250 million donation. Stay tuned.
Nollywood actress Ada Ame has revealed that she is going through some mental issues which are affecting her life. The movie star made this known via her Instagram page. She said, "Everything is going to be fine. I have an issue right now and it is taking my life. I'm not gonna die. We will get over it. We will get over it. I was given a job and I didn't do the job because I had mental issues." Would people understand when you say you have mental issues? They won't. They are slamming me with a bill, suing me. It's okay, but I think this is not okay. Ada Ame is a movie star that has been through a lot in the past few years. I feel it's enough for her to break down. I feel she needs our support, and I feel she needs so much understanding as well. We need to understand these people. These people are going through a lot. As being a star alone comes with a lot of baggage. Not to now talk of having so much family problems. losing a child is not something any mother would actually wish on herself or anybody. And for her to not have taken a particular job because she had mental issues, it might have even been, if she had taken the job, she would have flopped.
True.
Yeah, and that would be like
exactly. So why? Obviously, I feel the best thing for her to have done was not to take the job. So why do you have to sue her?
Now that's the problem, yeah. A whole lot of Nigerians don't take mental health serious. Therapy, we don't even do it. So I expected someone like Adame, I don't know if she did, after the loss of her daughter, she should have probably taken some time out, you know, go for some therapy, understand what she's up to right now, the task ahead of her. You see that whole Jagaban and trying to act like, oh, I'm good, I'm a strong woman.
African woman.
It doesn't really, I do tell people, see, surviving in Lagos alone, you need therapy. You need to, every weekend, you need to talk to someone. Talk to someone.
For real.
You know, it is to spend 8 hours of your life on traffic every day. You need to talk to someone.
I was
like,
going home a few days ago, my head was like squeezing up, like, you know, when they're stitching something. And I'm like, what's going on? What's going on? I spent my whole day on the road. From work, I went straight to the gym. I had to like keep moving and all. And I'm like, why? So surviving in Lagos alone is so people have abused the mental health. I feel that language, everybody just, oh, my mental health is this. It's not like me. Once you're stressed, you have a mental health breakdown. So even when you actually have a mental health breakdown, people think you're just stressed or you're just trying to avoid what is meant to be. But being a Nigerian alone,
it's a whole lot. There was a publication by Wole Soyinka a couple of years back, and he said out of every 10 Nigerians, 9 are not mentally okay. And I kind of agree. If you want to know how stable a typical Nigerian is or a Lagosian, get into one of the Danfos. It's like everybody came out to fight. It's
crazy.
Everybody's crazy, from the conductor to the driver to the last smart to the police.
In that kind of situations, but sometimes you just have to bring it out.
You see,
and then let them know that, bro, I'm stressed. Just the way you're stressed. You were driving. I'm also at the back seat, hitting my head on your bus.
There was an Uber driver I had a conversation with, and so just as we came out of his car, I noticed his countenance just changed, and he was ready to attack. I'm like, guy, calm down. Why are you so? Then he later told me that the reason why he's that is because he knows at the end of every trip there must be a fight, so he's prepared. So every time somebody's about to like reach his final destination, he's always like, oh yeah, let me put on that face. Your trip is over. This is like, I mean, that's
mood swings everywhere.
I tell you, man, it's crazy.
It's not easy. Sometimes some rider will ask you, where are you going? As long as that place is filled up with traffic, they'll tell you no, they're not going. And then on your part, you're like, nah, me offend you. I'm not Lagos government now.
This is crazy.
So for real, a lot of people are going through a lot, and I think we need to understand each other at this point. We need to watch out for each other, family, friends, everybody needs to. They are going through their own too, but then this person, you know that this person actually has gone through so much at the same time. So you need to be there for that person, not suing her up for something.
Davido has opened up on the inspiration behind the donation of $250 million crowdfunding to charity. In an interview with American presenter Trevor Noah on The Daily Show, Davido revealed that he never anticipated crowdfunding to hit such a huge figure. Speaking on the inspiration behind the donation, Davido revealed that his father encouraged him not to keep the money to himself, despite cheers from his fan base. And of course, we can't get enough of the story because that was a very kind gesture. You know, this is one of those stories that every time I want to keep talking about because when you think about the good deed and, you know, the lives that were touched by this gesture by Davido. And, you know, it's not beans. Like, people would have been tempted. I can imagine if somebody should do crowdfunding of 1 million to me now and everybody not telling me I should go and give some boy. You understand? Like, I would think it's just 1 million. But, man, this man gave out 250 million. Do you understand? Like, and that's great. Like, $600,000.
There's so much you could have done with the money. You could have started a foundation, you'd have done a lot of things with the money. But he didn't even keep, let's say, 50, or he didn't keep a particular amount. He gave everything out.
And then I like the fact that he said that he was already thinking about, can I keep this?
Yeah, good. I love that. I love
and then
that.
he said he called his dad, or his dad called him and he was like, David, you know you can't keep this money, right? Like, he said, so we think alike. And he says, so we're talking about upbringing. It says a lot about how you were brought up. So even though he is a billionaire's child, right, you could tell that there is so much. Now, the Adele case, I haven't heard of one bad story about them. I haven't heard that they haven't. The only things you hear about them is that they help people. They donated to this foundation. They started a university. Do you get what I mean? Like, there's no bad vibe. Do you get what I mean? So it says a lot about how you were brought up at the end of the day. Because if you're brought up in a home where giving is key, you would grow up to be a child that gives regardless of what you have. Do you understand? If you grow up in a home where love is what it takes, right? You will grow up loving everybody around you. If you grow up in a home where you rise by lifting others, you will definitely grow up and be a child that will rise by lifting others. And then it's so evident in his life and his career as well, because this man keeps growing regardless of the hate, regardless of the side comments, regardless of the people talking, regardless of how many musicians want to hate on him, regardless of, blog sites and all of that. But you find out that he's still making moves, he's still growing. Everyone wants to equate his success to having a Grammy or having... No, this guy is an epitome of success to me, if you ask me.
Personally, I'm not a Davido fan. I love his music. I vibe with his music. I'm not personally Davido, but I respect him. Yeah, I'm Team Burna Boy. I'm Udogres, but stop it. Is our title. We have group chats. Yes, Udogres.
Are you the admin?
No, but I'm a faithful member.
Udogres.
Udogres is.
No even enter.
It's sweet.
Udogres.
Okay, so I'm not personally his fan, but I cannot lie. He is so hardworking. He is good. He is kind. When he grows with his people. He lifts his people with him. I see what he's doing, and I can't. No matter the amount of hate, I don't hate him. I don't have any hate for him. But no matter what, I cannot not call out his good. And one thing that oh my God, he opened my head. Like, he gave me major respect for him was when most people are like, I just gave the money out to make themselves seem perfect. But he came out and still said, I thought about it. I was thinking, okay, should I? Like, he's selfless.
He didn't say like, it was my plan to give it out. That's what I wanted to do.
That kind of thing. And some people still, regardless of what he did, people are still saying, so if your dad didn't tell you not to give everything, would you have given it out, blah, 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 and everything. And like, I feel like the industry, low-key, is trying so hard to be against him and everything. Like, the fact that, okay, he hasn't got a Grammy yet and everything. And then, see, I feel like Davido, man, big ups to him.
All right, so I want you to do an impression of Davido, like,
If ever.
Eh?
You don't leave me alone now.
I don't understand what you talk now.
I didn't try to tell you, see.
This one had me. Ojota Davido, now you be Ojota. How to use?
Hey, what's up now? You don't be giving. Hey, baby.
This one now, Jota Davido. Don't be David. We're very sorry for swearing your name with such.
Yeah, no. It's just, let me
don't even try today. Don't even sound like Davido small.
I try now.
What's wrong with you? There's something choke you.
Choke.
I choke.
Well, it's your waist. That's Africa West. And this is where we wrap up, guys. If you did enjoy today's episode as much as I did, then don't forget you can watch more of Tea Time on our YouTube channel at Plus TV Africa. Also, catch the Tea Time Squad live Monday to Friday, 10 a.m. on DSTV channel 408 across Africa. Also, you can join the conversation on Tea Time from Monday to Friday to share your opinions about trending discussions. I definitely kept my word on keeping you informed, educated, and entertained. Signing out is your girl, Belema. Enjoy your weekend, my beautiful people.
How can we have peace without justice?
Plus Politics. It's not just another political conversation, it's about keeping you in the know. The relevant interviews, asking the tough questions to those that matter. Get the answers you need. Does it mean that the people who were injured, people who were shot at, those who were involved in that stampede are not going to get justice?
It is unfortunate, it is sad that we have a government of deaf and dumb.
Analysis from top experts.
The last election was not really an election.
We feel that Obasanjo has a very special place in his heart for hating Ijaw people.
I think it really boils down to two things. One, trust and accountability.
Plus Politics, every weeknight at 7 p.m. on Plus TV Africa.
Starting this show can be such a pain. Everybody has to dance because we're happy in the conversation room. Today's women, happy, talking. Last week, we ended the conversation hanging on Body Beautiful. And you know, everybody wasn't in set. So I made these two girls dance for their dinner today as I welcome you to the show. But beyond that, they are going to work out because I have a fitness expert that knows it all, right? In-house. And that fitness expert is going to take you through some motions before we welcome you back to the final part of our conversations on TW.
All right, hi, welcome back. So, we're here for the workout segment, my favorite part. And what I'm gonna do is I'm gonna show them how to do some very simple body weight exercises that you can do at home. The whole idea is that you wake up in the mornings and before you even think about doing anything in your day, get down on the floor and do like 5-10 minutes of exercise. So we'll show you something really simple here. How you guys doing? All right, while we're getting ready, I need you guys to warm up, okay? To get your heart rate up. So we're just gonna start with something really simple. That's just swinging your arms. A circle motion, just like this. Just like this. Look at what I'm doing. Look at what I'm doing, small circles. Good, just make a space for yourself, it doesn't matter where you are. Small circles, good. Excellent, change directions. Excellent. Now, while stepping side to side, we're gonna start swinging our arms up and down. Nice. Keep at it. In about a few seconds, you're gonna start feeling it in your shoulders. You can feel it already. But can you see how simple movements can already have an impact on you? Exactly. All right. Back and out. Just like that. Good. Nice, nice, nice. Now, switch a little jog on the spot. Just like that. Real simple. We're just getting your heart rate up, okay? What you don't want to do is you don't want to stretch before your workouts. This is one of my favorite full body workouts. It's called the mountain climber. You're gonna get down on the ground into a push-up position, okay? Just like this. Real simple. Your hands, yes you can, your hands directly below your shoulders. Make sure your hands, okay, so you don't go forward, you don't arch your butt up in the air, you keep straight as you can and stay strong. All right, and all you're doing for a mountain climber is basically moving one leg at a time. That's it. And as you get more intense and as you get stronger, as you get better, you take up the pace. Okay, are you ready? Yep. All right, 3, 2, 1, let's go. Good, nice and controlled, keep controlled. Keep that core tight. Nice, nice. Keep those elbows locked. Yes, better. Keep your hands directly below your shoulders. Can you feel the struggle already? Yes, you're feeling the struggle. The struggle is real. We're almost there. Come on, don't quit. Just a few more seconds. Nobody quits. Stay in a plank position. 5, 4, 3, 2, 1, and stop. Beautiful. You can get up now. 2 moves, that was it. Look at me. I was just talking and I'm sweaty. Okay, so that's how challenging it is. That's how beautiful it is. This is what we do.
Welcome back to our lounge. Hey, ladies. Okay, so after that workout, that was a lot. Maje, what's going on?
Are you sure it was a lot? Bring Maje on, please.
Maje, please come and explain yourself.
After
That's our signature in this lounge.
After that?
Yeah. Go, Maje. Go. Welcome to our lounge.
Thank you very much.
Okay. So, what was that about?
Who's going to fire the first salvo?
I hate exercise, by the way.
No, but those things that he did,
well, you're in the wrong place.
No, those things that you did are supposed to help us. You know how we have these tummy things. She told us last week that look how skinny she is. She's worried about her tummy.
Oh.
You know, but I want to tell me about your business and why you decided to start doing lifestyle, and if women are the ones that bother you most.
Well, to be fair, 80% of my clients are women.
Is that fair? You are just castigating us.
I don't know. I think our men are a little bit lazy, to be honest. We're trying to motivate men
I like to hear
in
that.
Nigeria. They're getting too comfortable in their own skin, in the way they are. They just don't want to try so hard.
Body confident. Nobody's
I don't think. No, you see what happens.
Okay, hold.
They can get the ladies anyway.
It's a lifestyle. It's a lifestyle thing. You know, for men, I think it's about work. Work is what defines us.
Too busy.
You know, so being busy is I don't have time for that. I don't have that. That's fine. But you know what? Your doctor's going to tell you anyway. Exactly. As you get older, you have to exercise.
Yeah.
So
everyone has to do it.
So ultimately, we get there.
Yeah, but you don't want your doctor to tell you that. You want to be ahead of the game, because then it's just going to cost you more. You've already gone too far.
It's a problem already.
Yeah.
So, but how do you draw the line between when it's an image issue and a health issue? I'm going to ask Chisom to address that, because Chisom, could you just do a little spin? Sure. Chisom is in her 20s. Yeah. She's so stacked. And she talked about, once on the show, she talked about having some body issues, you know. And I just wonder if exercise would have been one option that you took.
Yes, I always didn't feel comfortable being a plus-size person. I've always been this way since I was younger. So, you know how you just go out and people call you Orobo?
Yes.
Fatty, and all those things, you know. So I literally had to take a step to exercise, start swimming classes, which is a very good exercise, yeah?
Swimming's amazing.
Yeah, so I had to do swimming lessons. I had to take swimming lessons, and I also had to do aerobics, which I absolutely hate.
No, why I asked her to share the experiences? Because sometimes being big is not being fat. You know, what's the difference?
You know,
and I kept Dr. Vivian in the house just in case we want to go the medical
It's really just down to how you feel.
Feel?
How do you feel when you wake up in the morning?
Oh. Or how are you made to feel?
No, forget about how other people make you feel. This is between you and yourself, you and the mirror. Okay? In your mind and your body, how do you feel energy-wise when you wake up?
Yeah, energy.
How do you feel emotionally when you wake up? You see, exercise for me solves everything.
It does.
Literally everything.
What's the medical explanation for that?
Medical explanation?
I've heard something about oxytocin or endorphins.
Your endorphins, it's a natural...
In a good mood.
Absolutely.
And of course, the oxygenation. When you exercise, your circulation improves, so oxygen is delivered to all your cells.
Your skin improves.
Yes,
the way you think improves. You see, I do a lot of mental health applications in my workouts. Yes, because it affects the way you think. The process in life is everything. The process. And when I say the process, I mean, imagine you're going on a workout program. The work that you're doing, which everyone hates, you hate the cardio, you know, the people don't like the cardio, but that is the process. And what we try to teach is how to fall in love with the process.
Yes.
So, like with life is, you know, stressful, it's hard work, you're gonna bleed, you're gonna cry, but that is part of the process. That's what makes you, it's not about the destination. It's not about what you want to achieve, not about where you want to get to physically. It's about the journey while you're on it and falling in love with that, because the process is the lifestyle.
Some of us don't like the journey, but you know, you've been gymming. In fact, you know, some of your gym buddies are shocked when they I keep bringing up this age issue. Sorry.
I've been gymming for about 20 years, and I couldn't do without.
Please, let's clap for that. How many days a week do you do?
I gym, and I have gym buddies at Proflex who can attest to it. I attend the gym 4 times a week
for 90 minutes each. I do 1.5 classes.
Amazing. That's
great. And then I walk 10 kilometers on Sunday.
Could you come and talk to my clients, please?
You pay us. You pay us. If any girl is here.
If I didn't exercise for 2 weeks, I'd be bad, mood, waking up,
absolutely
unhappy. This is my...
Did you start off at the one?
As exciting.
That's a lot for me.
Sorry?
Did you start off doing the 1.5 hours that you're doing now?
Oh,
how did you start?
I like what Margie said. You have to fall in love with the process.
Yes.
You have to find what you do that you're happy
So you have to make it interesting.
I joined the gym and I left. And the reason why I left was because I felt the guy was pushing me too hard. He pushed me to the point I felt like if I did anymore, I was going to die. Because he told me, I started off like on the treadmill, he was like, that will warm you up. And then the next thing he was like, let's go downstairs and do all the things.
No, was this after the first baby or the second baby?
First baby.
Okay, so what are you doing now? You are not going to the gym?
I've not started yet. And because it's a lot, to be honest. Like, he made me push those very big tires and I was pushing it. After I finished, he's like, start with the ropes. At some point, I felt like my heart was caving in. I was like, stop. He's like, that's when you should do more. And I'm like, when do you know when to stop?
How do you know when,
Yeah, let me point something out. I mean, I think exhausting yourself is not always the best thing, even though I do also teach people to push yourself. Because again, it's an application
if Maja says otherwise.
in the rest of your life as well, pushing yourself. The people that excel, the people that succeed are people that take themselves beyond
dangerous if you don't do health checks first.
That's true.
Absolutely. First things first. The first thing you do is you get clearance from your doctor. You go see your doctor and you get the go-ahead to start exercising. Well, it's advisable because, you know, for me, anyone signing up to one of my programs, I insist that you have been to your doctor already. You've gotten your clearance because I can't afford any injuries.
Do you necessarily have to go to the gym if you eat healthy and properly?
This is where I was going to get to.
Today? Do we have to do that?
This is what I was going to get to. You know, what you've seen today.
Did you hear the end of that story?
Sorry, say that again?
Because I have a child who says that all the time.
That says
she
what?
said, do you necessarily have to go to the gym? What she meant is, do you necessarily have to exercise? Because she finished it with, if you eat healthy.
If you eat healthy. Yes. Okay, well, I understood that as you're going to the actual gym, the physical process of going to the gym. And that is a barrier that people create for themselves. You know, the gym is something that requires membership, it requires a journey. You have to get up, get in your car, sit in traffic. This is Lagos. It's not a joke. Going to the gym can be an all-day affair if you go at the wrong time. So what I've taught you today, which is body weight exercises, things you do in your bedroom, in your home, 10 minutes, 15 minutes, things that you can incorporate into your busy lifestyle if you are a busy person.
Your office. That's me, because I don't go to the gym. I work at home.
Absolutely.
One of the reasons,
I tell you, so anyone tells me that they want to start working out and I'll start on Monday, I'm like, why can't you start right now?
But people are
Why
going
can't you
this
start tonight?
personal trainer line.
I have a personal trainer. I
have a trainer.
Oh.
I work with a trainer. I have to push myself.
What are you training?
I like training my mind and training my body and also understanding what my clients are going through as well. There's no point in me shouting at you saying, come on, give me 2 more, if I'm not willing to do that. I have to be willing to do the work myself, so
that's interesting.
I train myself.
I prefer going to the gym and classes.
I like the
Why?
company.
Because it's accountability.
It motivates
They call
you.
me up when I don't show up. And I love the interpersonal relationship.
Carry people with you on the journey.
And I just love that.
If you're starting, you talked about starting next week.
I just love that.
Who
Tell
started?
people.
I live in Aja. And the gym is in Lekki.
Excuse
so
me.
You
it's
started.
in my mind.
Okay.
Excuse
That's
me.
why I like to start.
It's already started. In your mind, you start.
It's in my
but
mind.
tell people. All right, make people,
Accountable
make
to
people watch you.
Yes.
Your progress. You can
And have
monitor. You say, did you go
expectations.
today? I didn't see any of your posts today. You didn't post any gym pictures today.
I have a competitive streak, so I have to work with people. Whatever exercise I'm doing, if I'm doing it at home, I feel stupid. Like, what are you doing? Like I'm doing squats, and I'm looking at myself in the mirror. Oh, it's working. Okay,
so
let's move on.
This is about beauty, right?
It's about
So,
beauty.
how does exercise connect
To beauty.
to beauty?
Tell me.
Okay, I'm asking you
I'm
guys.
doing so.
I'm asking. I can tell you, but I want to know your opinion.
Okay, the thing is body beautiful.
Yes.
Now we've thought about the things that we're insecure about, and for most women, I don't know. For me, it's my stomach.
It's my tummy.
It's
Okay,
the problem areas.
It's her tummy. It's her tummy.
Yes.
It's her tummy.
My cheeks.
Your cheeks. No, I can't talk to doctor.
Some of my older
Sissy?
clients is their arms.
Yes.
Yes.
The
Flabs that you can't clap with.
Yeah.
The flabs.
Classic mother arms.
Have you worked with women that have had kids and then their tummy went back to before?
Absolutely.
Please, what's the magic? Because this belly, I've been struggling.
The magic is in what you eat. The magic is in the kitchen.
No matter what you say, what you put inside this body,
You cannot out-exercise a bad diet.
You can't. That's what I wanted you to say to her.
You cannot out-exercise a bad diet.
You cannot out-exercise food.
No, you were saying...
Yeah. I said I've had 2 children and my stomach is flat.
Did you go for surgery?
No, I didn't.
Yes.
Exercise.
I had a C-section, so they say that.
No, they always give that
That's an
excuse.
excuse.
Okay, but she won't believe me. It's an excuse.
True.
But how do C-section people manage the process?
Well, you have to get clearance from your doctor as well.
Yeah. Let the doctor
Because there's a
decide
time
when you're
frame.
fine.
So when you've healed completely,
Yes.
then you can start the abdominal exercises.
Oh, but then there's this band when you have a child, there's this band, it's not supposed to hold your tummy, but I think it's supposed to support the stitch. But I noticed that when you use it, yes, once you use it, the minute you come up from a surgery and you're giving
It's a compression band.
Yes, it helps you. So I used to push myself with that. I'm 3 months post, so I'm trying, I know. But then again, I used to. Thank you. I push myself by, sometimes I start off and then it's painful and I keep going. And I noticed that when I'm like 6 weeks, people are like, you look good. I'm like, is that band? Because God knows I'm not doing any exercise.
Band works.
So that
You know
band
what? I
works.
use them personally because it's promoted in America. It's called the Belly Bandit. The day after you have your baby.
We should
I
find
didn't say
you.
that, so...
Because I didn't use band. I had my baby in Nigeria, CS, 7 years ago.
Use wrapper. It's the same principle.
Yes. Oh, okay.
Because I used it from the day after I had my babies. I would use it for 8 weeks, non-stop. You only take it off to have your bath. And it trains you. It does.
Okay, I'll take a break here because I just want to understand why we are so focused on what we look like. Why?
Competition is a competitive spirit,
Let me take a break.
I think.
I'll take a break. I'll be right back. I feel a lot more beautiful and sexy since I became bigger. So, because when I was skinny, I didn't feel that. I was a 32A when I got married. Now I'm a 40E. And I like it. I don't want to lose the breast line, so the bust line. But you see, a lot more women are challenged with that whole, I'm not beautiful unless I'm slim or skinny. And like you said, more of your clients are female. Why is that? Why do women feel that they're not body beautiful if they're not slim?
Society has created that. What is the standard of beauty in magazines, in movies, in everywhere you look, everything around you, the models, it's in your face from the moment you become a teenager, maybe even earlier.
Models as well. No,
but again, that's as a result of body shaming.
Okay.
Do you understand? They've had to come out and take a stand and say, no, this is also beauty as well. This should be the norm of beauty. But the reality is, it isn't.
I think the fact that they qualify it as plus size
shows that
it tells you everything.
It's a different
exactly.
Do you feel like a plus? I'm going to put Maji a bit on the spot here because I know in the past couple of years there's been a lot of talk about your recent divorce and the fact that your wife says she changed color because of you. So body image is not something you made her. Can people make people do stuff?
Sorry. No, it's fine. I don't think anyone can make anyone do anything. I think it's on you. And I think that as a grown-up, you should be responsible for your own actions and take responsibility for your actions and your choices. We are all here as a result of our choices in life. I think that if you take care of yourself, take care of what you eat, look at what you eat, be mindful about what you eat, and exercise, not because your doctor told you, but because it feels good. There's a reason why we progress when we exercise, why we get stronger, why we get better when we work. Yeah, it's this whole thing in Genesis. Go and work the land.
And something comes out.
You'll get reward. You work your body, you will see something. You will because it makes you stronger. You're less likely to get sick. Things like that, Your immune system drops when you don't exercise. You don't feel as good. How do you feel? I understand it when people say, oh, you know what, I'm comfortable where I am. But how do you feel? When you climb a flight of steps, how do you feel?
Sometimes I don't exercise at all. I have a tape at home that I do about 30 minutes a day for 3 days a week. But I need to do more.
You need to do more.
Yes,
Absolutely.
Especially the weight around my stomach is the one that's dangerous. What Maji says so I need to do more. Because, I've always been health conscious. But in recent times, again, apart from these frown lines, and by the way, so many are muscles, which is muscles. I find that I wake up in the morning, some joints will ache. Oh, yes, it's squeaky. That is a sign for me. Go and start working out again. When you wake up in the morning, you don't want to get up, and one part is aching, and that nobody will have to tell you.
I can hear my knee.
Yeah, when you kind of creak.
But 2 weeks of exercise, that same waking up in the morning is a different thing. You jump out of bed like somebody's pushing you somewhere.
Okay, you see, Chisom, you're so quiet. I was just wondering, Chisom is so quiet.
So yes, I wanted to ask, what do you do when you get bored with the present workouts that you're doing?
Mix it up.
Because no, like absolutely. So sometimes I go to the gym for like a month or probably 2 months, and I don't want to be here at all. I just want to do something different. Probably play basketball.
Yeah.
Probably do.
Look, the gym is a very intimidating environment, especially for beginners. You know, people actually don't want to go to the gym because they're just too nervous. They're like in a bunch of fit people in there doing their things. So it puts you off. You don't want to go. Especially, exactly.
No, me, I started to go to an all-women's gym.
And you're like, what are you still doing on the treadmill?
It's an all-women's gym.
Yeah, so I go to an all-women's gym, so I don't care whether the boys.
But even then, it's intimidating.
I was almost going to say I would go there, but no, I'm still single, and you know,
no, but
never can tell. All the girls can come from there.
Let me just finish answering her question.
Sorry.
Mixing it up is probably the best thing you can do. Number one, because your body adjusts to workouts very quickly anyway, so you can plateau really easily. So if you're just doing the same move, every morning you wake up, you're doing the same crunches, the same thing, your body will get used to that and you will not see the same progress. So I think it's important to do things that not only that you enjoy, but challenge you in different ways. Swimming, one day. Go play squash. You know, pick up tennis, run, cycling.
The whole week he's taking up. When is Owambe? I will say, find an Owambe and dance.
Dance. Go to a dance class. Dance in your room.
I'll give you a liberating thought.
Yes.
10 years ago, I went to my first boot camp. And this is what liberated me forever. And I have not stopped exercising. The guy at Champneys, at the boot camp, came into class. And, you know, it was a class of like 30 of us. I was the only non-Caucasian. And he came into the class and he said, anyone, when you woke up this morning, did you ask yourself, are we going to eat today? And we thought, trick question. We all went quiet. What is he saying? He says, no, this is not a trick question. Tell me, did you just wake up and think, is today an eating day or not? Or did you just wake up and you knew there would be food? He says, so that body was created to exercise so that that food is fuel. So you guys take fuel every day.
But you don't burn it.
And you start asking yourself every day whether you should exercise.
Yes.
So you're loading up on fuel and you're not using up your fuel.
Yeah.
So how does that work? I mean, that liberated me forever. And so usually I'm just going, you know what, I eat every day. So if I go to the gym or exercise 4 or 5 days a week, I'm, you know...
Is there surgery that can help to remove all those, you know?
Maybe excess fat.
Yeah, I mean, all over, not only here.
It will, and start again.
I feel it goes beyond losing the fat. It's about fitness.
Yes.
So removing the fat and you're still creaking all over the place is of no use to you.
Cardio.
That's the truth.
Cardio.
It is so important.
It's so important to
and then
just
thing,
your functionality as a human being.
But there's another downside. One thing is that when you exercise as well, oxygenation to the brain improves, so mental clarity improves, creative juices start to flow.
Yeah.
People are more productive when they exercise.
Okay, so it's not about being beautiful. Isn't it about being beautiful?
Not always. It's just general overall health.
There are people who are
But beauty, but you've talked about beauty being something that you can see from the inside, right?
Exactly.
So if somebody is confident and beautiful on the inside, it shows
and they're happy
on the outside.
Let me ask you a question as a guy.
So it's connected. Go.
As a guy.
You have to answer this. So a lot of men say this. My husband says this. Why do you do all this makeup? You don't need makeup. You're fine out without makeup. And I'm just like, you're fine out without makeup. I like makeup. I like the way it looks on me. I don't do it every day, obviously, but I'm just saying that. Why does everybody say that? But at the same time, people appreciate it when you do makeup. So there's something good about it. Is it that they just don't want you to go, you don't want me to do makeup? I beg, so other people will not be looking at me.
Okay,
you know,
in the
what
same
is
vein,
it?
why do men like yellow women?
Okay, but wait, what's
Look
your
at you,
question?
Why do you keep saying, when you look at the face,
No,
I want to know, what's the beauty question?
You can ask man questions, that's fine.
To hide the flaws.
Yeah, so men like makeup, don't you?
And Brazilian hair.
We like makeup from a distance. We're attracted to it, but I think that once we're up close and personal, we want to touch your face.
Okay, so when you're toasting the babe, you like the makeup. When she comes close to you,
well, as we get to know you, we want to make contact.
And then what happens when you don't recognize her after she takes her makeup?
Obviously. Okay, ladies. Obviously, time is never enough in this conversation.
Some women are so done.
Never enough. But I think we've made the point. The point is beauty is from within.
Yes.
Whether it's physical, whether it's what you have here, and whatever it is from within. And we all at least agree on that point today. I'll give everybody 30 seconds. Should I start with Omoye? What have you taken away? You were in both editions, last week and this week.
I think for me, I know this. I just need to be consistent with this lifestyle choice to be fit. Exercising is about.
Is that why you removed your shoes?
My feet have done their workouts for the day. So that's it.
Sis, 10 years.
I've been exercising for years, and I know I couldn't do without it. And I would encourage everybody to take up exercise.
I need a personal. I need something from you. Till tomorrow, tell me, maybe I'm crazy. Every day I get up to go to the gym, it's still a struggle. But every day I leave, I am happy.
Guess what? The first 10 minutes, Marjorie will tell you, even those of us who exercise all the time, the first 10 minutes, it's a struggle.
It's a struggle.
Even after 10 years?
Yes.
Yeah.
And then in the 15th minute, the rush comes. The rush comes, and you can't stop.
When I'm leaving, I am, in fact, the whole day I am flying.
The payoff is just too much.
It's amazing.
Yes.
But every time I want to go, it's terrible. So what's
healthier? I'd like to have a healthier lifestyle.
Okay, can we lose those? We're going to work together to lose those tires.
Okay. No, I'll work with Chisom. You just put me under too much pressure.
Both of you come and work with me.
You see? No, he'll be kind to you. Trust me, he'll be kind to you.
So do you get discounts for coming?
Absolutely.
Oh, great! You're on air now, so take that back now. We'll see you.
Right. I will give them discounts. All of you.
All of us. At least we can consult, even if we were.
No, come and inspire them. And Vivian?
Well, for me, if you love yourself, you do things to make sure you're healthy. So that will include exercise.
Because see as you be so on point hair,
it's not vanity.
On point belly,
I like
on point belly, everything.
I work out. I take care of myself because I love myself. All right? And it's like after each child, I decided, I'm going to go back to what I was before. No, thank you. Two are enough. No. School fees.
I like that. What about you, Chisom?
I think I need.
Are you taking up his offer?
Yes, of course. So I'm going to take up his offer, and I'm going to eat healthier because I've been really bad lately.
For me, I'm no longer going to deceive myself that being skinny is healthy. So I'm going to make an effort to do something about being healthy.
And for me, I'm going to keep trying, but I mean, Vivian has told me, just frown less, keep a nice, calm look, use sunscreen, take vitamin C.
Yes, and all the fish oil.
Please, fish oil, I've not done all those ones, but I started vitamin C.
And gallons of
can you see the difference?
Gallons hydration.
No, I've always galloned water. Always. Maybe that's why I didn't notice early. But anyway, I must go. But the point is, if you love yourself, it doesn't matter how much others love you. Because then, nobody, it's because of this person I want to be fat or tall or skin.
Exactly.
Love yourself first. And everything else falls in place, right?
Yes. That's right.
Yep.
Thank you, ladies. And thank you, Majay.
That was awesome.
How can we have peace without justice?
Plus Politics. It's not just another political conversation, it's about keeping you in the know. The relevant interviews, asking the tough questions to those that matter. Get the answers you need. Does it mean that the people who were injured, people who were shot at, those who were involved in that stampede are not going to get justice?
It is unfortunate, it is sad that we have a government of deaf and dumb.
Analysis from top experts.
The last election was not really an election.
We feel that Obasanjo has a very special place in his heart for hating Ijaw people.
I think it really boils down to two things. One, trust and accountability.
Plus Politics, every weeknight at 7 p.m. on Plus TV Africa.
Hello and welcome to Space and Style, a property show designed to connect various stakeholders across the property value chain. We shall also provide realistic solutions and deepen your knowledge about the interesting world of real estate. We shall showcase architectural design, interior design trends, lifestyle and real-time property news updates, and the right way to navigate through property development and investment. Join me every week on this channel as I take you through an exciting journey in the world of real estate.
Space and Style, 6:30 p.m. on Saturdays and 5:30 p.m. on Wednesdays.
But worry for that. All rodents and reptiles, so they disturb the die.
I'm a graduate of Political Science Social Studies from Adini Rogosaya College of Education. I graduated in the year 2020.
See, as of now, I'm looking for other jobs that I can match together to meet up with responsibility. One time I remember trekking from Oriental Hotel to Eko Hotel, dropping my CVs at every place, dropping my CVs at different restaurants, different bars, different hotels, just hoping for something.
Pius is a graduate of computer science, but he drives an Uber for a living in the city of Lagos. Although underemployed, Pius is considered a tad lucky because 41% of the labor population with bachelor's degrees are without employment.
I got several jobs. When I go for the interview, I'll pass it. They'll say I'm too young, they want an older chef. And then so things like that were very, very frustrating. They almost pushed me off the edge. I was almost at the brink of going to call my friends and be like, okay, let me learn this Yahoo thing. But I just decided to keep pushing. Then I heard about this Uber thing. I got my first car. I was driving for somebody. I was supposed to be paying the person 25k a week. But sometimes when I walk, the car was having so much issues. If I make maybe 20, 30k in a day, the car, I'll end up spending like 27,000, 25,000 on fuel. So I couldn't keep up. I had to go for another car to another car before I finally found this one. And this one I'm driving to own the car and I'm almost done with it.
Presently, 1 out of every 3 Nigerians that are able to work are unemployed, according to the National Bureau of Statistics. 23.2 million Nigerians are out of work. That is almost the entire population of Sierra Leone, Liberia, and Gambia combined. While Nigeria's youth population has increased much in the last 1.5 decades, the available economic opportunities are shrinking. Nigeria is facing an increasing youth bulge with over 123 million young citizens, but there are just not enough jobs for these youths.
From 2015 to date, I found myself jobless. Now presently I'm managing a job, electrical job, which I invested my money and went to go and acquire some skills, which is providing money for me now.
Instead of me searching for a job, my father just advised me, instead of you working somewhere, killing yourself, you know what the country is now, just go into this. And I thought of it, I started making research, then I started doing my father's business. And that was how I started selling ads. I sell ads here and there.
Up to date, if I see a job, I will
I will work, but if the pay is meaningful, because now they can't give me a job that will be earning like 45,000 or 50,000, because now through my electrical job I'm doing now, I earn more than the salary I think they will offer me now.
The dire unemployment situation, which some believe is more severe than reported, has been made worse by the coronavirus pandemic, which has led to shutdown of businesses. The adverse effects of this rising unemployment rate in Nigeria are becoming enormous and far-reaching.
Where there is unemployment, there is psychological desperation in itself, the sense of not having something to do. Then you also have the cogent economic consequence of not having money to spend because you're not working. This economic consequence then falls into a sociological consequence, which is a criminal side, because if people cannot fend for themselves, they either beg or steal or engage in any kind of disruptive criminal act. For these reasons, for these three reasons of psychology, sociology, and economic reasons, it is very important that we take the issue of unemployment very seriously.
When you are not able to meet your basic needs, when you that were able to put food on your table, you're now struggling, you that you were able to give somebody 5,000 naira, you're the one that is now begging 5,000 naira, it affects your sense of worth.
The unemployment problem is compounded for those living with disabilities who have to deal with extra hurdles, people like Christiana, who is a visually impaired business owner and tutor in Lagos.
We have this misconception that when there is no sight, there is nothing you can do. But in my own case, it's not like that. But one of the problems that we have is like people never had that trust with people living that disability that they can deliver it. And at the same time, people look down on us, low esteem, and there is discrimination and stigmatization that you cannot deliver.
The problem of exclusion is also gendered, as the numbers show. While the rate of unemployment is high, women are the worst hit. In stock terms, there are 30% more unemployed women than men. Women face barriers that men don't have to deal with.
So the woman who's at home and who's caring for the children, or who's the natural carer, would we say that that person is employed or not? I would dare say that they are employed. Now, we may have as high as 10%. Like I said, I think it's more. We may have a lot more women not employed in the formal structure as we know it, either within the corporate world or perhaps down the line of entrepreneurship. And there are very many different reasons and factors for that. But the starting point usually has to do with, the girl-child education, as we know, based on our culture and based on the long-standing statistics that we have that show that the girl child is not as educated. We don't take the same opportunities for the girl child as we've taken for the boy child due to cultural nuances. Traditionally, we believe that we should, educate the boys and not the girls. So let's go further up the pipeline. You do have girls who on graduation start and compete as well as the boys in terms of their careers, in terms of paid employment, and we're seeing a lot more of them now in terms of entrepreneurship. However, what tends to happen over time is, again, they tend to drop out when it's time perhaps to have a family. So it's really down sometimes to the choices that are made. And what we must do to try and balance things out is make sure that the choices that are open to women are actually more. So what are those things making them drop out? What are, for example, the reasons why midway through your career, you have to make a choice to say, I need to focus on my home? What then can employers do to ensure that these women are given the opportunities? How can we expand the choices such that I can manage my home, manage my career, still look after my children? And sometimes it's very simple things like, do we have the facility for childcare?
Unemployment in Nigeria is not just about availability of jobs, but also about the education system producing the right type of manpower in the right quality and quantity to industrialize the country. State actors and stakeholders say many Nigerian youths are not employable because their skills are largely divorced from labor requirements.
I think, in my view, reviving our technical and vocational education and training systems, it's not optional. As a matter of fact, it's where we must go, pari passu, our other academic institutions like universities and co, such that you'll find that we have a lot more focus around disciplines, around trades, around disciplines, around specializations. We're in I'm in a room now, and I'm in your station, where journalism is a profession, right? But then there are also certain skill sets, whether it's graphics, whether it's creatives, that work very well with your industry. Now, not all of the skill sets that you need in this radio house require a university degree. So a lot of them can be honed, right from even maybe senior secondary or even post-secondary through different diploma programs and things like that. Now, that's what we must do in terms of our skilling process, so that you have what you call a multiple pathway to your aspiration in life.
Vocational training is the key, is the answer. Germany, all industrialized nations, they all depend on these skills training. They have a robust, developed infrastructure for skills training. And so we cannot, no economy, no country can really move forward without having a developed structure, a developed ecosystem, a developed environment to train people, to send people for internship, or to train people, intern people, and eventually create employment for people. Because eventually it is those people who are trained, it is those people who have gone through internship, it is those people who have become employable who eventually becomes employers themselves.
But where are these vocational schools? There are just about 123 government-approved vocational schools across Nigeria. Aside this, there is also a certain stereotype that discourages students from enrolling in such schools.
The reason why some people don't like vocational work, depending on the area of specialization, you have to, when you want to work, you have to change your wares. And some don't like dirty work. Like me, I'm a plumber. People don't really know. Once I'm done in site and going home, people don't really believe that I'm a plumber, because maybe my stature or the way I look. So people don't really believe unless they see me while working on site.
So unfortunately, the number of people who are applying, to learn skill and all of that is still very low in number. And I actually understand why it is low in number. When you operate in an environment that glorifies certificate over skill, when you operate in an environment where the skilled workers are not properly paid, when you operate in that environment where there is no glory in having skilled work, of course, the youth will not be interested in that. But when you operate in a society that celebrates certification without adequate work, and that do not pay people living wages for their skills, then of course there's going to be very low interest in that particular field of work.
In the absence of white-collar jobs, many youths have turned to the informal sector, earning a living with small businesses and creating employment also. Presently, these small businesses account for 96% of businesses and 84% of employment in the country. Despite the significant contribution of SMEs to the Nigerian economy, the sector is still struggling with growth.
For me, there are three things. The first one is infrastructure. Power, for example, access to markets, When you are an SME or a member of the informal sector, if you are producing something in small quantities, after you've paid your rent, you've bought your raw materials, you have your equipment, you of course have to supplement power because we don't have stable power in the country. So I think that's one of the major issues. Another issue is double tax or multiple taxation. A lot of businesses, there's no clarity on who they should be paying what taxes to. So, for example, I once worked with one of the mobility startups in Lagos in the bike-hailing space. And whilst we were, trying to speak with the LIRS, for example, about personal income tax or some basic tax from the drivers, we were obviously also having to deal with the unions, with their daily levies and all of that. So therefore, things like that will stifle businesses and informal sector players.
Although the informal sector may be having an influx of educated youth as players, there is also the snag of these graduates being majorly unequipped for entrepreneurship.
The world is moving from theoretical based learning to case-based learning, where you sit and you study case studies, you study practical lessons about scenarios, right, for business. I think it was Obasanjo, regime that tried to introduce entrepreneurship studies as one of the general GES courses or general studies courses. And, you look at the syllabus of that course, it's the same theoretical stuff, right? So there is nothing that prepares them properly for the challenges, for the realities, for the type of dynamics that they will be facing if they go out into the business world, right? If you look at the Igbo apprenticeship culture, it's an amazing learning point, because everything does not have to be. All your learning, your education doesn't have to come from the classroom, right? It does not always have to come from the classroom. So I think if government was serious enough, right, I would expect that the SMEDAN, for example, should have put in some type of structural support for the Igbo apprenticeship model, so that we can replicate those models across various societies.
The government acknowledges there is a bulging youth population with overwhelming unemployment figures. They, however, also insist they are addressing the problem.
The government has been consciously and in a deliberate manner trying to address the issue of the youth bulge. It's not just about the numbers. It's also about what are the needs of the variegated strata of the youth population. First, education is key, because education is power. Education is the greatest weapon against poverty. So the government has committed so much into education. There's emphasis on technical and vocational. That's my first year in office. We're able to train close to 100,000 people on digital skills, which is still ongoing. We have quite a number of other skills. But the emphasis all around has been that the need to upskill our youth is a central agenda, but also to match the skills with the jobs available. There's been a mismatch in the past. But under this government, we've seen a deliberate effort to make sure that the upbringing of our youth, whether the skills they acquire, matches the jobs available in the market, so that you just don't train them and throw them back into the job market. I know that you must have read it. In 5.5 years, this government has created 45 youth-focused programs. Some of them are empowerment programs. Some of them are entrepreneurship training. Some of them are technology training. And these programs are domiciled in various ministries.
Nigeria has not lacked special intervention programs. There are many of them. Yet, there are many unemployed youths, as these intervention programs have failed in dropping the increasing unemployment rates. Critics argue that these programs are unimpressive.
For the intervention, or rather the interventions of the government, I'm going to score them high on intention, and I'm going to score them low on performance or on result. High on intention because the act of rolling out a lot of intervention schemes, like the NPower, You Win, and the various ones, including trader money, all to activate employment, shows that there are people thinking, there are people of good intention out there. But the method to which they've approached it and the results they're getting makes me score them low on it, because in 2021, it is not the role of government to be creating jobs for people or to be doling out money for individuals to grow their businesses. What the government needs to do are three, really, is to overall create an environment that allows employment to be created. Who create employment is businesses. So the government needs to create an environment that allows business to thrive and create employment, and thus doing, fight unemployment.
Government will tell you, BOI, CBN, all of these guys, they'll tell you that we are providing interventions for MSMEs. So we have this 10 billion, we have this 100 billion for MSMEs. And then they will give you the guidelines. And then in the guidelines, you will see that they need you to be registered with CAC, they need you to have a bank account, they need you to have a business plan, they need you to have a financial statement. Look, that already by design excludes majority of those in the MSME space.
To bridge its unemployment gap, experts say Nigeria will have to create 5 million jobs annually for the next 10 years. Is the Nigerian government ready to tackle this problem?
You know, that question is a question for Minister of Labour. It's a question for me, Minister of Youth Development. It's a question for the Minister of Finance. It's a question for the NBS. You know, but I only wear one cap. And my desire is that the youth unemployment will drop. What am I doing in that direction as a minister in this government? Is to make sure that we win our youth off this idea of just putting together a resume and looking for a job, a white-collar job, an office job, a 5 to 9 job. There's no country in the world that has been able to solve its youth unemployment problem without turning its youth into entrepreneurs. And that is the whole rationale behind the establishment of the Nigerian Youth Investment Fund. The emphasis is on two major things. That is, we must invest in our youth, provide them the needed credit and capital, access to that capital that can make them become wealth creators. Second, we need to focus ourselves educationally. We need to provide technical skills and vocational skills. China, 2 years ago, decided to close down over 200 universities or 250 universities and then turn them into vocational and technical schools, because the emphasis now in the developed world is the skills and what you can produce with your knowledge and your hand, not sitting down and carrying files in an office. So we need that paradigm shift. The AFDB leads clearly in the fact that we should move from youth empowerment to youth investment. That don't give our youth handouts, but give them tools, give them resources, give them credit and finance so that they can start. And look at this country. Our youth are they're hugely talented. The creative and entertainment industry dominates. Look at Nollywood, for instance. Look at where it is right now. And look at the musical world. Our Nigerian musicians, massive. But there's also a value chain. So there's an emphasis on looking at what's the value chain in agriculture. How do we put, you don't have to be a farmer. You can be an off-taker, just buy the produce and take it to the market. Look at sports, for instance. The value chain of sports is massive. Have we explored it? No. Under this government, we've been able to reclassify sports from recreation to business. And as we put together that policy, the entire value chain of sports as business will employ a lot of youth.
If Nigeria is to turn its large youth population into an advantage, then Nigeria has to rapidly reduce the disastrously high rates of youth unemployment.
You see, luckily and unluckily for us, we are an underdeveloped country. And most of what we have, what we need, we don't have enough of them. We don't have enough schools. We don't have enough hospitals. We don't have enough, almost anything. I can't think of anything that we have enough of. That problem of scarcity of assets should become the solution to our problem, in the sense that we should just sit down and try to create what we lack. To create what we lack, we need to think of what is needed. Why is it that we're not producing, and why is it that we're not consuming what we produce? Why is it that there is no urge to produce? Why are we having more pastors and politicians than manufacturers? if we want to boost Made in Nigeria, for example, I think we need to sit down and say, the first thing we need to do is perhaps create 5,000 production managers as a pilot scheme across the country, so that each one of them will go to different areas and specialize in one sort of production or the other. I repeat, I'm insisting on production, knowing fully well that where there is production, accountants will be needed, photographers will be needed, salespeople will be needed. The core of progress since the Industrial Revolution lies in production.
They really need to go fast because boys are not smiling, and then it can lead to early bloodshed. Early bloodshed in the sense that there will be serious competition. Boys know they smile again. Boys are willing to get their hands on anything just for this bar. And the government, if they are this slow, they will not be able to withstand what will come.
Nigeria's Niger Delta region, from where the black gold fuels Africa's largest economy, where the lines between wealth and poverty has never been thinner. Conflicts, poverty, insecurity, and environmental challenges daily confront the region. How can the Niger Delta story be changed for the better?
Join Mamode Akuga at 9 p.m. every Friday evening on Plus TV Africa as he probes deep in search of solutions.
Inside the Niger Delta with Mamode Akuga, the authentic voice of Nigeria's oil-rich region.
What we do not understand, we will stigmatize.
What you can see is the remaining of the tanker that exploded.
He suffered equally confessed.
Now 500 naira they collect them.
If you no talk, then go beat you.
Now 2,500 and they pay.
Good afternoon. I am Adedolapo Ajayi. This is the news update. Unprecedented numbers of enthusiastic voters have thronged various polling units in different towns, villages and hamlets in Ekiti State to perform their civic rights in the ongoing governorship election. There was combined security personnel on the ground to protect the lives and property in different parts of the state as well as at the polling centers. And there was also a heavy presence of security agents to forestall any eventuality at the Ekiti office of the Independent National Electoral Commission, INEC. The candidate of the People's Democratic Party in the Ekiti State governorship election, Bisi Kolawole, has cast his vote at Unit 001, Ward 8 in Efon Ekiti, Efon local government area of the state. This is as the governorship election mood builds up in Ekiti as the electorate trooped out to elect the candidate of their choice. As early as 6 a.m., residents of Ado Ekiti trooped out in their numbers to participate in today's governorship election, holding across the 16 local government areas of the state. Asiwaju Bola Tinubu has submitted the name of his running mate to INEC. He is Kabir Ibrahim Masari. INEC had fixed Friday, June 16 as the deadline for parties to send in the names of their vice presidential candidates. And also, the Labour Party has submitted the name of Doyin Okupe as Peter Obi's running mate. Okupe's name was submitted as part of the plan to beat the Friday, June 17 deadline given by INEC to political parties. Okupe, who is the Director General of Peter Obi campaign, will be the placeholder and would later be changed if the party stakeholders must have agreed on the suitable vice presidential candidate for the 2023 elections. Recall that the party has said its vice president will come from the north. Bashir Machina has vowed to seek legal redress after his name was substituted with that of Senate President Ahmed Lawan as the All Progressives Congress senatorial candidate for Yobe North. According to a signed list of candidates, the Senate President's name was listed as the APC flag bearer for the seat. The recent move comes after Machina, who clinched the APC ticket for the district, vowed not to step down for Lawan. The Enugu Catholic Diocese has banned all priests and Catholic faithfuls from attending the adoration ministry in the state, led by a controversial priest, Reverend Father Ejike Mbaka. The church said the ban will remain in force until the due canonical process initiated by the diocese is concluded. The ban followed the recent devastating remarks by the cleric, who described Labour Party's presidential candidate Peter Obi as a stingy man. Tears flowed freely at the funeral mass for the victims of the June 5 terror attack at St. Francis Catholic Church in Owo. Ondo State Governor Rotimi Akeredolu and his wife, Chief Betty Anyanwu Akeredolu, attended the funeral mass held at the Midas Resort and Hotel in Owo. Governor Akeredolu wept during his speech, said the government failed to protect the victims of the terror attack. But in a swift response, the Bishop of Ondo Catholic Diocese, Dr. Jude Arogundade, declared that Governor Akeredolu has not failed in protecting his people.
Nothing. I am here our sense of freedom or security. We are failing. We are failing.
Meanwhile, some family members took their relatives' bodies to their homes for burial, while others transported theirs to their ancestral homes in other regions of the country.
My God! It's a terrible loss that somebody went to church and did not come back again. Who will I take my people? It's the only brother that I still have in this world. It's the only brother I don't have any other person.
Mr. Francis ìlú Ọ̀wọ̀ àwọn tó wá ṣiṣẹ́ yẹn kọ́ ló ń jà fún wa tó sọ àwọn ọmọ aláìní bàbá tó sọ àwọn ọmọ aláìní bàbá tó sọ àwọn ọmọ aláìní ìyá tó sọ ọkọ wọn di okú ọ̀sán gógó kọ́ ló ń jà fún wa.
In other parts of Africa, in Senegal, roads leading to the house of prominent opposition leader Ousmane Sonko were closed off by barricades and police in anti-riot gear. Sonko was barred from attending Friday prayers at the mosque after he called for a protest despite the authorities' ban on public other on grounds. Supporters who tried to get near the building in an upmarket district of Dakar were firmly told to turn back. And outside Africa, there are fears for the safety of dozens of worshippers in the Afghan capital of Kabul after a Sikh temple was hit in an explosion. The blast occurred in the early hours of Saturday morning, and it is unclear if there are casualties. One local official at the scene, Gosman Singh, said there had been up to 30 inside the temple at the time of the blast. Heavy monsoon rain have caused widespread flooding in the northern part of Bangladesh, leaving more than 4 million people stranded. In Chittagong, residents were battling with inundated streets and landslides, which killed at least 4 people early in the morning. Rescuers were seen digging through the mud to locate those who believed to be trapped in the mud, even as the authorities have warned that the situation could worsen. In business news, Lagos State Governor Babajide Sanwo-Olu says the ultimate goal of his administration remains that Lagos State become one of the top places in Africa, in the African continent, to live, work, and invest. Sanwo-Olu stated this at the official commissioning and handing over of the reconstructed State Security Service building in Alimosho local government. He was represented by the Chief of Staff, Tayo Ainde. He stressed that the huge investment in the security hardware was yielding the desired dividend through the number of businesses springing up from local and foreign entities. The governor also noted that to further raise the bar of security and safety, he approved the reconstruction of the existing office block of the DSS in Alimosho local government, adding that the edifice would be replicated across the state.
The impact that it's going to have in this area is to give more security to the people of Alimosho local government. And because Alimosho local government is the largest local government in the Federation, they have more population than any local government in the Federation. And we secure the approval of the governor for the construction of this so that they can provide more security, network, architecture in this local government. And I want to advise the youth to be calm, to not do anything that warrant the security agents to go after them.
Similarly, the lawmaker representing Alimosho in Lagos State House of Assembly, Bisi Yusuf, and Lagos State APC Chairman Cornelius Ojelabi charged youths to report all security matters to the DSS for prompt action, take full charge of the DSS edifice, and be law-abiding.
The sort of passion the governor of Lagos State attached to security prompted the award of this particular project, knowing fully well that without security we will not be anywhere. It is when there is security you have peace of mind. It is when there is peace of mind you think about what do I do for the benefit. I want to appreciate our governor for doing that.
The parliament-appointed Prime Minister in Libya, Fathi Bashagha, has said that the oil blockade would likely end if the central bank supplies the funds for the budget that Parliament approved this week. Bashagha was sworn in by the Eastern-based parliament in March, but Abdul Hamid Al-Deiba, who was installed as Prime Minister last year through a UN-backed process, has rejected its move, leading to a standoff. Since April, groups in the east have forcibly closed many Libyan oil facilities to demand that Bashagha take power in the capital, blockading much of Libya's oil output and putting new pressure on world energy prices. And in entertainment news, singer Simi has said that her husband and fellow singer Adekunle Gold did not decide which songs went into her last album titled To Be Honest. During a question and answer session at the listening session for the album, a fan sought to know if her husband had a say in the selection of songs on the album, and she said he did not. The Naked Wire singer also maintained that she does not take for granted the position she is in and appreciated her supporters for their efforts at seeing her succeed in her career. Cup holders in sports story, cup holders in Nigeria have commenced the training camp at the country's Federal Capital Territory, Abuja, ahead of next month's 12th Women African Cup of Nations holding in Morocco. July's Colorful House Party in the North African Kingdom is expected to generate greater media and global public interest than ever, with the exponential rise in the stature of women's football held by the tremendous gains of the last Women's World Cup in France, robust deliberations on pay parity, and FIFA's decision to hike number of participating teams at next year's Women's World Cup finals to 32, which is the same as for the Men's World Club. And that's the news update. For more stories, please follow us on our Facebook, Twitter, and Instagram. And do subscribe rather to our YouTube channel at Plus TV Africa and Plus TV Africa Lifestyle. I am Adedolapo Ajayi. Many thanks for watching.
when I heard him, I didn't know he was a sickler until last year. Though at birth, from birth till like age 2, he was always getting sick, always leg pain, my hand and everything. We did a genotype test, then they told us it was AA. So we didn't even think it was sickle cell anemia. So once he clocked 2, he stopped having crisis. So we continued like that until last year. It was a mistake. So it was during the exam, he now started serious, couldn't breathe properly again. Though naturally he's always been on no matter what he eats, he doesn't add weight. But for him, I knew from birth that he was a sickler.
Some of my own experience are the hand pain. The hand pain, I've never experienced the hand pain. I only experienced it once after all the pains were gone. But the chest thing was the first I started experiencing.
When there is a deformity in this oxygen carrying capacity of the blood, that is, there is a deformity in the red blood cells. This oxygen capacity, carrying capacity, it becomes abnormal. It can no longer hold. Now, what we call sickling. That word sickle cell comes from sickling of the red blood cells. The red blood cell is biconcave, and when it is now sickled, it's cut, it's sickled. You know, like a sickle. That means the capacity, the ability to carry oxygen is reduced.
There are a lot of challenges, but I will go with, growing up having sickle cell is one of the most difficult things ever. And I believe also that surviving sickle cell is dependent on how the world has been treated.
Living with it in your school days, you have to know how to survive. Sometimes you miss classes, you miss exams because you're having a crisis. Sometimes you have to, the relationship between your family and friends becomes, there's this strain, especially if you don't have a patient family, that really understand what sickle cell is.
I was exposed to a lot of medications, a lot of treatments, a lot of prayer houses, a lot of deliverance sessions. So, being a child, you have no option. You just have to go with whatever your parents say.
Whenever any person has had sickle cell and there is manifestation, then what we can do is to now treat or prevent them from having crisis. So there is one thing to have sickle cell, another thing is to have crisis from the sickle cell. This crisis is derived oxygen delivery to the blood cells.
Malaria is something that actually brings my own crisis and blood infection, the usual typhoid that they call. If it starts with my limbs, I know malaria is around the corner. But if it starts with my vertebral column, I know that this could be blood infection.
What makes me know that, okay, probably I'm going into crisis is that I start feeling a bit tired, a bit weak. Then I start feeling these pinches, on my body. I started having crisis even before we knew it was sickle cell. So I've been living with I'm 35 now. So let me say for 35 years.
There are times I don't go to work for like a month, sometimes 2 months, as long as the crisis lasts. But thank God for the kind of people I work with. They tend to understand with me. It's financially burdensome. Your work, if you don't have good people working with you, it affects that too. And there are some instances where you lose a job.
I won't say it has been easy with the siblings and him as well. Most times when we are on break and we get to witness him during the crisis, it is always heartbreaking and a tough one to see, to be honest.
There are many complementary remedies. So many people have tried different things. But we know, scientists, that the major cure for sickle cell is red cell transplant, bone marrow transplant. Go down and transplant the progenitor cells, and transplant it so that they will now start producing the new cells the newborn cells that carries oxygen better than the adult red blood cells. So that's the major achievement. The other complementary measures are just palliative people, right? Well, for scientifically, we have also used hydroxyurea, one of these medications.
And the stigma starts from home sometimes, right? That's from the family. And of course, they will think you're different. And this brings about conflicts between, sometimes they even say it's the woman's fault, right, for bringing forth a child with sickle cell. So there's this conflict between a household.
The stigma is still there. Now, what did you do now? Why didn't you do blood tests before you at the point you're telling somebody this is what's going on? It's not as if you've not actually blamed yourself for what happened enough, but they're still telling you should have known better.
Someone has told me that if you die, you are not the only child. Okay, I don't know if you get the message that was being passed, like you cry so much. Every time it's all about you, every time you're always sick and all that kind. I didn't cause this for myself.
The first time that I told them that I was a sickle cell, but they didn't believe me until my mommy told them that I was actually a sickle cell. That's when they not believed me. They apologized for laughing, then they not started treating me nicely.
I've been in a relationship where the parent told the person I was going out with that they don't live longer. There's no hope in getting married to this person, and they wouldn't want their child to go into a short marriage.
Some of it are, let's start with our cultural and religious beliefs that this is not a genetic problem. They don't see it as a medical problem. They see it as spiritual in Africa. So these are the kind of things we want people to know, that this is a medical condition and can be managed. When you give birth to a child and the child is always falling sick, high fever, always crying and all that, automatically people will think that, okay, the child is possessed. Some people believe that it is contagious. Before all the medical interventions, children die before the age of 5, not because it's spiritual, but because there's lack of hospital care and proper drugs. But with hospital care and proper drugs now coming into play, there's a bit of improvement, and warriors can live to 90 years.
So the parents need to be educated that if their genotype does not match for to use at least AS or AA, they should not go ahead and marry.
I am still blessed. There's a lot of pain associated with it, but I'm still thankful. You know what I'm saying? I'm still grateful. I mean, regardless of everything, I still have someone who was able to kind of, damn the consequences and say, okay, yo, forget about what other girls have said. I'm going to marry you, regardless of what they've said. I'm going to take a risk on you. And she did. And I got married, and I have 2 kids.
For me, it has helped me to build a lot of positivity. Because I've been surrounded by so many negativity. I just had to develop it. But then, you can be stronger than anything that is thrown at you by life. If you choose to be strong. If you let situation, you don't have to be a victim all the time.
For children with sickle cell, your life is still ahead of you. You can be anything in life. There is no limit to how far you can get to.
we do not understand, we will stigmatize.
What you can see is the remaining of the tanker that exploded.
The suspect equally confessed.
A 500 naira they collect am.
If you no talk, dem go beat you.
Na 2,500 I dey pay.
Hello and welcome to Plus Events, your favorite social diary show that brings you the best and biggest events to your screen. I am Jacinta Obiuku, and on today's show we have 3 interesting events that you will definitely enjoy. First is the event where the African Agility in partnership with the Lagos State Government and Eco Innovation Center is trying to close the gap change in the technology industry by ensuring that more women are in technology through training.
Women are an ever-growing part of the technology landscape, but inequality in pay and opportunities persists. There are many systematic problems that need to be addressed for women to achieve great quality in technology. Deloitte Global predicts that large global technology firms on average will reach nearly 33% overall female representation in their workforces in 2022, up slightly more than 2 percentage points from 2019. The Girls in Tech program is organized to bridge the gender gap between men and women in the tech industry by developing more girls with agility, machine learning, data science, and web development. In 3 weeks, the girls have been able to work together and develop projects that use tech to solve life issues.
Another election is around the corner, and it will interest you to know that we do not have sufficient information about our candidates and aspirants. Our team has developed a solution to this. Like my colleague said, information is liberating, and we hope to give you political liberation. So we've developed Political. And what is Political? Political is a web application that seeks to provide a comprehensive database of politicians in Nigeria across all levels, from the federal, state, and local government. I bet you a lot of us do not know the political holders of local government positions in this room.
Express Wings is a logistics company driven by technology. Our objective is to provide unparalleled means of supporting our clients and also becoming an extension of our client's business. This way, that even if our client's objective is to provide excellent services, Express Wing will also extend that hand with their deliveries. You might be wondering, how are we different from the normal and from other companies that operate logistically? Express Wing, we have several competitive advantages. Number one, our rates are fair, and we also have a live track and trace solution. That way, you easily go to our website and input your tracking ID to enable you to see real-time data and real-time status of your package. You don't have to call the rider every time. Where are you? Where? You don't have to make up lies. You simply put in your tracking ID and you're able to check.
A panel of judges at the event rated the project performances of the girls.
So put your hands together for Connect Care. Come forward. Good job. Come forward. Put your hands together for them. Put your hands together for them. Put your hands together for them.
Developer manager at Microsoft Cloud, Eduabasi Chunwike, shares her experience in the tech industry and encourages the girls to continue to do their best.
Today it's not about me, it's about all of you. Have been the biggest believer of having loads of women in the tech sector. So for some of you that know, beyond my Microsoft life, I run an organization called Wenters. And I do know that most of you are part of the Wenters team. Thank you, thank you, thank you, thank you. To the amazing Wenties that are here, thank you. And it's been because of my experience in the tech sector. So when I started on my career, I started on managing the cloud penetration in Nigeria. And what that really meant was, it was at a time when cloud technology was just a thing. So think of conversations that were happening between most of the corporate organizations. I was the one having this conversation. The good thing was that I was in Microsoft, right? Microsoft had a really good diverse background of men and women. So at the time when I had finished school and I had done a master's, I was very glad where I worked. But the interesting thing was, when my role was external facing. So in my external facing role, when I'm getting into conversations, I'm pretty much in a room with a lot of board members of IT, sort of just trying to say, the cloud is the way forward. And then you sort of turn around the room and realize you're the only woman. I didn't see that as a deterrent, right? I saw that as, this is an opportunity to get a lot more women, to do more, to be more.
Anu Gopal, the founder of Africa Agility, says in the next 10 years, 5,000 female youth in the tech ecosystem will be trained.
We want to launch the new CUDA Flutter Wave Pay Stack of Africa, and especially build, the founders are women, not just the men, because when you look at the top tech organizations in Africa, they are mostly male. But now Africa Agility wants to launch the women into the tech ecosystem so that they can compete with their male counterparts. So we are launching Girls in Tech Business School, and it will be starting next month. And this is not just for the girls that have gone through our programs. We are targeting girls across Africa that have great, amazing business idea, but they don't have the skills and the competency to be able to launch into the marketplace. So we are going to take them through ideation into launching their tech startup. And also we are going to work with investors and venture capital that would fund this investment for these girls, maybe by getting equity or whichever way that they want to fund it. Then we're also going to get grant for them as well, so that they can have enough funding to be able to launch a very successful, thriving tech business.
For us, really, we are big on employability and enterprise development. So what we were able to do for them this year was to, even apart from just doing their coding programs, we're able to design for them an incubation program that give them skills on how to basically run a startup, right? The foundational skills about problem identification, solution development, finance, corporate governance, and so on and so forth. So, and even fundraising. So we're expecting that they will leave this program very well equipped with the tools and the skills to begin their own startup if they choose to go to that direction, rather than just going to the broad markets. And of course, as Eco Innovation Center, we are big on supporting startups. So the doors always open for them to come back to us with their ideas, and we will fund them, we will mentor them, and we'll provide them space for them to collaborate with other seasoned entrepreneurs to be able to grow their products and scale their products and get them to commercialization.
The young tech girls are super excited about this initiative.
It has really been impactful, right from the tutor. Some of them are actually their student before that they hired, and some of them are not. So they are really good. If you don't understand anything, they will take you back. You ask questions, and there are Zoom meetings. You get to network with other people that are in tech, your seniors, people that have been in tech before, and there's community, the main community on Twitter and on LinkedIn, where you can just see anything that you want, and on Slack, anything you want that you don't understand, anything that is so vague, you just tell them and they will explain to you. So it's really, really impactful for someone like me that don't know anything about it. Now I can say I can do something. So let me just say now I'm a proud UI UX designer.
It's been super amazing. I think that the sacrifice was worth it. And during the course of the training, I imputed what I learned, and I got job offers in 3 places just last week. And it's all because of this, and I'm so excited about it. Yeah. When I made up my mind to come for this program, because it was looking like it was not going to be possible distance-wise and my baby, because my baby is just 3 months, one thing I told myself is I am looking forward to invade and to explore the tech world, and this is one way to do it. I have to give sacrifice to make what I want come to pass. And so I believe that once I have learned what I need to learn, I will definitely be able to assist others to come up to and to encourage both mothers and young girls to do what they have to do to make it here.
Despite the rapid growth in Nigeria's technology sector, there is no question women are in the minority in the tech industry, from the general workforce up through management and leadership roles. More trainings like this will help bridge the gap.
This next interesting event is a wedding ceremony between Happiness and Ajasa. Oh my God, I love weddings. Do you? Take a look.
On Saturday, the 5th of March, Happiness and Sano Avi Ajasa got married in the presence of their family and friends in Lagos. The ceremony started in church at Christ Embassy Group Church Ikotun, where the newlyweds exchanged their vows and signed their wedding certificates.
I do wed. I do wed. I give it as a token of my love. And give it as a token of my love. And my faith. And my faith. I believe with all my heart. I believe with all my heart. That this is for all time. That this is for all time. It is the seal of my vows to you. It is the seal of my vow to you. In the name of Jesus. In the name of Jesus. Amen. Amen. Can we clap for him, please? Okay, the groom's ring. Now the bride, you take your tongue, you place it on his finger and say this to him. With this ring, I do wed. I do wed. I give it as a token of my love. I give it as a token of my love. And my faith. And my faith. I believe with all my heart. I believe with all my heart. That this is for all time. That this is for all time. It is the seal of my vows to you. It is the seal of my vows to you. In the name of Jesus. In the name of Jesus.
After the church service, guests proceeded to Hammond Hall, the reception venue, where there were lots of dancing, games, fun, and food.
If it may interest you to know, I am here again. I see the house rent. Now yesterday it's due. It's due again. And my spirit they tell me say I go meet you for this wedding. DJ, I better play 1 billion for Mr. Lekon. You know what he's doing for me. If he no do this, Mrs. Happiness will not go and sit down. He know how to celebrate me. This man is a great man. DJ, play. Oh, I will sit on the floor. I must sit on the floor.
Some colleagues of the groom also had beautiful words for them.
We're just guests at this reception, and the two of you are the reason why we are here. However, you have been able to do it, to be together to the extent of deciding to spend the rest of your life together. Don't stop doing those things.
I was there when the whole thing was done. So as it is now, the two of them have become one, both from village, from federal government, and from the court of heaven. So I know that my daughter is asking for what her faith can carry.
She's actually a very nice person, fun to be with, and she's the kind of person that she easily attracts friends. You can't be around her and you're not happy. And that's why you can see a lot of people come around today to actually celebrate her, because her kind of person is open. And if she's around you, she gives 100% support in anything. My advice for them is just to keep walking in the fear of God and keep the love that they have for God in flame, because any man that loves God can actually do anything. Because you must first of all love God to be able to love somebody. So I just advise them to continue in the fear of God.
Congratulations to Happiness and Sanoa V. Ajasa.
And finally, on this edition of Plus Events, we've got another wedding between Grace Peters and Dickson Osage. Enjoy.
Just you trust His cleansing blood, and in simple faith to plunge me.
The lovely bride walks in with her father. It's another page in the book of her life. The church was filled with friends, guests, and associates who have come to witness the holy matrimony between Grace Peters and Dickson Osage at the Redeemed Evangelical Mission, Trem, Bagada, Lagos.
What paraclete is where you get the word one who is your advisor. But you know the beautiful thing I love the word, helpmeet. It also means your sounding board. Grace and Dickson, Grace is your sounding board. That is when you are going through stuff and you need somebody to just sort of share your burdens and your pains. What do? You turn face to face.
It was time to exchange their vows.
Say to her, I, Brother Dickson.
I, Brother Dickson.
According to the word of God.
According to the word of God.
I leave my father and my mother. I leave my father and my mother.
My father and my mother.
And all my relations.
And all my relations.
From, I mentioned your village.
From East and Southeast local government of Edo State.
East and Southeast local government of area of Edo State.
Yes.
And I join myself to you.
And I join myself to you.
To be a husband to you.
To be a husband to you.
From this moment forward.
From this moment forward.
We shall be one.
We shall be one.
Please celebrate them. Put your hands together. I, Pastor Grace.
I, Pastor Grace.
According to the word of God.
According to the word of God.
I leave my father and my mother.
I leave my father and my mother.
And all my relations.
And all my relations.
From your village.
From East and Southeast local governments of Edo State.
From East and Southeast local government area of Edo State. And I submit myself to you.
And I submit myself to you.
To be a wife to you.
To be a wife to you.
Where you go, I will go.
Where you go, I will go.
Where you lodge, I will lodge.
Where you lodge, I will lodge.
Your people will be my people.
Your people will be my people.
And your God, the Almighty God, shall be my God.
And your God, the Almighty God, shall be my God.
From this moment forward.
From this moment forward.
We shall be one.
We shall be one.
And then to the signing of the marriage register.
Hey! See what you have done for me. See how you set me free. Come and say it to the Lord in the highest. I say, who is greater than Jehovah, Lord divine? Oh, There is no one greater than Jehovah, Lord. Who is greater than Jehovah, Lord divine? There is no one greater. We call him Jehovah, marvelous. Greater than Jehovah.
They sealed it all as they were pronounced husband and wife.
Been around the world, searching for a miracle, but I found no one like you.
After the church service, guests proceeded to this beautifully decorated reception hall for the next chapter of activities. It was so much fun with lots of dancing, singing, games, food and drinks. Plus Events spoke with the family members of the new couple.
I feel very happy. I'm elated. I feel good because Grace is a large-hearted person, loved by everyone who comes around her. She has been wonderful. And it is my joy today that God has given her a man who is also large-hearted, kind, loving, caring man. That gives me joy.
I feel fulfilled because I long for it, even late to marry. I wish him to have married for long, but now that he consider it possible to marry, I give them my blessing.
Marriage is an honorable institution, instituted by God himself. As you have heard in the sermon in the church, without the woman, the man cannot fulfill the injunction of the Lord that says, be fruitful and multiply and replenish the earth. I feel great. I feel great. The Lord has honored me, and I return all the glory to him.
Today is my joy
So for my son, DC. So when something when they say, never mind, no, say God have a time. And today, Jesus will do it. And very time, God will join them together with happiness and joy.
It started like a joke, like a dream. I think somebody introduced him to me. We didn't click at first. It took a year. I think we quarreled from the very beginning. It took a year before things started working out. And then, of course, it's been smooth, actually.
Moving from executive bachelor to husband is very, very important, you know. Thank you very much. I'm very happy to find a good wife, you know. The Bible says who finds a good wife finds a good son, obtain favor. So I've obtained my own favor, you know, it's my turn to shine, yeah.
Friends of the bride and groom also had this to say.
Yeah, it's exciting to see a young man and a young woman get married. You know, nothing can be better. Young people of these days want to live together without doing the proper things. So for them to choose to be different is interesting.
Congratulations, Grace and Dixon Osaje, as they begin a new life.
Well, that's a wrap for today. I hope you enjoyed the event on this episode of Plus Events. Remember, if you want to showcase your events to the world, Plus Events is the place for you. Subscribe to our YouTube channel at Plus TV Africa Lifestyle. I am Jacinta Ubiuku.
How can we have peace without justice?
Plus Politics. It's not just another political conversation, it's about keeping you in the know. The relevant interviews, asking the tough questions to those that matter. Get the answers you need. Does it mean that the people who were injured, people who were shot at, those who were involved in that stampede are not going to get justice?
It is unfortunate, it is sad that we have a government of deaf and dumb.
Analysis from top experts.
The last election was not really an election.
We feel that Obasanjo has a very special place in his heart for hating Ijaw people.
I think it really boils down to two things. One, trust and accountability.
Plus Politics, every weeknight at 7 p.m. on Plus TV Africa.
It is engagement we need to have.
Those who suffer miscarriages are never taken into account.
Members of the National Assembly are also influence peddlers.
You are sitting on Nigerians' money.
From the Babin, I pay my rent. From the Babin, I send my children to school.
A consultative engagement.
No any tangible notification before they ban us.
It's one thing for people to be at your back and the heat of the moment, and another thing for them to still be with you when push comes to shove.
I will do everything to take Lagos out of the national grid.
Hello, this is the Greater Lagos Vision and I'm your host, Love Ikuku Oyedokun. Since assumption of office in May 2019, Governor Babajide Sanwo-Olu has maintained his commitment to ensuring safe mobility of residents and ease of doing business in the state. This was demonstrated through the official launch of a security-fitted apparatus, safe, comfortable and modernized taxi scheme, codenamed LagRide, with a rollout of the first batch of 1,000 brand new GSC automobiles at the State House in Alausa, Ikeja. The ride-hailing taxi initiative, which has been operated on a lease-to-own basis, is a component of the state government's multimodal transportation blueprint being executed under the traffic management and transportation pillar of the themes agenda of the Sanwo-Olu administration. This is the Greater Lagos Vision. Welcome once again. I'm Love Ikuku Oyedokun. This episode features infrastructure. Sanwo-Olu restates commitment to ensuring seamless mobility to deploy technology for enhanced movements. Transportation. Lagos State set to host Maiden National Transport Technology Conference. Lagos Blue Line Rail. Sanwo-Olu says project will be electrified once vendors to stay away. In a city without a fully functional infrastructural system will suffer a setback. As such, engineers must be well trained in order to bring to bear their professional attributes to the growth of the nation. From an infrastructural perspective, the Managing Director of Lagos Metropolitan Transport Authority, LAMATA, Engineer Abimbola Akinaju, stated this during her presentation at the 2022 Alumni Luncheon of the University of Lagos Faculty of Engineering Alumni Association in Lagos. It was a reunion, a veritable networking opportunity for the alumni of the Faculty of Engineering, University of Lagos. It was also an avenue to give back to their alma mater through the launching of a 500 million naira fundraising project for the faculty. Away from that, Governor Babajide Sanwo-Olu and his team cashed in on the opportunity provided by the reunion to tell the impact of the alumni on the state's infrastructural development in less than 3 years.
And so the blue line you can see is a massive feat of engineering, and I'm sure all of you need to be proud of it. From 4 lanes, we changed the design to 10 lanes. So we took a massive right of way to do 10 lanes, and we were very smart to keep a rail corridor in the middle of it. So the alignment actually is about 16 lanes, because when you've done 10 lanes and you still have enough alignment to keep a rail, corridor, was a main feat. And that's why we're able to, preserve, and which was the most difficult option to take. But because we were committed at that time to say, you know what, let's have the audacity to want to do it, and that's why, we started it.
The 4 stations, Mile 2, Alaba, Igomu, and National Theatre, they're completed. You will notice that Mile 2 and Alaba, they have 2 concourses. Obviously, that's based on studies that had been done to determine sort of ridership that we would get, and we realized that, it's obvious. Mile 2 is a market area, so there's a lot of people there. So that's why we have 2 concourses that allows us to take on more passengers. It's the same thing in Igomu. Same thing in Alaba. Igomu and National Theatre are also completed. We have pedestrian bridges at each of those stations that allows us to bring passengers from one side of the expressway.
The Managing Director of Lagos Metropolitan Area Transport Authority, Lamata, spoke with journalists on the sideline of the event.
Infrastructure is owned by all. So it means that as an individual, you have a responsibility. Something has been built, not to destroy it, not to vandalize it. And so therefore, people also need to be aware and also take ownership. And that's what I always say. If something belongs to you, you are not likely to go and destroy it.
She also told the forum that over 5,000 people affected by the construction of the rail have been compensated by the Lagos State government. The Lagos Blue Line Rail on completion will be running on electric tracks with electric motor vehicle EMV, and as such, citizens have been warned to keep off the train lines. Handing down this warning shortly after inspecting the Blue Line Rail, the Lagos State Governor, Babajide Sanwo-Olu, assured Lagosians that the completion date of the two rail projects remains. The train took off from the National Theatre Igomu to Orile, through Alaba, Mile 2, and back to the Marina axis of the state, having Governor Babajide Sanwo-Olu, some members of his cabinet, officials of the Lagos Metropolitan Area Transport Authority, Lamata, and contractors handling the project on board. The governor inspected the ongoing works on the Blue Line Rail project and stations, and a new 4-coach train, which according to him is a typical train that will be used on the Blue Line. He expressed satisfaction at the pace of work, maintaining that the project will be delivered on schedule. Sanwo-Olu was unhappy at the level of vandalism along the rail corridors and warned perpetrators to desist from such acts.
There are electric trucks. They are going to be running on electricity, and you will know that citizens or passengers or anybody whatsoever cannot walk on those things. Right? So, gentlemen of the press, you have that responsibility. From now, we begin to mention that. For the next 6 months, 8 months, we begin to mention that this track is not like the red line. The red line is DMU, but the blue line is EMU. So these are some of the communications that we need to begin to pass out, and they are electric train lines.
The governor also assured that adequate security would be put in place at every station and platform with the use of CCTV. He disclosed that the state was set to bring in from China additional 2 sets of 4 train coaches by September and October.
The additional trains that were procured for the Blue Line, we're going to be going to China when they open up, maybe in May or June, when it's completely completed, just to have a look and send it on shipment to probably get to the country before September, October. So based on the promises we gave you at the beginning of the year, we are still on track at both the red line and the blue line.
Recently, the Lagos State Governor Babajide Sanwo-Olu unveiled the first batch of 1,000 brand new GSE branded vehicles, otherwise known as Lag Ride. This for sure is another step forward in the state government's drive to develop an efficient transportation model in tune with modernity and comfort. According to Sanwo-Olu, there's no plan to run existing hailing ride operators out of business, but to offer safer alternatives and clear the roads of rickety cars used for taxi business. Joining me in this episode is the National President, E-Hailing Drivers and Private Owners Association of Nigeria, Comrade Idris Shonuga, for more insight into the scheme. Thank you so much, Comrade Idris Shonuga, for joining us today on the Greater Lagos Vision.
Thank you.
Right, you are the president of the National President, Professional E-Hailing Drivers and Private Owners Association of Nigeria. Tell us, in Lagos State, the Lagos State government just introduced recently the Lagos Ride. Tell us exactly, how has it been? How have your members been faring since the introduction?
Thank you. Our members are very happy. They are very happy in the sense that the business of a Lagos Ride is going to add value to their collective existence, in the sense that they are going to be using the brand new vehicles to run their transport service on that Lagos Ride. Unlike before, that they use old vehicles, popularly known to Kumbo, even Nigerian old used car, to run taxi business, which in different cases develop faults at the middle of roads. It's almost impossible to maintain those vehicles, you know. But the added advantage with Lagos Ride introduction is maintaining of those vehicles for the drivers who are beneficiaries. You see, running a transport business has been very difficult in terms of maintenance of the vehicles, because you are always on the road on a daily basis. And we don't have a good mechanic system in Nigeria. So majority of drivers patronized the road mechanics, dealing with all manners of spare part dealers, getting wrong spare parts to fix their car. At times, they spend double amount to repair the cars, and it's eating hard on them. But with the introduction of Lagos Ride, that comes with mechanical insurance, where the vehicle will be maintained for them for the period of 4 years, where the contract is between them and the Ibile Holdings, who is going to manage the operation of that business. It's a welcome development. So when we heard about this scheme that is being launched, and it concerns our industry, because the vehicle will be operated with algorithm, is online approach, unlike conventional way of transportation before, where you have to flag down. This is online, and we are e-hailers. So we approach the Ministry of Transportation that the Lagos State government cannot launch such a laudable scheme without giving the practitioner the sense of belonging, because we are e-hailers. We have thousands of trip history on Uber and Bolt, and we are professionals, so we need to get involved. So we apply, and the ministry directs us to the appropriate body that is going to pilot the Lagos Ride, which is Ibile Holdings. So we met the MD, and we had to ask to write a proposal. We did not lobby. First of all, as a body, they deal with body, they deal with individuals. From the conversation, we approach them as a body. Then I think when I met the MD of Ibile Holdings, he made us to understand that the associations, the individuals, Lagosians who are interested in the scheme can apply. We apply as an association. You understand? Then the procedure is like every other person. The requirement to be a beneficiary of LagRide is uniform. 20% equity contribution of the asset of 7.5 million. The interest of 10% for the period of 4 years. You have the equity, you have the down payment of 1.8 million, which we see it will be very impossible for our member, ordinary e-hailing drivers, to benefit from this scheme with such amount, because it's so huge for e-hailing drivers to sum up 1.8 million as a deposit. It means the ordinary person cannot be partaker of this scheme. So we appeal that is there any other way? And they gave us two banks, FCMB and Polaris Bank, precisely to give us loan, and they came up with corporate guarantee on behalf of the association for our member to be a beneficiary. The Polaris Bank will borrow our members. They said 1.8 million. You understand? Why are we standing for them? You understand? So, and our member has been applying. But besides, we, the individual members, also need to have some certain contribution from that 1.8 million, 20% equity contribution of 1.8 million, which is around 300,000. And we have employed our drivers, advised them to key into this because it's going to make life better for them. Then the most interesting part of it that make us to subscribe to Lagos Ride is that what the union stand for is workers' right, the workers' welfare. Because we notice that the government has been less concerned on the informal sector, because our interest is in the informal sector. The e-hailing drivers fall in informal sectors, and informal sector has been neglected for a long time. Some certain benefit workers' right has been denied, such as HMO, pension scheme plan, opportunity to have cooperatives, then perhaps mortgage plan. These are set of workers that solve problem of transportation in the state, moving passenger from one point to another point with expected professional service. They need to be taken care of. But to my dismay, all these things has been embedded in Lagos Ride business scheme, because our own concerns is that what are the provisions for the drivers that are going to drive this business? And we're made to understand that 1.5% commission has been set aside for the driver and their family of 4, which is what we HMO, health management scheme, under the plan. You see, when they charge 25% commission of each transaction consummated under the platform, 4% out of it goes into comprehensive insurance and mechanic insurance to maintain that vehicles, which I see as a welcome development. It wasn't anywhere included in their current module of operandi with other hub companies. And if Lagos State government put this in their business plan, I think, they are coupling international standard practice, which is why we are very happy with Lagos State government, particularly Babajide Sanwo-Olu, for making sure that all these things are embedded in Lagos Ride. With the notion of Lagos Ride, when we had meeting with them, if they follow all the process to the letter, I think it will reduce traffic congestion in Lagos State, because they are the first app companies that will introduce what we call carpooling. Carpooling means classification of rider, where 2, 3, 4 different customers can join one vehicle going towards the same destination. And with the introduction of brand new comfortable vehicles, I think a lot of Lagosians will keep their vehicle at home. What prompted a lot of Lagosians to make use of their vehicle are because we don't have a good, safe transport system. That is why everybody wants to have their vehicle on the road. And judging from the fact that we have less road and we have many people in the city, we are moving at the same time. But if we have a safe system, safe transport system, comfortable, safe transport system, a lot of people will keep their vehicle at home and make use of Lagos Ride. What am I saying? With the introduction of this classification of rider, they will even pay less. They will pay less than the conventional taxi, where you used to pay 2,000 naira, you can pay less than 1,500, even 1,000, because you are sharing your ride with other customers, other users, meaning that the driver will end up earning more. You know, in the sense that the driver is supposed to have earned 2,005, and he collects 1,300 or 1,200 into 4 places, is getting 5,000 instead of 2,500. And the same distance cover when you pick only one person. You know, that will reduce a lot of traffic congestion if we can actually accept this concept introduced by Lagos Ride. You know, the traffic will be entirely reduced. But if Lagos Ride deploy enough vehicle, the 1,000 vehicle is not enough. I must be sincere with you. If we have more than this vehicle, handing over to those who needed job opportunity to pilot it, a lot of Lagosians will keep their vehicle at home and will make use of Lagos Ride. Lagos Ride can enter anywhere in the street of Lagos State, because the majority of these vehicles are SUV. They can enter some bad area. And we have sampled it. You understand, it is not low vehicle, it's high on the ground. It can maneuver some bad spot. I see it as a solution if it's being piloted appropriately. Online transport system is already a smart system way of transportation, coupled with a lot of mechanism being embedded in it to make transportation easy, using a stone to kill 2 to 3 birds. Number one, the lag ride is not going to be conventional taxi. You take request, the driver take request randomly, you know, and it solves the problem of moving within the city. 2-3 people can enjoy a ride. And this ride we are talking about is a global standard. Even a lot of people, since the launch of this vehicle, have been getting a lot of reports from our members that they are asking them, is it real? You know, because this is the first time we are seeing that government make promise and they are fulfilling it. I thought when me saw it, I thought I'm dreaming, but today is reality. You see, if it's being piloted properly, it will fit in what we call Smart City Lagos, because that is no different from what is being practiced in Dubai and what is being practiced in Lagos. The e-link service in Lagos State is already a smart way of transportation. Unlike those who promise us smart transport system, and we are still seeing car of 15, 17, 18 years, 20 years running a taxi. But we are talking about a recent car, 2-year-old car, to run a taxi business with a fast system and with a lot of security gadgets, you know, to contain any security threat, and making the movement in the city of Lagos is very easy with the introduction of several mechanisms that will make life easy for Lagosian, for them to imbibe with this scheme. And I think, I don't know how they came about this, but I expect more of these things to come in later future. I want to really appreciate the office of Governor Sanwo-Olu for this laudable project. Is indeed a welcome development. And we, at Professional E-Hailing Drivers and Private Owners Association, are solidly behind him. We trust him again, and he's a man of his words. I was with him in 2020 when he said he's going to introduce a safe transport system. I didn't believe it will come to reality, but I'm seeing it in reality. May God bless him. Second time we are with you fully, in spirit, in physical.
That's all we have in this episode of the Greater Lagos Vision on Plus TV Africa. I'm Love Ikuku Oyedokun. Bye for now.
It is engagement we need to have.
Those who suffer miscarriages are never taken into account.
Members of the National Assembly are also influence peddlers.
You are sitting on Nigerians' money.
From the barbing, I pay my rent. On the barbing, I send my children to school.
A consultative engagement.
No any tangible notification before they ban us.
It's one thing for people to be at your back and the heat of the moment, and another thing for them to still be with you when push comes to shove.
I will do everything to take Lagos out of the national grid.
How can we have peace without justice?
Plus Politics. It's not just another political conversation, it's about keeping you in the know. The relevant interviews, asking the tough questions to those that matter. Get the answers you need. Does it mean that the people who were injured, people who were shot at, those who were involved in that stampede are not going to get justice?
It is unfortunate, it is sad that we have a government of deaf and dumb.
Analysis from top experts.
The last election was not really an election.
We feel that Obasanjo has a very special place in his heart for hating Ijaw people.
I think it really boils down to two things. One, trust and accountability.
Plus Politics, every weeknight at 7 p.m. on Plus TV Africa.
The hair industry is a multi-million naira business in Nigeria. The industry has experienced impressive growth in recent years. From the sale of hair extensions, wigs, and hair care products, it is a huge market and it is largely buoyed by patronage from women. Women are mostly identified by their hair, but does that mean without hair they have no identity? Definitely not. There is a condition called alopecia. It causes the partial or complete absence of hair from areas of the body where it normally grows. And for women who have it, they experience baldness. We met an alopecian, Jasmine Oguns, who shared her story with us.
Alopecia is an autoimmune disease, but we alopecians like to define it as an autoimmune condition, so we don't scare people. So alopecia is an autoimmune condition that happens when the immune system attacks the hair follicles, thereby causing partial or total hair loss. You know, the immune system is actually supposed to protect us from germs, diseases, and sickness. But in this case, the immune system attacks the hair follicles because it sees the hair follicles as a stranger to the body system, so it attacks it. And once the hair follicles get attacked, then there's a problem in the roots of hair growth. Yeah, so that's where hair loss starts from. I started having hair loss in 2004. That was my first year in school, in higher institution. Before then, I used to have very long hair, like very beautiful hair. And a particular day, I went to the salon, and my hairstylist noticed a bald patch behind my head, just around here. It was very tiny, very insignificant, but she noticed it because she has been making my hair for a long time. Yeah, so she noticed it and called my attention to it, but I didn't pay so much attention to it because I felt it was a minor thing and my hair was going to grow back. So after 2 weeks, I went back to make my hair. She noticed another one on this side. She called my attention to it again, so I became scared. I informed my mom about it, and my mom also didn't see it as a big issue. She just said it would grow back. And after a while, the patches started increasing, and they started forming a map on my scalp. I stopped going to the salon to make my hair. It became a thing of concern, and someone told my mom it was lakpa caused by dandruff. But then I didn't have dandruff, so where did it come from? So she got sulfur, started applying sulfur on the scalp. But instead of it to get better, it got worse. That was how the alopecia journey started for me. How I knew it was alopecia. Okay, before I got to that point, it was a whole journey. Because after the Lapa episode, there was always an extended family member who would come up with one name or the other. In fact, it metamorphosed to spiritual problem. So they tagged it a spiritual problem. I know in this part of the world, anything we don't know is automatically a spiritual problem. So that was when the frustration started. They started taking me from one pastor to another, and because most of these people, they're about what they can get into their pockets. They second, you know, and it was really traumatizing, you know, and I didn't know until after 10 years. Yeah, I didn't know it was alopecia until after 10 years. So I'll share a bit of my experience in that journey. First, some pastors said someone took my hair to the ocean. That's why I don't have hair. But there are some sacrifices here and there that we could perform that would make my hair grow. So I had times that I killed cows. I had times that I killed chickens. There were times we just give out the cows raw, like the meat, the pieces, you know. raw like that. There were times we cook and feed people with it, just in the quest for my hair to grow back. And there were other ugly experiences I had too, ugly encounters I had of some spiritual men asking to have some form of intimacy with me before my hair could grow. Like, it was really traumatizing. It was annoying. It was frustrating, because at some point I got depressed, and I got to meet with a dermatologist who introduced some hairsprays to me that I used. It didn't work. And the moment I stopped using the spray, my hair fell off. In fact, at this point, I now lost my hair completely because the spray did not work. You understand? So it triggered some other hormones, and then I lost my hair completely. So I became completely bald. You know, initially, it was just in patches. And then after applying those sprays, I lost my hair completely. And I used that spray for a period of 1 year and 6 months. And at that time, a spray cost 15,000 naira. So I must use a can, like I must buy a new can every fortnight. It was a fortnight thing. I was buying a new can every fortnight. And I administered it for 1.5 years. But instead of it to get better, it got worse. And I still did not stop. I wanted a solution. I wanted my hair back. So I approached another dermatologist who placed me on a wrong medication. And because I was so desperate, I didn't even bother to ask, what is this thing you're placing me on? What is this medication for? I didn't know it was using me as a specimen. For every time I got 0.1 mg, I took 5 as a dose. For every time I got 0.5 mg, I took 10 as a dose. So that was an abuse. And I discovered that my memory was diminishing. So at that point, I had to stop. But it had already caused some damage, and I became depressed. And I became suicidal as well. So at some point, I became suicidal. I almost died because I made a suicidal attempt. But thank God my mother was at home on that particular day, and she saved me. So it has been from one bad encounter, one bad experience to another until 2015, when I decided I was going to do a personal research to know what exactly my problem was. And that was how I stumbled on the word alopecia on the internet. And I realized it was a condition, or it is a condition, like what I've been going through actually has a name, and the name is alopecia. So that was how I got to know that the condition is alopecia. I started embracing myself in 2015. Yeah, that was when I did the personal research that I became aware. And okay, I stumbled on a particular lady's story online, and I started following her up. Her daughter has alopecia, and I saw the way she instilled confidence in her daughter at every stage that her daughter was encountering. Like, it started with bald patch. From one bald patch, it increased to patches, and then she lost almost everything, and there were just few strands of hair left. I saw the way she would pack the hair into ponytail and go everywhere with it, you know. So I admired that. But I noticed that while I was doing my research, I didn't really see much of black people with the same condition. There were more of white people. And within me, I resolved that I could be a strength to other people, especially black people who are going through this same experience, who are experiencing the same thing. Because looking back to how my journey started, it wasn't funny. And at that point, I knew there were people who were going through worse situation than what I went through. So I decided I was going to be a voice to other people. I was going to to stand my ground and create awareness. Though in the process of doing that, I opened up to a few persons, media personnel, who did not really understand my story, and they made a mess of it because I wanted to do a come out video. You get? So they made a mess of it and turned it to a comedy skit. That was when I knew there's really no bad publicity, because that was when I met my deputy, Moshudat Badmus. I was really sad about it because the whole thing went bad for me. You know, it went viral. A lot of people saw it. A lot of people misunderstood the message because they actually did not pass the message right. A lot of people misunderstood it. So it went sour, and she came online, saw the ridicule and everything, and she started fighting for me. So she was like the voice I didn't have at that downtime, at that point in time. So I approached her and I was like, you seem to know about alopecia. Do you have alopecia? She said yes. He needed to see the joy that I felt that day. Like I didn't feel that kind of joy in 10 years. I was so excited. I was so happy. I contacted her immediately. We started talking, and before you knew it, I was on my way to, then she was in Ogun State. I was on my way to Ogun State from Kaduna. I took a trip to Ogun State just to meet her because, you know, it was relieving for you to see someone or know that there's someone who can relate, you know, to whatever it is you were going through. Because before then, people around me could not understand. There were times I wanted to talk. I wanted to just, you know, explain how I was feeling, but I didn't have people to talk to, because even when I talk, they don't understand. You understand? It was more like a mental thing for me. But when I met her, it was relieving. I felt so much relief because she could relate. Yeah, she understood where I was coming from, and that was how the foundation journey started.
The National Alopecia Areata Foundation states that alopecia affects about 147 million people in the world, and according to Africa Prime News, there are over 100,000 persons living with alopecia in Nigeria.
It has not been easy running the Heroic Alopecia Foundation because, okay, one thing is for people to know what their condition is. Another thing is for them to come out, right? So, like I said, when I met Moshudat, that was when the foundation journey started. Though I'd already started single-handedly before I met her, and then we took the race together, and we continued the race. Then some other members joined, and we grew to about 13 members, and in the process, we got to know more. We got to know that alopecia is actually a journey. You get? Some would accept the fact that this is what it is. Some may never accept it. But it's a good thing that you're aware that this is what the problem is, right? And we realize that a lot of people are out there suffering that don't know what this condition is. And they really need to know, because if you know that you have a problem and you know what that problem is, I think your problem is half solved already. So what we do basically is try to reach out to people, try to create awareness. Thanks to BBC Pidgin, I was featured on BBC Pidgin last year, and as a result of that publicity, our member strength grew from 13 to 70. Yeah, so right now we have 70 members. Majority are Nigerians. We have few of them in Ghana, some in Sierra Leone, Cameroon, Senegal, America, London. So we still feel there's a need for us to create more awareness. Because if you'd ask for my opinion, I would say only 2% of people in Nigeria are aware of this condition called alopecia. I think a lot has to be done, a lot needs to be done concerning awareness. There was a training I went for recently at Nike Art Gallery, and on the first few days of the training, I didn't go with my wig. I didn't wear my wig, and nobody really paid attention to the fact that I don't have hair. I only got comments like, your hairstyle is nice, and because of what I went there for, I didn't have that time to explain to them that it's not a hairstyle, but it's a health condition. Until after 5 days, I decided to wear my wig. So I went there with a wig, and after a while, I started feeling uncomfortable with my wig on, so I removed it. And people were like, it's better. You look better without your wig than with your wig. So another question popped up from someone else, that why the hairstyle? What inspired the hairstyle? And I told them it's not a hairstyle, but it's a health condition. So that got a lot of people's attention, and they're like, oh really, it's a health condition, tell us about it. So while I was talking, I heard whispers of two persons arguing about one Tope somewhere that has a similar condition, and the other person said, no, it's not the same. Tope's case is spiritual. You know, they were arguing in their dialect, in Kaba actually. So I heard and I paused and asked, why did you say Tope's condition is spiritual? He said, because hers is not completely off like mine. She has patches and all. I said, yes, the patch is a form of alopecia actually. Like, there are different types of alopecia. Hers is alopecia areata. That's the medical term for her condition. And they're like, oh really? I said, yes. So I went as far as explaining to them that there's also a condition called alopecia totalis, where it's just limited to the head alone. You know, the hair loss is limited to the head alone. And I also explained about alopecia universalis, where the victim loses the lashes, the brows, and every other part of the body that has hair. And they were amazed. So when they told me a lot about Tope, I told them I was interested in meeting Tope. But guess what? Tope is dead. Tope died as a result of isolation. Tope died as a result of stigmatization. I also heard of the story of one woman in Benue State that died as a result of stigmatization. She was tagged a witch because her hair stopped growing, and she was isolated, far away from people. You know, they stopped giving her food, and that was how she died. I also heard of some girls in Benin who were constantly tied and flogged with broom because they have alopecia. And at the moment, we have two parents in Kaduna who are representing their sons because they are kids. One is 6 years old, the other one is 7. There's this belief in the north, when strange things happen to you, they just assume you have Anjanu, like a spiritual problem, like evil spirits. I think Anjanu is evil spirits. And they kept burning their scalps with fire, that they are chasing away the Anjanu, until they met me. Someone actually told me about them, and I went to visit the family. So when I got there and I removed my wig, I saw the relief. You know, there was this sigh of relief that, oh, okay, so this thing is not happening to our son alone. There are other people who have this thing, and it's a medical condition. You understand? So a lot needs to be done concerning awareness.
Alopecia can affect anyone regardless of age and gender, and in many cases, it takes a toll on their relationships.
To an extent, alopecia has affected my relationship with people, because I remember back then in school, when it started at first, I didn't start covering it immediately. I still rocked it, and after a while, I started covering it with a scarf. And my friends were surprised, like, when did you start covering your hair? You were not like this, what's the problem? And some of them just tried to be naughty and they pulled the scarf off. And when they realized that there was something strange about my head, some gave space. The naughty ones tagged it a name. Some started calling me an alien. Like when I applied the spray and everything fell off, like I lost every strand of hair on my body. I'm talking about my lashes, my brows, every part of my body. I didn't have hair. I had a friend who was constantly calling me an alien, like to my face, and people would laugh about it. It became embarrassing at some point. And then relationship, yeah, I had a major relationship then that failed as a result of alopecia because my supposed to-be mother-in-law called off the wedding introduction, 3 days to the wedding introduction because of fear of the unknown. You know, she didn't want a situation whereby our grandchildren would have hair loss problems, so she called off the wedding introduction, not minding how far we had gone and then the preparation for the event and all that. Then the last disappointment I got to was as a result of alopecia, because I went for a consultation with the person I was dating at that time, and he heard all the medical advice I got about me. Like the dermatologist advised that I should not bother myself because at this stage, at this point, the hair loss has really, it has gotten to an advanced stage where my hair might not grow anymore, you understand? So he heard all of that, and his countenance changed on our way home. So out of curiosity, I tried to question him about his mood and everything, and he said he's scared, doesn't want to raise kids that would not have hair. So to a great extent, alopecia has affected my relationship with people. Alopecia has really affected my family in a lot of ways. Like my mom, right now, she still does not accept the fact that it is a medical condition. She's yet to come to terms with the fact that it's a medical condition. She still feels that there's more to it and the hair would grow. Yes, the hair could grow because alopecia actually has a mind of its own. The way it decides to go off, like the way your hair decides to go off, it could just decide to start growing overnight. That's another mysterious thing about alopecia because it has to do with your immune system. So your immune system might just decide, okay, I want to be good, I want to be perfect, and then your hair starts growing again, you understand? So it has really affected my family because I remember when I didn't know what it was, I was constantly being stigmatized because my mother would always have a scarf or a cap or something beside her. And the moment someone knocks at the door, she's throwing it at me to cover my head. I didn't like that part. I didn't like the fact that I could not just be myself, you know, and feel free like every other person. I didn't like the fact that I have to always cover my head, you know. And another thing is, it became a prayer request. Like till now, it's still a prayer request. Everyone is always praying at some point, at one point or the other, for my hair to grow back. Yeah, so it has really affected my family, not just me.
1 in 20 people with alopecia also has a family member who has experienced the condition, which implies that most people that have alopecia usually don't have family members with this condition.
I'm not too sure that the awareness is really there. Having said so, I mean, if we think about the patients who come into the clinic, alopecia is, at least what I would say, some studies have shown that is one of top 10 dermatology consultations. And because the world is generally getting more visual, everybody's more concerned about appearance, and we talk about quality of life and all this. So you're seeing a lot more patients coming in. They're coming in. Areata in itself, a lot of people don't know. I don't think the awareness is really, really there. But remember that when you are dealing with a specialty, so if you talk in the general population, maybe no, but if you come into the specialty community, specialty hospital, we'll see we have a bit, a high enough number of cases. But I would say if you just ask for the general population, no. And so to the next question of how can we make them more aware of what you're doing? If we have people who suffer from, I remember that because of the stigma of alopecia, everybody knows that a woman's hair is supposed to be like her crowning glory. She wants to do things with it. She wants to look well. You don't really want to cover it. But with wigs and weaves, nobody knows who has what. Now, a lot of women will just take it out. So you don't know who has the problem because of the stigma or the quality of life. Very, very significant impact on the quality of life. So people are hiding. People are not able to get. And some people go to those who don't really know what to do. Some people, the salon, the hairstylist, who should almost be like your first sort of, oh, madam, or girl, as the case may be, what's happening to your hair? Do you think you need to see somebody? Most times they might give you their own version of what they think works, and the hair loss is worsening. Where ideally, if you present early enough in alopecia areata, you may just be able to break that autoimmunity.
Alopecia often develops suddenly over the course of just a few days. This condition affects the mental health of the victims and sometimes makes them withdrawn.
Dealing with stigmatization before I became aware was not easy. I had days that I cried. I had days I didn't want to see anybody. Like, I locked myself up in the room for days, for weeks. There were days I didn't want to see my immediate family members, my downtime and all, as a result of stigmatization. Like I mentioned earlier, that there was a time I was depressed. It was as a result of stigmatization because I felt stigmatized by everybody, even those that were close to me. You know, at every point in time, I was expecting people to show me love. So at every moment that I don't, at every time that I don't get that kind of love that I expect, you know, I feel stigmatized. So it was really ugly for me. But the moment I got to know that this is what it is, I became free. You know, I got some form of liberty, I got some form of liberation, and I don't get stigmatized anymore. So when people try to mock me now, I just laugh at their ignorance. And if I have the opportunity to educate them, I don't hesitate.
Alopecia can cause a lot of anxiety and sadness. It is important we have more support groups in the society to help people living with alopecia deal with the psychological effects of this condition.
Nigeria's Niger Delta region, from where the black gold fuels Africa's largest economy, where the lines between wealth and poverty has never been thinner. Conflicts, poverty, insecurity, and environmental challenges daily confront the region. How can the Niger Delta story be changed for the better?
Join Mamode Akuga at 9 p.m. every Friday evening on Plus TV Africa as he probes deep in search of solutions.
Inside the Niger Delta with Mamode Akuga, the authentic voice of Nigeria's oil-rich region.
This is it for upcoming artists to blow in Nigeria.
Welcome to Plus Trending. I am Buki November, your host, saying thank you for joining us on today's episode.
Welcome back. It's tea time on Plus TV Africa.
Practice makes perfect. I'm not perfect yet, but I'm a lot better than I used to be.
He's a king. He's entitled to marry 100 if he wants to.
In raising our kids, parents should stop playing God.
The internet is actually using the people.
But when you are looking for money to help other people, then it becomes easy.
Don't rush into marriage. I always say this. You rush in, you rush out.
Family is the bedrock of every society and the essence of life.
On Today with John and Helen, we dig deep into family values in every sense of the word.
Join us every Saturday at 9:15 a.m. on Plus TV Africa, DSTV channel 408.
With you, we play a part in strengthening the values passed from generation to generation.
Good evening, I'm Tolu Ojomi, and this is the news update. The candidate of PDP in Ekiti State governorship election, Bisi Kolawole, has cast his vote at Unit 001, Ward 8 in F4 Ekiti, F4 local government area of the state. This is as the governorship election mood builds up in the state, as the electorate trooped out to elect a candidate of their choice. As early as 6 in the morning, residents of Ado-Ekiti trooped out in their numbers to participate in today's governorship election holding across the 16 local government areas of the state.
I think so far so good. We've not recorded any kind of problem here. The INEC has improved tremendously. I believe they will keep improving. The idea of the introduction of the beavers has seriously bridged the gap between accreditation and voting. Now, when you go through the beavers, when they are ascertain your fingerprint, you go ahead to vote. Unlike before, when you will have to do accreditation and go home, then you come back later. You understand? You do it almost immediately now. But we still have some lapses. A situation where somebody's finger cannot be ascertained, fingerprints cannot be read. It's not the person's fault, so they should still work on their system to ensure that there is a way of, there's a particular man that came very early this morning and he just left after hours of waiting, after hours of trial. They could not do anything to his situation. So I think with time, they devise a means of taking care of all such problems.
Meanwhile, the governorship candidate of SDP, Segun Oni, today alleged vote buying in some polling units in Ado-Ekiti and Oye-Ekiti. He called on the security agencies to curb the malpractice. Oni, who spoke with newsmen after casting his vote, debunked claims that he had withdrawn from the race and that he asked his supporters to vote for the PDP.
My wife and my son as examples, because they voted before me, immediately before me. I would say it went without hitch. But you cannot use an occurrence to judge the overall results of an election. I don't know how it is going in other places. I will now begin to corral, but I've received reports of vote buying in Ado, and I've received the reports of vote buying in Oye. Those are the adverse reports I've received so far. I will now ask my people to go and take photographs wherever there are vote buying. Ekiti people and Nigerians know who will win these elections. It's not like an election that we can say is hanging. This is not hanging.
Okay, sir, this is the first time an election will be taking place after the passage of the new electoral law. Has anything changed from what you've seen so far compared, to what elections used to be in the past?
I think something has changed, and that is the confidence of the people has boosted a bit. I was told of the massive turnout in Ado, and I believe it is like that everywhere. People, I believe, have more confidence in the system now.
The Onikere of Ikere Obasoy Ganiyu has commended INEC for the smooth conduct of the ongoing governorship election in Ekiti State. Ganiyu told reporters today in Ikere Ekiti that the simultaneous accreditation and voting had saved a lot of time. According to him, the process cast away tensions, which also simplified the process. The NSCDC and INEC have described the ongoing governorship election in Ekiti State as peaceful, with large voter turnout. Acting Deputy Commandant General, DCG of NSCDC, Mr. Haruna Mohammed, said that voter turnout was impressive and had been without any chaos. Mohammed said that the coup would continue to work closely with INEC and other sister agencies to ensure a hitch-free election process. Tears flowed freely yesterday at the funeral mass for the victims of the June 5 terror attack at the St. Francis Catholic Church, Owo. Ondo State Governor Rotimi Akeredolu, his wife, Chief Betty Anyanwu Akeredolu, and other dignitaries attended the funeral mass held at the Midas Resort and Hotel, Owo. Governor Akeredolu, who wept during his speech, said the government failed to protect the victims of the terror attack. But in a swift response, the Bishop of Ondo Catholic Diocese, Dr. Jude Arogundade, declared that Governor Akeredolu had not failed in protecting the people of Ondo State.
Represent Nigeria with all her self-inflicted wounds, bruised, brutalized, violated, and abused. So I ask, for how much longer shall this continue? From our President, President Muhammadu Buhari, from the federal government, from our lawmakers, from our security agencies and all our leaders who have responsibility for the state at all levels, we ask today, how many more must die? So my dear brothers and sisters, you didn't fail. Your country failed you, of course. And we know the leaders that failed us. And we continue to hold them accountable. This will not go away. What is your government policy in defense? Nothing. I am here before you to accept a failure on security. We are failed. We are failed.
Meanwhile, some family members took their relatives' bodies to their homes for burial, while others transported theirs to their ancestral homes in other regions of the country.
My God! It's a terrible loss that somebody went to church and did not come back again. Who will I take my people? Yeah. It's the only brother that I still have in this world. It's the only brother I don't have any other person.
Ní St. Francis ìlú Ọ̀wọ̀, àwọn tó wá ṣiṣẹ́ yẹn kọ́ ló ń jà fún wa, tó sọ àwọn ọmọ aláìní bàbá, tó sọ àwọn ọmọ aláìní bàbá, tó sọ àwọn ọmọ aláìní ìyá, tó sọ ọkọ̀ wọn di okú ọ̀sán gógó, kọ́ ló ń jà fún wa.
Sad moments, sad moments. Outside Africa, firefighters battled to bring raging wildfires under control in several parts of Spain today amid dry and windy conditions as a heat wave pushed temperatures close to record highs. Spain was heading towards its hottest early summer temperatures in decades today, with forecasts of between 40 to 42 degrees Celsius. That's from 104 to 108 Fahrenheit in Zaragoza in the northeastern areas of Navarre and La Rioja in northern Spain. Zamora, near the border with Portugal, and Catalonia in eastern Spain were among the worst hit by wildfires. British Prime Minister Boris Johnson arrived at Ravbreaza and Norton in Oxfordshire in southern England today, following a surprise visit to meet with Ukraine's President Volodymyr Zelensky in Kyiv. He said it was important to go to Ukraine and for Britain to continue to show it is supporting Ukraine for the long haul, warning of a risk of Ukraine fatigue, that's what he calls it, as the war drags on. He also offered a major training operation he believes could change the equation against the Russian invasion.
I think it's very important to go to Ukraine at a particularly critical time. The worry that we have is that a bit of Ukraine fatigue is starting to set in around the world. But when you got to understand, the Ukrainians are suffering terribly in the east of their country. Putin is continuing to commit appalling atrocities. When Ukraine fatigue is setting in, very important to show that we're with them for the long haul and we're giving them that strategic resilience that they need. I think that the crucial thing is to look at the problems that the Ukrainians have, and it would be a catastrophe if Putin won. It would be a catastrophe if he was able to secure the land bridge, the cities in the south that he has, to hold the Donbass. That's what he wants. He wants to be able to say, we've got Melitopol, we've got Berdyansk, we've got Mariupol, got all that southern belt, we've got Kherson, and then close off the Donbass, and then he'd love nothing more than to say, well, let's freeze this conflict, let's have a ceasefire like we did back in 2014.
British Prime Minister Boris Johnson. Now, sports. Ukraine's Elena Svitolina does not agree with the US Open decision to allow players from Russia and Belarus compete as neutrals. She hoped the Grand Slam organizers would take a firmer stand following Moscow's invasion of our country. Russian and Belarusian players are banned from competing at Wimbledon, which starts on June 27. But the United States Tennis Association allowed them to play under a neutral flag at the hard court major in New York. Svitolina pledged to donate her prize money from tournaments to the Ukrainian army before pulling out of the tour after losing in the second round of the Miami Masters in March.
It's their decision to make. They decided to go to take this path. I don't see it because I feel like they should have take some more serious. Our sports is thrown back by 10 years minimum because all the infrastructure been damaged or completely destroyed. So yeah, I can tell you many facts that can play a role in the decision of not letting Belarus and Russian players, but in the end, it's their decision to make, and we cannot do anything, I guess, about this.
That's the news update. For more stories, please follow us on our Facebook, Twitter, and Instagram. And do subscribe to our YouTube channel at Plus TV Africa and Plus TV Africa Lifestyle. I'm Tolu Ajaomi. Thanks for watching. Good evening.
There is no voting on social media. To vote, you would require permanent voter's card. To get your PVC, visit cvr.inecnigeria.org. Create your account with a valid email address and start the registration process. An activation link will be sent to you. Click on the link and activate your account. Fill out the form, pick and submit a convenient date and time for your biometrics. Print the application slip, which should have your QR code. On the appointed date, go to the nearest INEC office for your biometric capturing. Thereafter, you will get a registration slip to pick your permanent voter's card when ready. Get your PVC today. This message is from Plus TV Africa.
we do not understand, we will stigmatize.
What you can see is the remaining of the tanker that exploded.
The suspect equally confessed.
And 500 naira they collect them.
If you no talk, then go beat you.
Now 2,500 they pay.
Hello and welcome to Space and Style, a property show designed to connect various stakeholders across the property value chain. We can also provide realistic solutions and deepen your knowledge about the interesting world of real estate. We shall showcase architectural design, interior design trends, lifestyle and real-time property news updates, and the right way to navigate through property development and investment. Join me every week on this channel as I take you through an exciting journey in the world of real estate.
Space and Style, 6:30 p.m. on Saturdays and 5:30 p.m. on Wednesdays.
Our growing-up memories are often fragments, brief moments, or a canter, which together form the scrapbook of our life. There we derive the wisdom and knowledge, so deep that they cannot be wished away. My name is Professor Deji Fashui, and here are my good old days reminiscences. Although I was born in Akure, Ondo State, my dad, Chief Gabriel Oluwadare Fashui, hailed from Ilogbo Ekiti, Ido-Osi local government area of Ekiti State, and Mom, Florence Idowu Fashui ni Afolabi from Ado Ekiti. Dad retired as the program manager of Ondo State Agric Development Program, while Mom retired as a senior matron in various government hospitals in Ondo State and later Ekiti State. As the second child of 6, growing up was beautiful as we were categorized among children of the elites in a completely egalitarian society where civil service was a leveler and devoid of the present commonplace of bribery and corruption. In those days, anyone living beyond his means was immediately ostracized and seen as a leper by the community. Only permanent secretaries could ride Mercedes and Volvo cars. The saving grace for a lot of public civil servants then was the Udoji Lajes. My mom was one of the beneficiaries. As a nurse, she was able to buy her first car, a Datsun 180K, sometimes in 1975. Prior to that period, the whole family had to make do with my father's Peugeot 504, and of course a manually driven car. Don't just start imagining how the whole family will cramp themselves up in that car for a family outing. Yet we were generally contented and there was dignity in labor. In those good old days, education was compulsory and largely free at primary school level for everyone in the southwestern part of Nigeria, including Akure where I grew up. There was no class discrimination or distinction in schooling as virtually all schools were government owned. I remember with nostalgia that my parents decided to allow us go to St. James's Primary School barefooted like other children, not because they couldn't afford the shoes, but because we must not be different from other pupils. I ended up becoming the senior prefect of the primary school, representing the school in various debates and quiz competitions frequently organized by government at the time. I left St. James's Primary School for the prestigious Christ School Ado Ekiti, where I had the greatest foundation and molding, like many other peers at that time. Those days in Christ School Ado Ekiti afforded us the opportunity of meeting colleagues from different ethnic groups in Nigeria, especially those from the eastern and midwestern part of Nigeria. We cultivated their cultures and found a blended midpoint of interaction devoid of animosities. We were simply members of the same family. Till date, most of us set mates as of that time still find it funny reliving our lives and times at Christ School. Still, no class segregation in spite of our individual achievements. Nobody cared if you are a high court judge, captain of industry, governor, or a big name somewhere. Everybody goes by his first name, and your name is your name. God save those of us with bad aliases in those days. Mine shouldn't be called in public. Please don't come on this thread and spill it out. Oh, don't just come and spill it out. Exciting good old days. My undergraduate days at the University of Ibadan were also relished with nostalgia. Life was simply good and a lot tolerable. It was survival of the fittest, as nobody tells you when to wake up, eat breakfast, or go to class. It was my first total freedom from home, and I did not bungle the opportunity as some of our friends were christened NFA, no future ambition. Life was not as riotous as it is today, although there were few cases of spoiled brats who will do anything to lure us to exotic life on campus. But I was already fully formed in the secondary school, and the Christian ethos were never compromised. I must confess, we had our own fair share of pranks in those days too. Dad and Mom, if you are listening, let me apologize in advance for this disclosure. I remember we would steal Dad's car key for some midnight parties without his knowledge, even while living under the same roof. We would push out the car outside the compound before starting the engine, travel occasionally with the car, arrive back home safely before the family morning prayers, wash the car, and we would pour a lot of cold water on the bonnet to cool the hot engine, to forestall suspicion of a hot engine, particularly from our FBI trained investigator mom, who was sure to spot any infraction. Anyway, it is what it is. Guys must be guys. In all of this, we did not lose sight of the lessons. We were taught and we imbibed the ideals of hard work, which we were told to be the prelude to a successful life. We were taught that nothing good comes cheap, and that there is no shortcut to success in life than hard work and commitment to your chosen career. Those lessons paid off and helped a great deal in my rise through the ranks to become a professor and the dean of the Faculty of Agricultural Sciences in Ekiti State University. I must not fail to mention that my journey in life took me at some point to the eastern part of Nigeria, where I had my youth service and my master's program. In those days, the East welcomed me with open arms. It gave me the best opportunity of appreciating the culture, mentalities, norms, and idiosyncrasies of others, and the need for a harmonious relationship. This taught me a lot of tolerance with the understanding of different cultural backgrounds. I was fully accepted into their fold. I had cordial and almost filial relationship with my supervisor, Professor F.C.O. Biora, who took me as a son. And on a lighter note, I almost brought home an Igbo lady as a wife. Those were days when we saw each other as one, unlike today when the apparent divide is very disturbing. Talking about passion, my experience in the computer world woke up my latent talent in ICT, and this motivated me to later establish a computer outfit in Akure, Ondo State called Workman Computers. This company was an instant success, even though with a lot of rough takeoff. Workman is still flourishing under the management of my wife while I've taken to academics. Another big lesson in entrepreneurship. My worry is the continual slide in our social values with a concomitant depreciation in ethos of hard work and dignity in labor. Unfortunately, our new generation of youths have stood these ideals on their heads, believing that they can start life from the peak of life. The current situation and mindset of a sizable number of our youth stem from the growing decadence of our society and the lack of proper planning for the teeming youth by the successive governments in Nigeria. We seem to continuously mortgage our future by disregarding the spate of the conscienceless youths we breed today. Concerted effort must come from parents, opinion leaders, government, religious leaders, teachers, at all levels of education and the youths to correct this cankerworm which makes us appear to be sitting on a keg of gunpowder. All hope is not lost. I am a believer in a Nigeria that will work. I hold on tightly to the tiny but strong rope of hope that with a will to make the difference, we can change the narrative. Our children must learn from those rosy days of ours. Take the lessons, enjoy the tales, and make a positive move towards surpassing our modest achievements. Yes, it can happen. Proudly a Rotarian, I therefore join Sir Shemori Badejo in this collective patriotic drive towards a greater tomorrow for our youths, and even for us too. It is possible. It is achievable. Thank you and God bless.
businesses in Africa can be very challenging. In Nigeria, it is particularly intimidating, and successful builders have learned how to navigate a hostile environment to unlock opportunities. But one major challenge businesses face is how to filter through the noise and identify where their ideal customers exist. Get insight and practical steps from industry players and captains of industries. Hear success stories to help you make informed decisions as you scale your business in Nigeria. Watch Business Insights at this time on Plus TV Africa.
Hello, this is Face and Style, your weekly dose of real estate education, and I am so delighted you're sharing your evening with me. On the previous edition, we started the conversation around the importance of estate survey and valuation, and luckily we still have our amazing expert come to continue the conversation with us. And also we have other segments on the show to provide you with trends and tips to put you on the top of your game in all your real estate transactions. My name is Olamide Unifade, and I will be back in a moment. Welcome back, and thank you for staying with us. Earlier before the break, I stated that we are still discussing the essence of estate survey and valuation. And please join me to welcome Mr. Osatu Osawaye again, a fellow of the Nigerian Institute of Estate Surveyors and Valuers. He is the past chairman of the Faculty of Plant and Equipment, Nigerian Institute of Surveyors and Valuers. He has worked with various companies ranging from Knight Frank and Rutley to Odudu and Associates and Sultan Nigeria Limited. Presently, he is the founder of Osatu Osawaye & Co. and also the team lead of Barra Builder Services Limited. Thank you for coming again.
Thank you for having me again.
I'm so delighted that you're coming here again.
It's my pleasure.
Yeah. So last week I had a conversation around valuation. Why do I need an estate surveyor and valuer instead of an estate agent? We talked about what can help you to boost your valuation reports. We talked about why you need a valuation report. So going forward, I would like to say, this quackery of a business, what is the Nigerian Institute of Estate Surveyors and Valuers, what are they doing about it to eradicate them from the street? And I know why I'm saying this. It's even tedious for us in our business as lawyers to conduct our business. They come, you want to transact a business, you have a closing to do. And you see all of them in your office fight over fees and all that. They call you at odd times. They don't understand when you're talking to them about title. They don't even understand. Theirs is, I've brought a client and we need to close the deal today. They don't even give you adequate time to do your search and all that. So it's a bit, their activities is a bit unpalatable. So I would say, what is the Nigerian Institute doing to combat this menace?
All right, thank you, Lamide. It's good to know that you're a lawyer. You understand that every profession has its own challenges, you know. And agency is a legitimate business. Like I keep saying, the Nigerian Institution of Estate Surveyors and Valuers has tried and is still trying. And what we have done now is to have an association of estate agents, you know, supervised by the Nigerian Institution of Estate Surveyors and Valuers, to try and remove all the cobwebs, all the bad eggs in the estate agency business, okay, and get them to work supervised by a professional body like us.
Okay, to cut you, and sorry to cut you in, it means that's going to be an all-comers affair. You don't have to have any training in that regard. You can
no,
just
you need to have.
Okay.
You need to have some form of training. Like I keep saying, agency, anybody can be your agent, but it is the value you place on your asset that determines the kind of agent you approach. But what the Nigerian Institution of Estate Surveyors has done further is to sanitize the practice of agency. One of the things we do, apart from a whole gamut of other things we do as estate surveyors and valuers, is agency. Agency just means I am representing you as an agent to sell whatever you want to sell. That's not all that we do. And we understand that agency in all climes, it's a free entry and a free exit thing. An housewife can be an estate agent to her husband. A son can be an estate agent, an agent to his father. But we need to guide and supervise their activities so that the issues of quackery and somebody running away with your money is being dealt with when you have a supervisory body that you can report that fellow to or hold that person accountable to. That is why the Lagos State government is having estate agents registered to practice in Lagos.
But you are combating that. Your institution is combating that.
No, we're not combating that.
Okay.
All we're saying is that they do not regulate the practice of estate surveying and valuation. They can regulate an aspect of our profession, which is agency within Lagos State. It is the duty of every well-meaning government to do that, just like they are trying to regulate the issue of advance payment of rent. We're trying to protect its citizens to say, look, if I put my money in the hand of this estate agent, I should be able to go to sleep, that I will get value.
Soon, and I think you're going to come back to discuss that issue of this monthly
advance
rent.
Payment of rent.
Yes, and monthly rent and all of that. So this takes us to the question of why do landlords prefer to use the services of lawyers as compared to using the services of estate surveyors, who are the ones that are trained in the art and science of property management?
You see, the issue of your preference is a function of your enlightenment. You know, when you choose to use a lawyer, it's because you don't understand the benefits of working with an estate surveyor and valuer. A lawyer can only deal with one aspect of your real estate holding, egress and ingress of tenants. But estate surveyor can advise you beyond just putting a tenant in your house, the maintenance aspect of the house, the making sure the house can continue to return value for your investment. These are all the skills that the estate surveyor and valuer has that the lawyer doesn't know, doesn't have a clue about. But it's a synergy. But I will advise any discerning landowner or property owner to always go to the professional. The lawyers are there to draw up the agreements, to manage the tenancy cycle of the property, of the asset. But the property management itself is the job of an estate surveyor and valuer. We work in synergy. You know, we need each other to render professional services to our clients.
Thank you very much, Mr. Osawaye. We are due for a short break. Please don't go away. Thank you for staying with us. We are still talking about estate surveying and valuation, and Mr. Osato Osawaye is still here with us. But please stay with us. We're due for a short break. We'll be back shortly. Welcome back, everyone, and thank you so much for staying glued to your screens, and you're still watching Space and Style. And I have Mr. Osato Osawaye with me. Thank you again. I can't thank you enough for always coming here. So, the last time we were talking about property management and all that, but there's also an element which is project coordination, project management on site. I have heard arguments from estate surveyors saying that it is within their jurisdiction to coordinate all the professionals on site, on building sites, from the conception to the completion and to probably the sale of the property. I don't agree. Why do you think it's so?
Well, you see, the estate surveyor is a unique professional. We are trained in almost all the aspects of the built environment. You know, so we understand some elements of law, a lot of elements of law, some elements of design, some elements of construction. So we are a rounded professional. That is why we can handle the conception of the project. From the time you think of a project, I want to invest in real estate, you need to consult an estate surveyor and valuer to tell you what aspect of real estate you should actually throw in your money. Is it residential? Is it commercial? Then when you're coming up with a design, the estate surveyor can also tell you if you put this type of building here, you are assured of this type of rental income or this type of capital value if you want to sell. So that is the unique role the estate surveyor has, or the unique role the estate surveyor plays. So we're the best among the built environment, the construction team, to be able to advise you from inception to the conclusion of the transaction. And the transaction is not concluded when you finish the project. The project needs to be able to render income in terms of rental income or sales income if you want to sell. So who is best to handle project management than the person that is there when you are conceiving the idea to the person that will manage the already conceived idea when it's in brick and mortar. That is why we say the estate surveyor is the best project manager.
Okay, I see your point. So what is viability, what is feasibility of property investment?
All right, thank you. Feasibility, as the word implies, you want to see if is the project feasible. Can I put this structure here based on zoning, based on land use, based on government regulations? Is a block of 12 flats feasible in Magodo, Shangisha?
Okay, so you're telling me that you
and
have
based on also, sorry to interject, based on also the land, in terms of the terrain of the land, can it take a 12-story building?
Are you telling me you have elements of structural engineering knowledge?
That's part of the, that's why the estate surveyor and valuer is the most rounded professional in the building industry. We do engineering, we do graphics. We are almost like a jack of all trade and a master of all trade to some extent.
So you also liaise with government regulators?
Yes, we can handle the issues of approval. We can handle the issues of consent, because these are terrains.
Don't go there.
These are
Don't
terrains
go
that
there.
we're very familiar with.
Documentation.
Not documentation.
That's the exclusive preserve of
Not
lawyers.
document. All right, let's not go into that very far. So that's why the estate surveyor, the feasibility, like I was saying, is this land feasible for this project that I have in mind? Then the viability is my investment worthwhile? Will it generate the expected income that I have in mind compared to the alternative uses I could have employed my ₦1 or my $1? So feasibility and viability is a combination of the things you need to do before you part with your money. Do I invest my 100 million on the mainland or on the island? Do I build a commercial property or a residential property? Do I do a mall or I do a shopping complex? They are two different things. Do I do warehouses or do I do open parking for trailers?
Because I can see a lot of sense in what you're saying, because most times clients come to us and say, please source for a land for us. I get the services of an estate agent. We just look at the land. Oh, is it good? I go on to do the search and boom, it's built.
The man buys and he can't get returns for his investment.
Wow.
And he's wondering, oh, Lamide, why did you get me to invest in a trailer park at Tinkan?
Some don't even know that there are particular designations for, building. Sometimes you can go and buy a farmland for residential purpose.
Yes, you can, if you don't get the proper
I know
advice.
a client that got into that quagmire. He already bought, he already paid, and he was coming to...
And the agent has walked away with his fees.
The agent, they are so good at hurrying you up. They tell you there are about 10 people on this project. They are paying this week. Please pay. So what I tell my clients, investing in us is the best decision you can make. Yeah. And it's a lifelong decision.
Take your time.
Take your time. If
Do
that
your
land,
due diligence.
I'm telling you, if that land goes, another one will come. Another one would come. But agents, because they want to get their money, so I'm always very, very wary of them. So most transactions, I'm not friends with them, because they were like, lawyer, what to do? What's the problem? But I would say, just take your time. Thank you very much. I've really learned a lot from this conversation.
Same here. I've also enjoyed
And as usual, we're out of time. So quickly, can you take us through tips on buying and selling. And what I mean is, what should inform your decision? Aside from all the other stuff you talked about the viability and feasibility, we're talking about hospitals. Should it be a determining factor? Schools and all that. Do you think they are determining factors to buy property or even sell?
Well, it depends. To buy a property, you must look at the alternative, what we call the opportunity cost. There's always an opportunity cost for every naira or dollar you want to spend. Alternative investment. So if I'm investing in treasury bill compared to real estate, is it worth my while? So if you're investing in real estate, you must make sure, are you investing for rental income or for capital appreciation? These are issues that you need to discuss with an estate surveyor and valuer. It is not something you can discuss casually. You need a professional with depth of the market to advise you that go into the market for rental appreciation, go into the market for capital appreciation. These are things that you need to consult an estate surveyor and valuer for. And Lamide, we won't like to render that service for free because that is why we're called professionals and that's how we earn an income.
And especially you who is a fellow. So tell me, what does it take to become a fellow of the Nigerian Institute of Estate Surveyor and Valuers?
It takes expertise, it takes mentoring, and it takes development, and it's something that you have to earn. It is not a right, it's a privilege. It's the institution that will deem you privileged enough to be endowed with such pinnacle of your professional practice.
So it's equivalent to the status of a senior advocate of Nigeria in the legal profession.
Yes.
Wow, I'm really impressed. Thank you very much for coming.
You're welcome.
I am so grateful. I really had a nice time. And I hope that when we call you, you'll come again.
Definitely.
Thank you very much, Mr. Osato Osawani.
You're welcome, madam.
Thank you very much. I hope you had a nice time. I did. So moving on, we have the design tip of the week.
My name is Dr. Maureen Kebasharu, CEO Creative Director at Dewey Options Limited, an interior design firm. So today, we're going to talk about the common mistakes we make in design or decorating our spaces. So I'm going to start with colors. Some people use dark colors in small spaces. So it's important we know what's the use of color, the importance of colors. So we can use colors to make a space look bigger. So you can imagine you have a small space and using very dark colors. So that means you make the space look smaller. So that's a common mistake that people make. Another mistake is not taking measurement, of the space you want to decorate. So you have a really big space and you're putting like a sparse number of furniture in there, or you're not putting furniture of appropriate sizing, to space. So when people don't take measurement of their spaces, they can place inappropriate furniture or inappropriate decorations in the space. Another mistake is actually the curtains. So you have people put their curtain just above the window sill, and you have very high ceiling, and that looks quite inappropriate in the space. So when you have high ceiling, even if you have normal ceiling, you want your curtain to start from up there, really close to the ceiling, to give that feel of height, for the ceiling. So let's note that mistake as well. Another mistake actually is the rug size. So your rug is actually supposed to have all the furniture around it sit in it, right? So let's take the dining space, for example. You don't put a rug that just hides under the table or under the chairs, so your chairs are away from the rug and you have your rug right there in the dining space. So your rug must be big enough to have your dining set, which is the table and the chairs all sit in it. So we must pay attention to the rug size in the living room, in the dining room, even in the bedroom. You should use appropriate. You can have a really huge bedroom and you just put a very tiny rug. Your rug must be appropriate to the size of the room you're trying to decorate. So another thing is the lighting. So like we all know that lighting, is what gives life to your design project or to your living space anyways. So some people will use lighting just in one corner in the room, and the other spaces look kind of dark and spooky. So you have to have lighting across the room. So lighting is very important. We have to understand that lighting must be spread across the room in a nice way. So another thing is actually the painting placement. Oh my God, I see this all of the time. So some people place the painting, it's a wall art for crying out loud, to decorate your space. They put it so high up there and people come into your space and they have to raise their head up like that. And the same vein for your television. So you want to place your TV on your feature wall and you place it so high up. It shouldn't be like that. It should be at the eye level. It shouldn't be too low and it shouldn't be too high. So placement of your wall art or your TV must be at eye level. So that's important as well. So let me give you a tip. When you're decorating your house yourself, pay attention to these little things like placing your wall painting, which you can cut a piece of cardboard, put your painting or your wall art on it, and mark it on the cardboard. Take the cardboard, take it to your wall and knock your pin at eye level, right, for an average eye person. And then you can hang your painting right there. So I hope today you've been able to learn one or two things. See you again next week.
And lastly on the show is the artisan spot. And for some reason, it's my favorite. Enjoy.
Ti wà ní ẹnu iṣẹ́ yẹn sí ọgbọ̀n ọdún. Ó wà fẹ́ ti wà torí situation iṣẹ́ wa yẹn sì. Bí dọ́là yẹn ṣe ń rise ni owó orin yẹn náà wọ́n máa ń gbé owó ẹ̀ sókè. So whatever ń sìn, assuming irin tá a rà ní bí 1,000 tí dọ́là bá rise, wọ́n lè ta fún wa 3,000. So àwọn tó dẹ̀ ń gbéjẹ́ fún wa náà ọ̀n ní fẹ́ fowó kù. Ṣùgbọ́n míì kan ti mọ̀ wá pẹ̀lú iṣẹ́ yẹn. Kò sí nǹkan tá a lè ṣe ju pé káwa náà tẹ́ wọn lọ́rùn. Challenges pọ̀ gan-an níbi iṣẹ́ yìí. Ìgbà míì wà tó yẹ pé iná máa disturb wa. A ní rí iná ṣiṣẹ́. Generator tá a dẹ̀ ń lò kò powerful bí iná. Ó ti yé yín. So àwọn challenges tá a máa ń face, tá a máa ń dojú kọ lórí iṣẹ́ nìyẹn. So táwọn oníṣẹ́ bá dẹ̀ lọ́wọ́ fẹ́ gbéṣẹ́, kò dẹ̀ sí nǹkan tá a lè ṣe ju pé ká wá means láti fi parí iṣẹ́ yẹn. Iná generator náà la lè lò. Àsúnmì tó gbé mi ṣe wà yìí máa ń ní program fún iṣẹ́ mi. So mo lè níṣẹ́ 3 4. So àwọn ọmọ tó ń bá mi iṣẹ́ wà. Ó yẹ pé tí bá ti níṣẹ́ tó pọ̀ bẹ́ẹ̀ màá pọ̀ pé wọ́n wá. Àjọ handle iṣẹ́ yẹn. So lórí iṣẹ́ yìí náà àwọn ọmọ wà tó yẹ pé àti kọ́ iṣẹ́. Tó yẹ pé èmi wà nù wọn tó yẹ pé ó ń lọ school. Ó ń ti school tó bá close in school. A wá síbi, a wá kọ́ṣẹ́ yẹn. So ó fi ń ṣe part time. So along the line ó dẹ̀ náà ti wà láyà rẹ̀. Client wà tó yẹ pé èmi wà ó lè lóun fẹ́ gba iṣẹ́ òun níbi ọ̀sẹ̀ kan. Tíṣẹ́ mi dẹ̀ ti wà lọ́wọ́ mi. So mo lè fún grace fún ọ̀sẹ̀ 2. Tó bá lè afford ẹ̀. So I go ahead. So èmi ìtàn dẹ̀ ti mọ iṣẹ́ wa. So kò ní doubt. And okay, kò sí problem wọn á ṣe. So láti bẹ̀ lọ iṣẹ́ ẹ̀gbọ́n lè má tó time tèmi wá dá fún yẹn. A gbé àwọn irin tá à ń lò, àwọn irin quality. So àwọn nǹkan tá a dẹ̀ fi ń ṣe ó máa ń last débi pé ẹlòmíì gan tún máa padà fún yàn ni. Ìyàtọ̀ tó wà nínú foreign àti local nìyẹn. Foreign bóyá wà yẹn kò ń strong ṣùgbọ́n wọ́n máa ń wo finishing. Tiwa dẹ̀rẹ̀ finishing tiwa ó lè farapẹ́ díẹ̀ ni ṣùgbọ́n tiwa ó máa ń strong ju ti wọn lọ. Ìyàtọ̀ tó wà nínú finishing foreign ni pé material tiwa tó ń mòdì kíní yẹn fún wọn lọ́hùn. Tiwa ń bí ọwọ́ làwa fi ń ṣe. Irú ìsìn ìgbà táwa fi kọ́ṣẹ́ tiwa ń gbà yẹn àwa lo 6 years. A tún fi 6 years sin ọ̀gá. Ṣùgbọ́n sìn láyé òde ni àwọn ọmọ tó ń kọ́ṣẹ́ ń sìn grace wọn ò ju 1.5 years 2 years. So àwọn náà ti wà, wọ́n á ti gbàyàn dá, àwọn náà ti máa dáṣẹ́ ara wọn ṣe. Nígbà tí mo bẹ̀rẹ̀ iṣẹ́ yìí gbà yẹn, mo wà ní bíi 19 years mo fi bẹ̀rẹ̀ iṣẹ́ yìí nígbà yẹn. So ẹ̀kọ́ rí méjì mo kàn rí lórí iṣẹ́ yìí ni pé ìgbà yẹn náà mo fẹ́ kọ́, ṣùgbọ́n àwọn òbí tó bí mi wọ́n ti ríran jù mí lọ, so àwọn ní iṣẹ́ yìí ló máa kọ́. Along the line bọ́ọ̀lù ohun mi kì í gbá, ṣùgbọ́n mi ò fẹ́ tàpá sí òfin àwọn òbí mi ni mo ṣe ìyànṣẹ́ ìláyò. Ìgbà tèmi náà dẹ̀ wá wọnú ẹ̀, mo á rí pé iṣẹ́ tó rọrùn ni. Ṣe rí iṣẹ́ wẹ́dà ọ̀pá àti obìnrin, ṣe ráwa ọkùnrin wa gan ládé ní ayé ìsìn ọ̀n fẹ́ kọ́ṣẹ́ wẹ́dà torí iṣẹ́ tó le ni, iṣẹ́ ojú ni. Ó ti yé yín, nǹkan tó máa fi ń sá fúnṣẹ́ yẹn nìyẹn.
Space and style.
We have come to the end of the show this week, and I hope you had a nice time through the insightful discussion by Mr. Osato Osawaye and all the other segments. Please stay with us next week. I am Olamide, and thanks so much for watching. Until next time, this is Space and Style.
What we do not understand, we will stigmatize.
What you can see is the remaining of the tanker that exploded.
The suspect equally confessed.
Na 500 naira they collect am.
If you no talk, dem go beat you.
Na 2,500 I dey pay.
Businesses in Africa can be very challenging. In Nigeria, it is particularly intimidating, and successful builders have learned how to navigate a hostile environment to unlock opportunities. But one major challenge businesses face is how to filter through the noise and identify where their ideal customers exist. Get insight and practical steps from industry players and captains of industries. Hear success stories to help you make informed decisions as you scale your business in Nigeria. Watch Business Insights at this time on Plus TV Africa.
It is engagement we need to have.
Those who suffer miscarriages are never taken into account.
Members of the National Assembly are also influence peddlers.
You are sitting on Nigerians' money.
From the barbing, I pay my rent. From the barbing, I send my children to school.
A consultative engagement.
No any tangible notification before they ban us.
It's one thing for people to be at your back and the heat of the moment, and another thing for them to still be with you when push comes to shove.
I will do everything to take Lagos out of the national grid.
As Delta State Governor Ifeanyi Okowa is unveiled as Atiku Abubakar's running mate, the former vice president gives his reasons for his selection. And Northern Group urges Murik and Khan to form their own political party. This is Plus Politics. I am Mary Anacon. The presidential candidate of the People's Democratic Party, PDP, Atiku Abubakar, has given reasons for picking Delta State Governor Ifeanyi Okowa as his running mate for the 2023 presidential elections. He gave the reasons in his remarks at the unveiling of Okowa as his running mate at the PDP national headquarters in Abuja. Okowa and his River State counterpart, Nyesom Wike, were the two governors speculated to be considered for the slot. Joining us to discuss these are political analysts Dayo Kayode and Opunabo Inko Taria. Thank you so much, gentlemen, for joining us.
Yes, good evening, Marianne and Nigerians.
All right, great. I'll start with you, Opunabo. Governor Nyesom Wike seemed to be the touted one at the time. He seemed to be the one that was on everybody's lips as to who could be the favored vice presidential candidate. In fact, up until the moment where the governor of Delta State was announced, lots of people believed that it would be Nyesom Wike. But then, of course, Governor Okowa emerged as the running mate for Vice President Atiku Abubakar. And I'm wondering, of course, the question in everybody's mind is, was this a strategic move or was this an election-winning move?
Well, Marianne, in the choice of a vice presidential candidate, penetrating thought is given to a whole lot of issues. The capacity, the personnel, the reach. Of course, when you talk of capacity, I'm talking of financial, I'm talking of legitimacy, which is acceptability. We are talking of reach. We are talking of somebody that will add value to the presidency and to the campaign first before the presidency, if eventually they win the forthcoming general elections. So you have the portmanteau of issues that is being taken under advisement. And the presidential candidate will definitely want somebody that he can confide in, somebody that will be, because your vice president ought to be likened to your wife, somebody that you're comfortable with. There is that what you call compatibility, you know, somebody that even when you're out of the country, you're at peace, your mind is at rest, that nothing untoward will happen. You see, so you see a whole lot of issues. Some are signposted by people, some will not be said on air, but they are actually being considered in the choice of a vice president of a running mate. I remember one of the governors, a former president said to him, I want Mr. A to be a deputy governor. And the governor said, no. There's a likelihood that Mr. A was going to kill me because my deputy governor in order to take over. So there are so many considerations in the choice of a deputy, of a running mate. And I think all these issues would have been considered. Most of them would have been considered, and Mr. Atiku Alhaji Abubakar Atiku felt the person he would be quite comfortable with is Okowa.
Okay. Mr. Kayode, let's look at the fact that let's look at the notoriety between these men. In fact, at some point, the governor of Akwa Ibom State seemed to have been in the mix. You know, he was called as one of the people that was approved by the National Working Committee. And so we had an Okowa, and Nyesom Wike, and probably the Udom Emmanuel. But then in terms of strategy of winning, knowing that the 2023 elections is going to be a very interesting one, and of course the best man has to win, and then it means that the parties have to have strategic moves or measures in place to win this election. So looking at the spread of Governor Wike and Governor Okowa, between these two gentlemen, wouldn't Wike be a better person to run with in terms of reaching all the way across the country? But again, I just want you to tell me what you think the difference between Okowa and Wike is, and why you think he was the best choice for the vice president.
You see, when you are trying to compare people for a particular position, whoever could be penciled down must have shown some kind of dexterity to be able to hold onto that position. What I'm trying to say is there's no doubt about it. Both Wike and Okowa are both qualified to occupy the position of running mate to His Excellency Atiku Abubakar. But either we like it or not, one person will have to be chosen. And in choosing one out of these two names we've mentioned, the PDP leadership, in their own wisdom, set up a committee to try as much as possible to interrogate not even only Wike and Okowa, but I think about 4 or 5 people. All right? But one way or the other, there will be a little thing that is standing somebody out. And between you and me, that is in the area of technical know-how. Technical know-how. Abubakar Atiku is a politician to the core. Wike is a politician to the core. But when you look at the antecedent and political trajectory of Ifeanyi Okowa, you find out that he is a technocrat. Bearing in mind that even the president, the flag bearer of PDP, in person of His Excellency Abubakar Atiku, when he was the vice president to Baba Obasanjo there, he was instrumental to bringing in a lot of technocrats into that government, in person of people like Okonjo-Iweala. You know where Okonjo-Iweala is now. In the person of people like Zekwe Zile and all that. So, he himself, Atiku, is looking for somebody who in future can even stand up to say, yes, I want to be the next president. And as a vice president, he must be able to stand in whenever the president is outside of the country. That is one. Two, when you also look at the kind of body composture of Ifeanyi Okowa, you find out that he has a kind of a resemblance to that of Atiku Abubakar. So to a very large extent, you can see the way you can be able to predict if eventually the two of them occupy that position in Aso Rock, one will now be able to foresee the kind of government that we are going to have. And again, when you also look at national cohesion and then balancing of the political equation in Nigeria towards winning election, because every party exists to win election, and there is no flag bearer at this point that we want to lose this election. So you want to look at somebody that will be having very high electoral value.
Okay.
You're going to see that Okowa are before now being in the legislature. Being in the central legislature, that means he has that central outlook already.
Okay.
He must have made a lot of inroads into people that are also having electoral value within their constituencies in the nation. So these are part of the things that were being considered to now be able to come up with Ifeanyi Okowa as a running mate to Atiku.
Let me go back. Let me go back to Opunabo. Opunabo, let's talk about the fact that many have seen the position of a vice president as a yes position, and just like Mr. Kayode has said, Okowa seems to have the same kind of demeanor, according to him, as to that of the former vice president. But then, going beyond the demeanor here, we're talking about winning elections. Is this a winning team? Because we're yet to hear the announcements of other political parties and their running mates. We're talking about the APC, we're talking about the Labour Party, we're talking about the NNPP and others. Today is supposedly the deadline. Does this look like a winning team to you? And if this is... go ahead.
The other political party is still floundering in the selection process, and I don't know why. And I think, I'm talking of the APC, and I think that is mainly because the standard bearer is a Muslim and from the south. So you need a Christian from the north, and that's why they're every morning the Muslim candidate, because you need somebody from the north to balance the political equation and to also get more votes. Now, having said that, let's get back to the question you asked as the issue of Okowa. I thought you were talking of the political strength or the value it's going to add. Am I right?
Yes.
Good. Now, don't forget that, first and foremost, you need somebody. Let me go back to why he was even chosen. You need somebody with a near impeccable, courteous public persona, and Okowa fits in. Now, Okowa and Wike have had this running battle with his brother government. Don't forget that if you remember when Peter Obi visited the PDP headquarters to declare his intentions, or was it to pick his fault? Iyokia said, I like you because you address issues and not attack persons. That was an innuendo. He's having a running, and don't forget that these governors, whether you like it or not, have a say, as far as the PDP governors have a say in who will be a running mate. Although Atiku has the final say, but definitely they will be consulted. And you are having issues. Even the Atiku himself, made some snide comments against Atiku. And do you think that they have consigned those issues into oblivion? They have not. And they want somebody that will be presidential in nature, not abrasive, not brash.
So you're saying that the governor of Rivers State does not have a demeanor doesn't have a presidential demeanor, and you're also saying that he's abusive?
That is the general perception. Yes, they say, oh, he's bold, he's this. But your choice of words, your choice of words. And you know, there are certain offices you occupy that all eyes must be on you. Okay, look at you go to church, you say, thunder fire you. Those are not the kind of things that should come out from the mouth of a governor. Not at all. You attain a particular height and you choose your words, like we say in communication, the right words from the word basket. Because that will, to a very large extent, define who you are, define your character. You know, so a whole lot of issues. Even the Atiku himself, he has said, Atiku will not come out to tell you, oh, this man said this against me. Therefore, I will not select him because the whole world will condemn him for being myopic. Then if you also talk of the rich, Okowa has the rich. Is it because he did not contest? Today we are all shouting, no, Wike has the grassroots, he has it because he contested. Okowa did not contest. That does not mean he doesn't have the rich. And Okowa is a bridge between the south and the east. He's an Igbo man in Delta State. He's from Igbo origin in Delta State. It's like a Calabari man. You have the Calabari in Abonima, you have the Calabari in Buguma, you have the Calabari in Degema. So to a very large extent, Okowa has also placated the East. To some extent, if you talk of the rich, if you look at his demeanor. So you cannot say, when you talk of the political rich, Wike has more, larger. No, it's not possible. Wike is being said of Wike because he contested. If Okowa had contested, of course, we don't know what would have happened as well. You know, so these are some of the issues that the presidential flag bearer would have taken into consideration. And again, the lieutenants, advisors, friends, and so on would have demonstrated, because, look, for you to emerge, there must be a unique selling point. Yes, you're all qualified, but what is that unique selling point that A has and the others lack? That is the truth about it. And that is what has happened. They have considered all this before settling for Okowa. And of course, when we talk of Okowa, like Kayode rightly said, he was a legislator. He was a governor. I don't want to talk of commissionership because, of course, that has to be state. But he has friends that cut across.
Okay.
So the man Okowa is somebody that is being appreciated by majority. He has no issues with his brother governors. None. So it is easy for the brother governors to support both the Okowa and the Okowa and Atiku ticket because he has no issues with them. No running battle, no friction.
Okay.
The committee definitely would have considered a whole lot of this. Even though they will not come on air to say, they definitely would have considered a whole lot of this before settling for Okowa.
Okay, let me come back to you, Mr. Kayode. Interestingly, just as Opunabo has said, he has some political strength around the border states. Do you see an Okowa able to split? Because we also see, let's not forget that we have a Peter Obi who's a core Southeasterner. And Opunabo made a case of him being able to convince the border states to vote for the Atiku Okowa ticket. How easy will it be for this duo to break even in the South-South and the Southeast? Not necessarily the Southwest, because we also know that there is a Tinubu, who is from the Southwest. But how powerful will these duo be in breaking even around majorly within the South?
You see, let me quickly chip in this. The USP for somebody like Peter Obi is that the youth are saying it's youthful, and they are looking at his economic acumen. Do you know that even if you have to look at that, Okowa is even more youthful than Peter Obi? When you put the two of them side by side, and then you engage them on how to solve the problem of Nigerian economy, do you know that Okowa will stand very tall. Now that in their own wisdom, the leaders and elders of PDP had put the name of Okowa forward. And knowing fully well the kind of government that he wants to form, you should listen to him very well, his speech after being given the ticket of PDP. He considered that the day he sworn in, he wants to start immediately. Now, because of that, who do you think I need astronomy? And that's what he needs, Okowa. All these things we are trying to speak about or speculate, we might not, or even viewers might not understand until when the proper campaign starts here in this country. Then you will be able to assess and evaluate what Ifeanyi Okowa is made of. Again, when you look at Okowa, look at that name, Ifeanyi. It's an Igbo name. There's a kind of affinity, closeness between his own south and southeast. I remember the other time when he was being sworn in for the fourth.
Mr. Kayode, are you still there? Because I wanted to ask a quick question. When you talk about a name, is it the names that Nigerians are voting for, or are we looking at ability to deliver? Because you keep saying, oh, he's from the southeast. Unfortunately, I think we have lost that connection. But let me throw it back to you, Opunabo. Nigerians have gotten to a point where they're no longer voting based on sentiments. We have been sentimental over the past 8 years, 7.5 years running. Do you think that it's just the name? It's just the fact that, oh, he has an Igbo name or a Southeastern name that would give votes to the PDP? Again, I'm talking strategy here.
No, Marianne, I think what the point is trying to make is trying to underscore the fact that he's an Igbo man when he talks of the name. Otherwise, I mean, you have people from River State answering Cross River names, answering Yoruba names, and so on. So that, I think what the point is trying to make actually is that he's even that he's not just an Igbo man from Delta State, but bearing the Igbo name. I think that's the point he's just trying to make. But the truth about it is that Okowa is from the Igbo-speaking part of Delta State. You know, it's like you have the Jaws in Ondo, you have the Jaws in the West. You can't say because they're in the West, they are not the Jaws. When it has to do with Ijaw National Congress, when it has to do with Ijaw Nation, of course they participate. They've even held offices. So that's the point we're trying to make. We have Ijaws in Rivers, you have Ijaw in Bayelsa. So you have Igbo in Anambra, Igbo in Enugu, Igbo in Imo. You also have Igbo in Delta. So he's an Igbo man in Delta.
I'm sorry, you're saying the same thing again and again, just as he said. We're emphasizing on the ethnicity. We understand that, fair and clear. But how does this mix with getting votes? How does this get us or get the PDP the winning votes that they're looking for?
Because the point we are making is this. It is Okowa will be more accepted by the Igbos.
Why?
Than any other. Why? Because he's one of them. That's the point. He's one of them. He's an Igbo man. If he goes to Imo State, if he goes to Anambra, he's going to speak. Because I think they have the Okowa's Igbo in Delta has the same dialect, not just language, with the Anambra people. So it's very easy for Okowa to be accepted. He will be seen as one, like a brother who just traveled out of this country. It's like having a brother in America or having a brother in London. That's how you'll be seen. So it is easy for him to mingle. He's going to remind them of his heritage. It's quite easy. That is why they say, because the Igbos, especially Ohanese, They have threatened to ostracize whoever goes for the VP slot. They want the presidency, to become the president of the country. They have even threatened openly, you know. So the point we are trying to make is, fine, you have a P2B there. Definitely not all Igbos will vote for P2B. Because, like I said, as you have also confirmed, we've gone beyond imbecilic followership. Like I have always told you, I don't give a damn about the party. I'm more concerned about the individual. So for House of Assembly, I can vote for Party A. For House of Reps, I can vote for Party B. For Presidency, I can vote for Party C. That is my conclusion, not the individual, not the party, sorry. Because at the end of the day, we are all going to suffer for it. I go for individual, and I plead with Nigerians to vote for individual. So a lot of people might vote for P2B, no doubt, but some will also have that sentiment. Depends on his oratory power when he approaches them. Some will also have that sentiment. He's also our brother. And also, okay, we're also PDP, so let us vote for him. So it is better for Okowa to be presented to the Igbos than any other person to be presented to the Igbos. If you talk of placating the Igbos, because the clamor for presidency is from there, and the cry against injustice, marginalization, and discrimination is also higher from there. So that's the point. That's why we are saying, well, he probably has an edge as an Igbo man. Okowa is an Igbo man in Delta State. That's the truth about it. So it might be more appealing. That's just the synopsis of what we are trying to tell you.
Okay. Quickly, Mr. Kayode, I think we're going to wrap up with you because I think you're back. So can you hear me?
Of Nigeria.
Mr. Kayode, can you hear me?
That the Igbos we consider.
Okay. Go ahead. I think you were saying something.
Yeah, it's a point. It's another point that the Igbos will consider. Because either you like it or not, even look at that name, Ifeanyi. Like I was saying before the line went on, there's a close affinity between that Delta and the Southeast. And to that extent, there is a strong belief that Okowa is an Igbo man too. It's just like when you are looking at the Yoruba people and then the Ajashe people. There is the blood of Yoruba in the Ajashe people of Cotonou. So also the same way we should look at it. And again, whether you are picking Okowa or you are picking whoever it is, what we Nigerians should be looking for is about performance, competence. A team that will kickstart our economic progression. Immediately it brings running. A team that will ensure there is a workable, systemic, and cohesive Nigeria come 2023. A team that will ensure security. A team that will ensure that this incessant strike of ASU and other professional bodies is being put to a stop. A team that we know that importation of fuel is fraudulent, and then ensure that there are a lot of scattered, modular refineries scattered everywhere in our country.
Okay.
A team that be able to look forward, to look inward, and be proactive than just being reactionary. That is what we should be looking for.
Okay.
And interestingly, we have somebody who has an experience, who has been in the presidency for 8 years, and then who was instrumental in the successes of that government by bringing in a lot of technocrats. Now, in his own wisdom, he's now bringing in a technocrat as the vice president.
Well, I want to say thank you, Mr. Dayo Kayode. Unfortunately, time is not on our side. Dayo Kayode, Opunabo Inko-Tariah, both political analysts, thank you so much. Eyes are watching, of course, for the campaigns to see how it plays out. Thank you so much.
Thank you for remembering me, Marianne.
Thank you so much.
And good evening, Nigerians, once more.
All right. Thank you all for joining us. Well, we'll take a quick break. When we come back, we'll talk about the Muslim ticket, because that seems to be the question pointing towards the APC right now, as we all await who the choice of the running mate for Asiwaju Bola Ahmed Tinubu will be. We'll be right back after this break. A northern group, the Arawa Youth Awareness Forum, have asked the Professor Ishaq Akintola-led Muslim rights concern, MURIC, and the Christian Association of Nigeria to consider floating political parties instead of dictating to the two major political parties, the People's Democratic Party and the All Progressive Congress, over choices of presidential running mates. AYAF expressed concern over the two religious bodies' interference in the affairs of the APC and the PDP. Well, joining us to discuss this is a political analyst, Biodun Shomi, and the chairman, Christian Association of Nigeria, Kaduna State Chapter, Reverend Joseph Hayab. Thank you so much, gentlemen, for joining us. Okay, great. So I'm going to start with you until we get Biodun back. So this is a group of bodies telling you, or a group of people telling you to stay clear of what's happening within the two major political parties, and also, you know, detailed for all other political parties, and that if you are too concerned, you should go start your own political parties. And I know that CAN, under Bishop Francis Wale-Oke, had at some point stated, you know, what these political parties should do in terms of the issue of a Muslim-Muslim ticket or a Muslim-Christian ticket. But I'll ask you, why is CAN so concerned about what the religion of the party flag bearer and the running mate is?
Thank you very much for asking me. Honestly speaking, I would have refused to participate in this conversation because the group in question is not even worthy of our response. And number two, CAN and MURIC are not equal partners. CAN speaks with Supreme Council for Islamic Affairs, not with MURIC. But because we live in a democracy where people can express their views, so sometimes when people express views, there's nothing wrong for us to educate them. Let's put this clear, that politics is about people. There is no one that is excluded in the issue of politics and governance of his land. One of the errors is that there are so many ignorant Christians out there who probably want to receive applause from people, and they will say that, you see, Christians, clerics, supposed not to be involved in politics. They get it wrong. Let me put it clear. The Bible says when the righteous are in leadership, the people rejoice. How can the righteous be in leadership if those who call themselves people of God do not participate in the process of bringing up the righteous? The Bible also says that the land, the earth and its fullness thereof belongs to God. If I'm a child of God, that means this world, this land, this nation belongs to my Father, and I have to take care of it. So our involvement in politics is to show how important politics is to the development of our society, how important politics is to the governance of our of our society, how important politics is to the way life is shaping in our society. So what we are doing is not to impose. If we keep quiet, the same political system will ask, where are our clergy? What are they saying? So what we are doing is to offer suggestion. One, for the unity of Nigeria. Two, for the peace of Nigeria. Three, for togetherness of this country and good governance. You know, I've listened to many arguments when people come around and say they are looking for competence, it's not about faith. Wait a minute. Are you telling me that there are no competent people in Christianity? Are you telling me that there are no competent people in Islam? Are you telling me there are no competent pagans in Nigeria, those who do not have faith? But put it across to those who bring this argument. If we today decide that the governor of Kaduna State will be Christian and the deputy governor will be Christian, will Nigeria know peace? Yes. If we are talking about competence, we have them in millions. But because we want to be together, because we want to work together, and our constitution also talks about federal character. Federal character may not mention religion, but federal character talks about carrying every Nigerian along. Imagine a situation where we will have the president of Nigeria from Kaduna State, the vice president of Nigeria from Kaduna State, the SGF of Nigeria from Kaduna State, the speaker of, the president of the Senate from Kaduna State, and the speaker of House of Representatives from Kaduna State. Will there be peace in Nigeria just because they are capable hands? But before you start arguing about the subject, you have to understand where people are coming from.
I'm curious, and I'll quickly ask you this before I go to Biodun. When a person is canvassing, I'm just asking, I'm not in any way trying to attack anyone, but when a person is canvassing to lead Nigeria, he's not saying, I want to be a Muslim president of Nigeria, I want to be the president of the Christians in Nigeria. He says, I want to lead Nigeria. Why should religion have any play or any role in this? I'm not also saying that we should not consider religion, because we're a religious set of people. We're a secular country. We have all kinds of religion, at play. But whether you be a Christian or a Muslim, should your priority not be about changing Nigeria? Because I'm guessing that if you're Muslim, Islam is a religion of peace. In other words, whatever you do should be in the betterment or in the interest of Nigerians and to bring peace. So why should we be emphasizing that, if we don't have Muslims and Christians together on one ticket, we cannot douse the tension in the country? Please educate me. Why can that not be, a thing that we jettison and just look at how a person can bring peace? My late boss,
His Excellency Patrick Ibrahim Yakowa, in his acceptance speech, precisely in May 2010, when he became the first Christian to be governor of Kaduna State, he made a very nice speech by saying that I'm not going to be a Christian governor. All newspapers in Nigeria took that as the main headline of their news the next day. But sadly, that was a man who suffered religion issue as far as governance is concerned. You see, what we are simply saying in this country is that we are not as visitors to Nigeria. We know this country. We understand this country. If religion is not a matter, simple. Let's look for the best pagan, the second person to be the best vice president to be the best pagan. Will everybody clap for that? Let's look for the best Christian. The vice president should also be a very good Christian. Will everybody clap for that? Whatever is good for the Ganda is good for the Gandhis, is good for the Ganda. So what we are simply saying is we are dealing with a situation we know ourselves in Nigeria. And we cannot shy away from the things that are holding us, from the things that are dividing us, from the things that are creating tension. We are simply saying, we're not saying go and bring any Christian who, just because he's a Christian, to be governor. We are saying, or to be president. We are saying is that if you are looking for experts, if you are looking for quality leaders, if you are looking for people who would deliver the goods, they are in every tribe in Nigeria, they are in every region in Nigeria, they are in every religion of Nigeria. Okay. So we should go in the spirit of togetherness, find them in all these different identities. Because in Nigeria, the issue of identity has always been a very serious challenge. Okay. Let's not pretend about this. Let's not shy away about it. Because I'm from Kaduna, I will say this. In one of the national television recently, my governor came out and said the issue of Muslim, it's nothing because they've tried it in Kaduna. Can we be honest that in the last 4 years, Kaduna has been what you'll be proud about? What are the achievements? Is that what we want? Do we just want to be leaders without carrying and uniting the people? Even the most backward community wants to feel their voice is heard, want to ensure that they are part of the decision-making in building their nation, in building their community. Right. But a situation where we do not balance in the way we are doing, and we are saying religions do not matter. Okay, we agree it does not matter. But remember, if it applies to you, it shouldn't also matter. We can also just ask the Southwest to give us the president and the vice president and everybody because it doesn't matter. Okay, let me go to Biodun Shomi. Biodun, you're somewhat of a politician, and let's look at it from a purely political perspective, because there seems to be, a lot of bickering about
this Muslim ticket. In fact, we're yet to hear from the APC who the running mate to the flag bearer is, because today is the deadline, and that is ditto, like I said earlier on, for all the political parties. And I asked, just as I asked him, in 2022, should we be worried about the religion of the people who lead us, or should we be looking at their pedigree, their antecedents, and of course, if they are capable of bringing peaceful and, of course, a progressive governance?
Yes. In the first instance, the essence of the discourse on Muslim ticket or Muslim-Christian or Christian ticket, it's about national development, with huge emphasis on human development and economic development. And when you take it from that viewpoint, you then ask yourself, what has religion got to do with proven experience on service delivery to the people of Nigeria? What has the religious faith of anyone got to do with sense of justice, sense of fairness, creating employment for the people of Nigeria? That is the starting point. But when you now stretch it a bit further, you now ask yourself, after all, Nigeria is a secular state. How come we're only talking about two religions, Christian and Muslim? What happened to the original African traditional religious practitioners? Christianity made them here. Islam made them here. Nobody's talking about it. They're only talking about the rivalry between two religions, which in any case are foreign to our own country. And that is what is shaping the discourse, rather than proven experience, ability to contribute to national development. When you take, for instance, in Lagos State, we had a governor in the name of Akin Ambode, whose wife had to sack the priest of a church in Alausa. Not only sack him from employment, he was evicted from his house. Akin Ambode is a Christian. When he was governor, he was a Christian. The wife, a Christian, attending the same church. He was not a Muslim. So for me, I think it's more about the attitude of individuals. If you're a Christian and you choose to be a God-fearing Christian, so be it. If you're a Muslim, you choose to be, so be it. You're a traditional practitioner, so be it. The emphasis of what we need to move our country forward is to not be on the basis of your religious convictions or faith. Because religion by itself will not contribute to national development in the real sense of it, rather than creating the right spiritual environment, developing people to be able to tolerate each other and live harmoniously. But beyond that, it hardly will contribute anything meaningfully to economic development. Rather, it has served in some cases, as driver, for underdevelopment. And you can see the whole place all around Lagos and Ogun, where industries were taken over by churches.
I think that we're having connection issues there again with you, Mr. Sowunmi. Unfortunately, we have to let you go. But quickly, Reverend Hayab, we have just 1 minute. We're talking about peace here. We want this, if not for the first time after 1993, to be the most peaceful elections in Nigeria's history. And for those of us who are peace scholars, we know that there are 8 pillars of peace, and religion plays a role one way or the other in it. But how can we also douse tension without also heating up the polity with this issue of religion as part of the tickets? How do we peacefully address this issue going forward so that we don't use it or arm people with this, make it a tool of division again, even though we're trying to unite Nigerians? But let's not also, incite people to say, well, if you don't give me somebody that looks like me or goes to the same kind of place of worship like me, then we're going to cause trouble. So in looking at building peace, before, during, and after the elections? What do we do?
Saying if you do not cook the kind of food we want to eat, we will not eat your food. Because I do not eat your food is not war. I'm simply saying that this is what the kind of meal I want to eat for my stomach. I don't want to eat a meal that will create problem to my system. I want to eat a meal that will bring health and bring strength to me. So we are simply saying to the political parties that, look, for the sake of unity, for the sake of togetherness, look for a combination that will unite, a combination that will promote peace, not because we are going to go to war. It's simply, if your kind of meal is not good for us, don't blame us for not eating your meal. We would have loved to eat your meal, but we're not going to eat a meal that the combination is not good for our stomach. But let me put it clear for Nigerians to know that Christians have actually never had problem with who leads and who do not lead. Christians can remind Nigerians that we have ever voted for a Muslim in Nigeria, and the fact about it, that it was even a Muslim president who annulled the election. We don't have problem with that. But gradually experience have begun to show that it is only when it is about us that no, there is not issue about religion. But when it turns to the other side, no, it must not be, we are not going to take it. We are growing in this country. That's why it is not fair and it's not right for you to act contrarily, because another time will come, people will remember what you did yesterday. When Abiola and Kingibe were elected, they were not elected on the basis of religion. Christians and Muslims went out and elected them. But the moment leadership started having a color of religion, time will not permit me to give you the history of how Obasanjo came into power, the service that was held, and what triggered the Sharia that caused all the conflict. That's why we want a team that will unite the country, a team that will carry everybody in the country. But we are not asking for novice.
We have to go. We have to go.
And there are good people in every pet.
All right. Reverend Joseph Hayab is the chairman of the Christian Association of Nigeria, Kaduna State Chapter, and Biodu Shomi is a political analyst. Unfortunately, we lost contact with him. Thank you so much, gentlemen, for speaking with us. Well, that's it tonight on the show. We want to say thank you. We hope you enjoyed the week of conversations. We'll be back next week, Monday, as the political stories keep brewing. We're here to report it and ask the right questions. I'm Mary Anacone. Have a good evening.
Reading is an essential habit and a culture that must be developed. Nigerians are generally believed to have a poor reading culture. The role of government in promoting reading and equipping reading spaces and libraries in Nigeria cannot be underestimated. But first, we must look at the development of reading habits from the home and the role parents play in encouraging their children.
My parents, my mom used to be a teacher, so reading was obviously part of a curriculum. And then my father used to be a professor and is an author. So I started reading very, very early, and I started reading books that were higher than my age grade. I was reading African Writer series from age 7, age 8, and reading encyclopedias by that time. So obviously my parents had a huge part and encouraged that in me.
In the Nigerian book market, there's a high influx of foreign authors writing for children, but very few Nigerian authors telling relatable, homegrown Nigerian stories.
If you start out reading stories even to your baby, even before they're 1, and then as they get older, buy appropriate materials that are colorful, with easy to read words, and read with them. I think that helps.
Adedotun Iyade, a co-founder of Robin Heights, a leading bookstore in Nigeria, has tips for Nigerian authors and how they can improve on their work and get into the hearts of readers.
The story has to be good, right? If you're writing, whatever you're writing, if you're writing fiction, if you're writing non-fiction, it has to be really, really compelling, one. Next thing would be in terms of the packaging, right? People have gone past the era where you just take your books with just about any printer to print for you. I think, publishers, self-published authors as well, they need to invest in ensuring that the quality of the book, the final output is one that would, stack up with any book, published, elsewhere in the world. So that's really important. Then I think, what would be like the most important tip for me to them would be just, they need to invest in marketing.
The book business, like any other business, is challenging.
If you ask anyone who's running the business in Nigeria, they will tell you capital, of course, right? Book selling is also, as with any other business, is also quite capital intensive. Like, getting to pay your rent, getting to actually buy the books and stock up like your shelves when you have them. Hiring good people requires decent amount of capital. So I would say it's getting the startup funds to set up something, and then if you're looking to do it at scale like we're hoping to do, then it also requires you raising funding, which isn't readily available in commercial banks, right? I don't think a bank would say they want to give you a loan to set up a bookstore. They probably will be skeptical about the number of people who read. So for us, I think it's just I would say capital is at the top of a totem pole.
It is commendable that certain individuals and organizations are making concerted efforts to revive the reading culture in the country. The government should also redesign the school curriculum to incorporate more reading activities in primary and secondary schools.
Urinary tract infection is simply infection of the urinary tract. So the body is divided into systems. And of course, you have, just like you have the digestive system, neurologic system, you have the urinary tract or the urinary system, which is made up of the kidneys, the ureter, the bladder, and the urethra. Okay, these four parts form the urinary system. Any infection in any part of the system is what we simply call the urinary tract infection. Basically, every infective organism can cause urinary tract infection. The most common ones are your bacteria, your fungi, and viruses. You have virus infections that can cause urinary tract infection. You have fungi that can cause, especially in immunocompromised individuals. For an example, people on high levels of suppressants, immunosuppressants, or high levels of chemotherapies, or patients who have come down with retroviral infections. Then, in very common cases, are bacterial infections that cause urinary tract infection, which are the common ones that we see. So you have things like Streptococcus, you have things like H. influenza, you have things like E. coli. In worst cases, you have Klebsiella, and of course, all of these bacteria can actually cause urinary tract infection. When they affect the different levels of the body, they have their different symptoms. So some of them get as far as the kidneys, cause things like pyelonephritis, and it further goes down to damaging symptoms. Okay, so it can be caused by bacteria, fungi, viruses are the commonest one. Protozoas can also cause it, and sometimes worms infections. 5 major steps actually preventing urinary tract infections. Number 1 is maintaining a good hygiene. Hygiene has been seen to be implicated in urinary tract infections, and if you are not very careful with, especially with the underwears, you can recurrently cause urinary tract infection. And then, of course, with the areas of sanitation, the restrooms are very implicative. And even in, partners, sexual partners, sometimes you may need to be very cautious. Okay, so basically hygiene. Oftentimes you see ladies not properly, use their underwears, or sometimes they don't even use it or properly wash. So it's usually recommended that they wash recurrently with maybe a hypo, a sanitizer, as it were, or a jig, a detergent, and sometimes even iron. Okay, the reason for iron is to give the heat if you don't want to discard completely. All right. Other prevention mechanisms includes proper dieting. Okay. When we eat right, we prevent a lot of things. Sometimes when we do a lot of sugar, you provide a habitable environment for these microbes to grow. All right, a lot of sugar. Yeah. Sometimes people even think that high protein diets are very effective, but no, you further even provide, because you see, in improper dieting, you alter the pH of the body. This pH of the body is what is responsible for the maintaining a proper environment that organisms does not grow. When you distort it, certain organisms now begin to thrive in places where they're not supposed to thrive. A third thing is water, hydration. Good level of hydration, okay, keeps us consistently cleansed out. The fourth one is, it's been said that especially in women, they ought to clean from front to back. Rather, yes, from front to back, not from back to front. Okay, that's the proper way of cleaning. And then there's been some drinks that have been used in, especially berry drinks, cranberry drinks, have been very effective in the GI. So if you have drinks that have the cranberry or berry nectar, you have a good chance of preventing it. Some other ways of preventing: regular testing, you can prevent your urinary tract infections. Yeah. The symptoms of urinary tract infections includes a recurrent urge to want to use the restroom. You have that recurrent, and sometimes it could be very little amount of urine that could come out. You could have burning sensation in the process of urinating. You could have, itchiness. You could have cloudy urine. Sometimes discolored urine that could either be red or dark coke colored and all that. And then one other thing, pain, especially lower abdominal pain. One of the classical symptoms, lower abdominal pain. For men, you could see, of course, some burning sensations on trying to urinate. Usually not so much. And then they could also have discharge, but that happens more with sexually transmitted infections. Now, the point about improper treatment, especially in females, is that it's responsible for high levels of infertility when it's not properly treated. The bad part of urinary tract infection is that it takes a quiet stage and right there in the body, and many people walk away, especially guys, especially men. They feel that they're good, and so it takes a quiet stage, and then over time, it's the cause of, or they become transmitters. Then the women eventually are the ones who come down with the symptoms, but they or never come down with the symptoms at all, and then life is good. The treatment plan for urinary tract infections can last for more than 2 weeks. It's important that you do not prescribe or you do not recommend yourself many of these roadside drugs that people do, especially when you hear things like Staph aureus and stuff. No, none of that is just very unacceptable. In the treatment of urinary tract infections, you get tested first and you get drugs that are sensitive to these infections. Now, for some reasons, when adequate doses of these drugs are not taken, especially to completion, like I said to you, many times the treatment could last for as much as 2 weeks because of the level for where they are. The urinary tract infection is one of the lowest parts of the body. All right. So you have to do that long. If you don't do that, you begin to grow resistant strains of these microbes, and then you have to do it again and again. But the next time you're coming back to hit it, you don't get the same response like you got the first time. So it's important that whenever you're going to get treated, you treat for a very long time, and as much as 2 weeks, sometimes injections first, and then you complete the dosage with a couple of tablets that are sensitive to the organism. Whenever there is recurrence of urinary tract infection, it's important that you pay attention to hygiene. Check hygiene levels very importantly, and that simply means that you may want to discard all underwears and replace them. Have proper baths. Just pay more attention. Number one, you never treat urinary tract infections without trying to treat your partner. It's important that you check out your partner, especially when it is one partner. Okay, if there's multiple partners, you just have to do something about that. All right. Okay, but then you want to also pay attention to your partner. The second and the third important thing is to check your fluid balance and all the other exogenous things you take. Now, when you're treating with the drugs, I recommend that you do injections first and then you do orals. Many times orals don't get as deep and as far as what injections will do. So even when you see sensitivity for certain drugs, you want to try the injections first. For me, I practice for 5 days minimum. And then subsequently, the books sometimes say up to 7 days. All right. And you do, subsequently you do the injections. When you do that, you get a better result because of the penetrating capacity of injections compared to tablets.
A year after a mob attacked the U.S. Capitol to overturn an election, how far has the investigation moved, and who is being held accountable? Go inside the hallways of the Hill and find out how close America was to losing and keeping its democracy.
Come on, let's go!
Next on the Inside Story, Capitol attack 1 year later. Hi, I'm Katherine Gibson, VOA's congressional correspondent, and welcome to my workplace, the U.S. Capitol. A little more than a year ago, this citadel of democracy was overrun by a mob of people with apparent intent to disrupt the official process of declaring the winner of the 2020 presidential election. 1 year later, the legal and political impact of the Capitol attack is still being determined. Ahead, details on the arrests, the search for accountability, and American attitudes on the January 6th attack. First, where President Joe Biden places the blame.
It has been a year since supporters of Donald Trump stormed the U.S. Capitol to stop lawmakers from certifying the results of the 2020 presidential election won by Joe Biden.
1 year ago today, in this sacred place, democracy was attacked.
Without once mentioning Donald Trump by name, Biden laid the blame squarely on him.
For the first time in our history, a president had not just lost an election, he tried to prevent the peaceful transfer of power as a violent mob breached the Capitol.
Biden also blamed Trump for what Democrats called the big lie, the narrative that the 2020 election was stolen, a baseless claim the former president and some Republicans continue to push to this day.
Because he values power over principle, because he sees his own interest as more important than his country's interest, than America's interest, and because his bruised ego matters more to him than our democracy or our Constitution. He can't accept he lost.
Trump canceled his planned news conference and said in a statement that this political theater is all just a distraction for the fact Biden has completely and totally failed. In a statement, Mitch McConnell, the Senate's top Republican, accused Democrats of trying to exploit this anniversary to advance partisan policy goals. Many observers say American democratic institutions had been under stress long before the assault. Strengthening voting rights and election integrity was highlighted by Vice President Kamala Harris as a needed response to the insurrection.
Will it be remembered as a moment that accelerated the unraveling of the oldest, greatest democracy in the world? Or a moment when we decided to secure and strengthen our democracy for generations to come?
The siege has had a global impact. Adversaries, including Russia and China, have used it to defend their undemocratic systems.
For Putin to continue to push the message around the world that U.S. democracy is not something to be longed for, that it is as chaotic and broken as the Russian system is. And for China to argue, as it does, that it has an alternative that is superior.
Biden rejected the arguments.
From China to Russia and beyond, they're betting that democracy's days are numbered. They've actually told me democracy is too slow, too bogged down by division, to succeed in today's rapidly changing, complicated world. And they're betting. They're betting America will become more like them and less like us. They're betting that America is a place for the autocrat, the dictator, the strongman. I do not believe that. That is not who we are. That is not who we have ever been. And that is not who we should ever be.
The road ahead is challenging. Fueled by election fraud conspiracies, Republicans in multiple states have championed legislation limiting voting access and giving them more power over their state's election systems. Democrats say these measures will disadvantage them at the ballot box and are a threat to democracy. Patsy Widakuswara, VOA News, Washington.
1 year later, there are still questions about the January 6th insurrection at the U.S. Capitol and who was ultimately responsible for the worst attack on the seat of Congress in 2 centuries. Many of former President Trump's supporters claim the breach was not serious, while critics say Trump directed his supporters to overturn Joe Biden's election victory, effectively undermining the democratic process. Rioters roamed the halls of the Capitol building, raising security concerns for lawmakers and staffers who were preparing to certify Biden's election victory.
I'll never forgive former President of the United States and his lackeys and his bullies that he sent to the Capitol for the trauma that was exerted on our staff.
The U.S. House of Representatives moved swiftly to impeach Trump just days after the riot, alleging he was guilty of inciting the insurrection. But the U.S. Senate acquitted the former president of that charge in February 2021.
He is hereby acquitted.
Lawmakers have held numerous hearings on the security failures of that day. In late June, the U.S. House formed a special select committee to investigate the actions of then-President Trump. The panel has issued subpoenas to compel former White House officials and Trump campaign staff to testify about the president's actions that day and the days leading up to the attack.
Find Mark Randall Meadows in contempt of Congress.
The committee is expected to release a report on its investigation before the November 2022 midterm elections, but the findings are not legally binding. In the U.S. courts, 704 individuals have been charged at the federal level with offenses ranging from misdemeanor trespassing charges to more serious charges, including violence against law enforcement and members of the media. Researchers estimate about 70 to 80 individuals involved in militant networks face even more serious charges of conspiracy.
These are the hierarchical domestic violent extremist groups, the Proud Boys, the Oath Keepers, some 3%ers mixed in there, who are alleged to have not just gone to the Capitol to see the speech, to protest, to march, but with a concerted conspiracy ranging from the collection of funds, the dispersal of weapons, of marching up the steps of the Capitol in a stack formation, to leaving guns at a Virginia hotel.
5 people present at the January 6th riot died. The question still being debated is whether the chaos developed spontaneously or was part of a planned insurrection directed by the then President of the United States. I'm here on the east front of the U.S. Capitol, and I'm looking down at the walk to work that I take every day and have made thousands of times over the years as I walk to work with lawmakers and legislative aides and the thousands of support staff. We all make this our routine place of work, and I'm usually thinking about the story that I'm going to be writing that day. Of course, on January 6, 2021, I was instead watching thousands of rioters overwhelm these grounds. And I was thinking about how the most secure building in the world, where I've always felt safe, was suddenly the most unsafe place. There were rioters breaking glass. They were overwhelming U.S. Capitol Police that I know personally. And all I could think about was whether or not the colleagues that I see every day would be safe in these hallways. We're just steps away from the chamber of the US Senate right now, and in a hallway where I do a lot of my reporting, shouting questions during press conferences with Mitch McConnell and Chuck Schumer. But of course, on the day of the Capitol riot, this was very different. It's a place where a lot of the most famous images of that day happened, from rioters rappelling down the walls of the US Senate to carrying Confederate flags past some of these paintings. We're also very close to the spot where US Capitol Police Officer Eugene Goodman directed rioters away from US senators, dramatically changing the course of that day. That's how I'm going to remember this hallway from now on. Of the 725 people arrested and charged with crimes for the Capitol attack, more than half work in what are considered white-collar jobs, including business owners, architects, doctors, and lawyers. That analysis by University of Chicago professor Robert Pape also shows that just 13% of those arrested were part of violent militia groups. So who are these people? Our Carolyn Presutti shows us some of them.
Of the thousands of supporters of former President Trump who stormed the Capitol, more than 725 have been arrested and charged with crimes. Floridian Robert Scott Palmer received the stiffest sentence yet, more than 5 years for assaulting a police officer with a dangerous weapon. Palmer is seen here spraying officers with a fire extinguisher, then throwing the canister at police. VOA was scheduled to interview Palmer, but he's in jail in quarantine after catching COVID. In a letter to the judge before sentencing, Palmer blamed former President Donald Trump and his advisors, writing, "They kept spitting out the false narrative about a stolen election and how it was our duty to stand up to tyranny."
Guys, come on, let's go.
Another Capitol rioter from Florida, Felipe Marquez, says fake stories about human trafficking led him to join the uprising and to invade a senator's office. Marquez pleaded guilty to disorderly conduct in a restricted building and received 18 months probation. He told VOA in an email, "I would like to leave this in my past as a mistake."
I was trying to get more known for conservative content and getting views on YouTube, and the way the events of that day folded were terrible.
Name, gender, state.
John Lewis with George Washington University's program on extremism is tracking each case of those who stormed the Capitol.
You have defendants from 18 to 80 years old. You have individuals from every walk of life, from a salon owner to other business owners to firemen to law enforcement to military.
More than 80% were charged based on evidence gathered from social media posts, often their own. Like Texan Jennifer Ryan, who gained notoriety after tweeting this photo in front of a broken window, along with a tweet that read, "We just stormed the Capitol. It was one of the best days of my life." Ryan later tweeted that she was not going to jail because she is blonde and white. Here's what she said as she left the courthouse after pleading guilty to demonstrating inside the Capitol and receiving a 60-day sentence.
I walked into the Capitol for 2 minutes, and I'm remorseful of that.
Ryan claimed her tweets, not her actions at the Capitol, got her into trouble.
I regret ever tweeting, but, it's a free country.
Some of those charged, like Yvonne St. Cyr, are unrepentant.
I own what I do, but I still believe in what I did was the right thing.
Others are not commenting on their case, including the man who propped his feet onto House Speaker Nancy Pelosi's desk and allegedly stole some of her mail. Instead, Richard Barnett, who faces 7 charges, is complaining about jail conditions, including solitary confinement.
You can love me, you can hate me. You can love me and hate what I did. You can not like anything about me. But you have to put that aside, because this isn't about me. This is about our federal prison system in America and what they are doing to people.
Trials have been avoided so far, as defendants have accepted plea bargains, sometimes for a lesser charge. Court observers say hundreds of remaining cases will take years to adjudicate. Carolyn Pursuti, VOA News, Washington.
Investigations by both the Justice Department and Congress will try to uncover the extent to which political extremist groups participated in the planning and execution of the Capitol attack. Seamus Hughes is the deputy director of George Washington University's program on extremism. We spoke about the spike in U.S. political radicalism.
So January 6th was a unique moment. It was a perfect storm, right? So it had the mainstream politicians advocating for it. You had social media that was asleep at the wheel. You had a extremism movement online that was kind of very united on this idea. And conspiracy theories that all walked around January 6th being the moment. So since January 6th, we've had about 700 people who've been charged and arrested related to that event. The vast majority are kind of a pedestrian in nature, almost typical profile. Yoga instructor, construction worker, realtor in Texas. Like you said, they range in charges from misdemeanors to felonies. The vast majority actually weren't part of organized groups. The organized groups are the most concerning for law enforcement's perspective. So those groups are the Oath Keepers and the Proud Boys, for the most part, and a few 3%ers. So the Oath Keepers are an organized militia group that have been planning and organized for a number of years, this idea of pushing back on what they saw as government overreach. The Proud Boys is kind of a very interesting group. Think of it like a very misogynistic, aggressive pack of men, mostly men, who go around the room kind of attacking other groups. And then the 3%ers who believe that they're the only ones who are standing up against the Republic. So why is law enforcement so concerned about them? Is if you look at the images on January 6th, think of the guys who were walking up in stack formation in camouflage up the steps of the Capitol. So they're organized, they know what they're doing. There is some early reporting that says that they may not have been the first ones to breach the Capitol, but they encouraged others to do so. And once they saw the opportunity, they seized it. So about 3 years ago, the FBI director was asked about how many active investigations he has in all 50 states for domestic terrorism. He said 850. He was asked 3 months ago, and he said 2,700. So we've seen a very large rise in domestic extremism groups. Now, that is a coalescing of the use of social media, so going down a rabbit hole of algorithms that get you down the path where you don't want to go. You have these groups that have been operating with relative impunity for a number of years. The U.S. government and the intelligence community, law enforcement have largely been focused on foreign threats, ISIS, Al-Qaeda, and taken their eyes off these domestic groups and allowed them to recruit and radicalize in a clip they haven't had since Oklahoma City. Unfortunately, I think we're all to blame for this. If you look at not only social media, but kind of mainstream sites, the idea that you push this, that the election was a fraud, that election doesn't have integrity upon it, that plays into a larger conspiracy theory. And this sense of, and we also can't discount what happened in the last 3 years for COVID. You have everyone locked down on their computers, not able to interact, feeling like the government's restricting their ability to do something. And so this gave them a right to do something. And so they just kind of got fed into that, again, that rabbit hole. They kept going down and down, where you're in a normal group on Facebook, and before you know it, you're in a QAnon group, and then you're going to a rally, and then you're going to January 6th. It's not that hard of a jump. Social media has not done a very good job when it comes to domestic extremism. They tend to have not policed their own sites. They haven't trained their content moderators on doing what they need to do. And to be fair, they haven't been pressured to do so. You know, every time they go up to Congress, they get kind of very random questions, not targeted. There's no bills that have any real legs in order to regulate them, so they're under no pressure to do so. And in order to do so, we're going to have to, as a society, say, you know, enough is enough. We can't allow this to happen. We have to figure out a way to rein this in, all while understanding this is kind of a private company, can set its own terms and services, but there's something to be said about shaming. Right? There's something to be said about, listen, you know what's going on your platform. You've got to step up and do something. You saw what happened on January 6th, and there's some culpability there. It's clearly a growing problem. We also need to put it in context. And, you know, January 6th happens, but 2 weeks later, the president's inaugurated. There's no rally in D.C. The Justice for January 6th rally in the fall, very few people showed up. In many ways, we've hopefully learned the lessons in terms of getting better security, better intelligence, better information sharing at the national level. My concern is at the state level. We clearly are not on the same page in all 50 states on how to address this issue. And we're seeing these groups, whether it be the Proud Boys or others, move back away from a national model to a state and local model, and they're able to recruit people in their neighborhoods. And unfortunately, I don't think this is going to be a problem that's going to go away. If you look at the threat in the U.S., it's basically fractured. You have ISIS, you have Al-Qaeda, you have white supremacists, you have militia groups, you have QAnon, you have incels, you've got everybody on the map. It makes law enforcement's job a lot harder, and it's going to be, quite frankly, a mess for the next few years.
Political dividing lines are being hardened as former President Donald Trump continues to falsely claim the 2020 election was stolen from him. His influence on the Republican Party is evident as several key states are changing election laws to make it easier to reject results. VOA White House correspondent Anita Powell examines Trump's political influence ahead.
This is the face that launched thousands of angry people on the U.S. Capitol in one of the most stunning days in American history. The few thousand protesters who ended up entering the Capitol that January day sought out lawmakers, in particular House Speaker Nancy Pelosi and former Vice President Mike Pence, as they attempted to formalize Joe Biden's victory over Donald Trump in the November 2020 presidential election. The mob erected gallows, assaulted police and journalists, vandalized, and looted offices. The violence and chaos left 5 people dead, wounded 138 police officers, resulted in charges against more than 720 participants, and landed Trump a last-minute impeachment, his second, just days before he left office. Trump maintains the poll was rigged in the face of overwhelming evidence that there was no election fraud, as do some of his supporters, who continue to attend his post-presidential rallies.
I'm here to see our rightful president that actually won this election, and I just want to hear what he has to say.
Trump was planning to address his followers again on January 6th, but he canceled the event and says he'll instead address his followers at a rally planned for January 15th in Arizona. Observers say he's been busy all year trying to influence sympathetic lawmakers.
So he's trying to limit voting access in states that have diverse populations or ever more diverse populations like Georgia and Texas. He's trying to get people like Jim Jordan and Marjorie Taylor Greene, 2 members of Congress, to get them more of their own kind of people elected who will do things such as pursue policies designed to keep immigrants out of the United States, policies designed to take the United States out of its international alliances like the North Atlantic Treaty Organization. So he has an America First agenda, he has an ego agenda, and he has an agenda about trying to rewrite history to match his false narrative, and he's pursuing that every day.
If anything, says analyst Suzanne Spalding, who leads the Defending Democratic Institutions project at the Center for Strategic and International Studies, this galvanizing event has only further divided the United States politically. Republicans who spoke out against Trump right after January 6th seem to have gone silent in the past year. More troubling, she said, polls show that 1 in 3 Americans believes violence against the government is justified. This seems to have given Trump fuel.
I suspect in that sense he has felt emboldened. I think there was, again, in the very first hours after that, those events, a sense among some of the Republican members of Congress that perhaps he had gone too far, and that they thought they had some breathing room to distance themselves. And unfortunately, what seems to have happened is that he has not lost his grip on the Republican Party.
Without naming him, Biden laid blame at Trump's feet in a speech at the Capitol on the attack's anniversary.
He has done what no president in American history, the history of this country, has ever done. He refused to accept the results of an election and the will of the American people.
Trump will likely reference Biden's words during the January 15th rally. But Spalding says the American people, not politicians, deserve the last word here.
I'm always struck by our national anthem, the words that we sing at ballparks and sport arenas all around the country. That starts with a question and ends with a question. It starts with the question of, is the flag still flying? We saw it through the night, through the battle, but now it's the morning. And the question is, does that flag still wave over the land of the free and the home of the brave? That's how it ends, with a question mark. And all of us must be part of making sure that that answer every day is yes.
So, a year later, which flag is it going to be? Anita Powell, VOA News, Washington.
That's all for now. Follow me on Twitter at KGYP. That's KGYP. Connect with us on Instagram and Facebook at VOA News, and stay up to date online at voanews.com. See you next week for the Inside Story.
Nigeria's Niger Delta region, from where the black gold fuels Africa's largest economy, where the lines between wealth and poverty has never been thinner. Conflicts, poverty, insecurity, and environmental challenges daily confront the region. How can the Niger Delta story be changed for the better?
Join Mamude Akuga at 9 p.m. every Friday evening on Plus TV Africa as he probes deep in search of solutions.
Inside the Niger Delta with Mamude Akuga, the authentic voice of Nigeria's oil-rich region.
What we do not understand, we will stigmatize.
What you can see is the remaining of the tanker that exploded.
The suspect equally confessed.
A 500 naira they collect them. If you no talk, then go beat you. Now 2,500 they pay.
Hello, welcome to this edition of our program, your program. We sit down, we talk, timeless conversations. My guest today is a very well-known face, very well-known name, who has successfully combined humility with success, being able to stay in the limelight without any controversy. I'd like to welcome to the program, Akin Lewis.
Akin Lewis is an award-winning actor, director, and producer. He has been in the industry for over 46 years. Akin fell in love with acting from the age of 12. His father regularly bought him comics and literature books to broaden his knowledge. Akin started his education in Zaria and later moved to Ibadan, where he attended Lagelu Grammar School. He read drama and had a first class in acting and directing from the University of Ife, now Obafemi Awolowo University. Akin also got initial training in NTV Ibadan. In 1980, Why Worry, a situation comedy on NTA Ibadan, made Akin Lewis popular. His experience also runs into the corporate world. At different times, Akin had worked with a bank, Globacom, and others. He speaks Yoruba, English, Bulgarian, and French fluently.
And you become the real first lady. VIP will be too small. As a matter of fact, it will be BBVIP.
Baba Tobi, hey! If you become the president, Igara me up, my shoulder will be higher than shoulder pattern. Igara talking. I'll just be dashing money up and down.
No. Which money are you dashing?
Oh, Baba Tobi, so you won't give me money?
That money is the money my own that I give you. You can even employ a special assistant for money distribution. Thank you very much.
Yes, it's nice to see you. Now, straight up, let me say that we used to be neighbors. We lived in the same estate before, right? And of course, in the course of our professions, we have met in the course of our careers, not professions, because we're in the entertainment profession, right? Now, to the person out there, who is Akin Lewis?
Well, Akin Lewis, well, I normally say that what you see is what you get. I'm an embodiment of so many things.
Share it with us.
Okay. People don't know that I read drama. Actually, I have a master's degree, first class, in acting and directing.
Okay.
Yes, and I got trained at NTA Ibadan. It was NTV in those days.
Yes.
For about 10 years, just to be a producer, an actor, and a director.
Yeah.
And then, because people just see you and they don't know. Others don't even know that I also worked in the corporate world.
Yeah.
And I did that for about 22 years, combining both.
Yes.
And at directorate level, really. And I'm a well-traveled person. I speak languages. And well, like I said, what you see is what you get.
So tell me about your background. That's background, early years.
Yes. I remember that I grew up in the north, in Zaria.
So you speak Hausa?
Oh, I do.
Okay.
I speak several languages.
Wow.
I speak Hausa. And growing up in the north was rugged, because in those days it wasn't well developed. Zaria wasn't as developed
as it is today.
As it is today, and the weather was dry, hard, harsh, and all of that. But we used to live in the GRA, the quarters they call it. They used to call it in those days. And big compound. I had neighbors that you hardly see, so I had dogs. And with my sister, we were all doing that. But when the pogrom started, that thing that led to the Civil War,
Yes.
I was almost killed. Matter of fact, I was killed.
Say that again.
I was almost killed.
Yes.
In the mind of the fellow who did it,
Okay.
he killed me already.
Tell me that.
Yeah, because what they did was, you know, as it is, I was a lot lighter, and then I have this mark.
Okay.
And,
this.
So I passed easily for an Igbo boy.
Wow.
And that's what they didn't bother to find out. This mark, which I got from a broken bottle.
Yeah, I was going to say, how did that come
I
there?
fell into the gutter years before.
Yeah.
And so that had healed. My father said he shouldn't stitch it.
Stitch it, so
And
it
that
healed
my-
on its own.
But when they saw it now, they thought I was Igbo.
Yes.
It's a Yemeni.
Yeah.
And so they just puzzled me up like a goat. Yes. And put the knife there. What saved my life was that he now started to chant this whatever.
He was chanting.
Yeah. And then my mother came running out of the house. Somebody had told her.
Yeah.
And she just barged into us and everybody
Ran helter skelter.
Now my mother, until she died, was very fair skinned. Really fair.
Yeah.
And that was where I got my color from then. And then she had tribal marks. You see? That's another thing I saved also.
Wow.
Because she didn't have, they would have killed her first.
Oh, okay. Where was she from? Ibadan. Oh,
Ibadan.
okay.
Yeah, she's from the royal family in Ibadan.
Yeah.
So she had this Ila
Yeah.
from Ibadan, and that was saved us. So eventually, when everybody settled down, they knew my father.
Oh,
They
God.
just didn't know that I was his
I
son.
was the son.
You know, and so when everybody settled down, it was like, okay, he seems sorry, I'm sorry. And then they went across the road, killed somebody else. He knew, and then they said, okay,
No
that's
more.
it too. You know, you should forgive us. And then they left.
So that's how you actually were killed.
Yeah.
But
you
didn't die.
I didn't die, but that's how I was killed. And then my father came back, and that's how he sent everybody down south.
He remained there.
He remained, working. He sent everybody down
Where
south.
was he working there?
In the railways. He was
Oh,
an engineer.
okay.
You know, and that's how we came back home. And the war started
Wow.
from all of those.
Okay, so now you return to Ibadan.
To Ibadan, and, you know, had to do primary 6 again. And then got into secondary school.
Which secondary school was
Grammar
it?
School.
Okay.
Yeah. And well, I'm proud of that school.
Yes.
That's the school that the former governor attended.
Which one of them?
Ajimobi.
Ajimobi.
Yes,
Oh, that's a school. Okay, so he
was my senior.
Oh, right.
And then you remember Penkilemes?
Yes.
Who was the running? He was my junior.
Oh, that's the one who ran against Ajimobi and
That's
even
right.
ran against
No, against
the current Makinde. Yes. Okay. That's Adelabu.
That's right.
Yes.
So that's where we all went, and later on I went to Ife.
Okay.
Studied drama.
Drama.
Under Shoyinka.
Okay, and then that's how you got into NTV.
Nowhere.
NTA.
The point is, I actually got into NTA before I went to Ife.
Oh, okay. Oh, yeah. Okay. Well.
Because when I finished,
Yes.
immediately I finished secondary school, I joined the troop.
All right.
A troop led by Professor Bodishwande.
Bodishwande, yes.
You are there.
Yes.
Odu films.
Mm-hmm.
And then I started learning the rudiments of theater and all that.
Theater and all that.
And that's how I got into NTA.
Yeah. Okay.
As an actor.
Okay, so you were already working.
Yes, I was working
before you went back
before I
to
went
school.
yeah.
Okay, that's my story too.
You
So
know.
that's my story too.
And when I finished, I came back to NTA.
20, yeah.
And then I went abroad.
Okay.
To do my master's.
Oh, you
I came
did.
back to NTA.
Oh, okay.
Then I left. Came back. I came to Lagos, I think, 89 or something.
Okay, nice.
Yeah.
Okay, that explains it. That was when you moved into our estate.
Yeah,
That's
yes,
what- yes.
In the early 90s.
Okay, you came in the early 90s.
I used to be in Didolu.
The Dolu, yes. It was across the road, yes, in Ogba, yes. Yes. Okay. So now, your corporate world experience is actually not known to many people.
No, it's not.
Was that deliberate on your part?
Well, deliberate.
Or did the entertainment part overshadow it?
No, even in entertainment, I'm not allowed to. That's just how I am. I think that one's work should speak,
Mm-hmm.
you know, for who you are. I'm not of the mold of, you know, just jumping into publicity.
But before you joined Glow,
Yes.
You worked in an advertising
bank.
Uh-huh.
We were living
together.
I was in the bank.
Okay.
Working with the Reverend Agwiti.
Okay. Yes.
And then I worked with CMC.
CMC Connect.
Yes.
Yes.
I was there, and then before CMC, I was with Center Spread.
Center Spread, yes.
You know, so and then later I joined Mike in Globacom.
Okay, in Globacom, yes.
Yes.
Now, what was the experience like combining the corporate engagement with your entertainment vocation?
Yes.
What was it like? How were you able to do that?
It wasn't a vocation. For me, it was a career. Let me say this. I have worked very hard. Because I think being a director also helped me. Because all I needed to do was plan, get it to the boys, the managers, and everybody's executing. And then later I will come and reevaluate and all of that. But my weekend, I had no weekends. There are times I had no nights. I would shoot overnight. Then, of course, when I get holidays, I'm back in the field, just doing all of that. That's how I used to combine these things.
But what was pushing you? What was it that made you want to do that?
When we started acting, drama as it were, there was no money in it. Now, this is my 49th year.
Yes.
There was no money in it. It was okay because we were single. But then we started getting married.
Yes.
And problems started. Wife, children, school,
yes.
This and that. And I saw my mates, my colleagues, their homes were disintegrating. So, according to my people,
okay.
So, I now said, listen, and I had the certificates. So I just said, let me go back to the other side.
Yeah.
Get money from there to leave and keep doing my stuff. And that's exactly what I did.
So it was like, it was a desire not to fail.
Absolutely.
On the home front.
Absolutely, to provide a very good.
And lose your first love.
That's right.
Which is acting, drama, and all
Absolutely.
that. And so you went into that other side.
Yes.
And made a good success of it.
Absolutely.
But now you're in retirement there.
Oh yes, I did a 360 again. In 2009.
Yes.
I left the corporate. And I'm back here.
So fully now you are into entertainment. All right, we're going to take a break now. When we're back, we're going to talk about some other issues that I know had happened to you in the past and how you were able to navigate the storm.
Yeah.
Stay tuned. Welcome back. I'm still talking with Akin Louis. Now, let's go into that area you wanted to save.
Yeah.
The home front.
Yeah.
How were you able to sustain that home before the bubble burst? Because I know the bubble burst at some point. Yes.
I mean, Humpty Dumpty fell and you couldn't put it back together.
Oh Lord, that's even worse.
Yeah. I mean, with all these monies I was getting from the other side, I was able to, I mean, my children were going to the best schools.
Yeah.
You know, my wife was comfortable. Everybody, I had my car, they had their car. And, you know, we were living ever after. And then suddenly something burst. But it wasn't me.
Yeah, well, people say you fall in and out of love. So, love took a holiday or something?
I don't know about that. Maybe she did, but I never did. Because she, you know, we were together, we dated for like 7 years. And then got married for officially for 21 years. Yeah. She was.
There's this thing that the women folk sometimes say that men don't have emotions. Do men have
They don't know what
emotions?
they're talking about. Men have emotions. I was born by women.
Yeah.
Our mothers raised us.
Yeah.
And they have emotions. They put them in us.
Yeah.
We have just been trained
Mhm.
by our daddies, by experiences and all that to be in control. You know, you hold down everything. It is said that a man cannot
Should
just
not
break
cry.
down in public and all that.
Do you subscribe to that?
No, I don't. If you want to cry, cry.
Cry.
You'll feel better.
Yes.
And then you
I subscribe to that too. You feel like crying, please cry. When you cry, people will know something is wrong with you.
absolutely.
And they can step in. When you pretend that everything is all right, then you're looking for trouble. Exactly. Exactly. But when that happened, when there was that falling apart in the marriage and all that, how were you able to cope?
It was quite an experience because I wasn't prepared for it. I wasn't ready, in fact. And it's more like a striker in football, and you are seeing the goal.
Yeah.
You're already seeing the goal you want to score, and then somebody just clears you from behind, and you know, all sorts of injuries and all of that.
Yeah.
It was hard, but I had to get up and go.
Because I know that there was a time you were totally under the radar. We didn't hear anything about you. We didn't see you. We were not seeing you in any movies, nothing.
It was deliberate, you know. I needed that time to get myself together, you know, and then, you know, just keep moving. And because I'm not really a publicity person, so to speak, it was easier for me to do that. Yeah, I don't really like publicity. That's an aberration.
Yeah, it's,
considering that I'm in this.
Yeah, in this line of work, you.
And but that helped me. It helped me a lot, and it didn't become. I managed it such that it didn't become a scandal, because people would have, you know, the way it is. They would have gone to town with it, and I wasn't ready at that time. You know, but it's okay. Everything has settled down.
Yes, everything is settled now.
Yeah. Calm seas, and we are moving.
Yes, and one of your daughters got married recently.
I got married in December.
In December.
Yes.
Okay, so you're on the way to becoming a grandfather.
Yeah.
That's very good.
Long time coming. We forget that we are senior citizens.
We are. That's where we are now. That's where we are now. And then talking about senior citizenship, in acting, in entertainment, is there enough being done to prepare the upcoming generation for the roles they have to play?
I don't think so. I don't think so. Even I don't know the curricula these days in schools. But when we were there, it was arts for art's sake. Nobody taught us about the business of arts, or the emotions of arts and all of that. You know, so we didn't have enough money. But these days, well, values are broken down. It's money, 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 money. Still, I don't think our young ones are prepared. What I do on my own is on every set, and I do go on set a lot, I mentor so many. Do not eat with your 10 fingers. This is a profession that, you know, there are no gratuities. I have retired twice now.
Yes.
Public sector and private sector. You know, they will give you something to take home.
Yes.
They here, you may not get somebody to give you something, but along the line, you could make so much money.
Yeah.
Try and save up something.
Okay.
Invest something so that, you know, when you get to become a senior citizen, you can. But you know how the young are. They hear you, but they need to experience some downtime, some down stuff before they leave.
I even think that there are some experiences you've got to have.
Yes.
Before you learn.
Absolutely.
If you don't have those experiences, you'll just be pretending. Now, the entertainment scene in Nigeria has evolved beyond what it was in your own early days.
Oh, yes.
How can we ensure that the artist benefits maximally from this boom in the entertainment world in Nigeria? Especially as it relates to acting.
Yes. I know it's a tough thing. Right now, it's it depends on individuals. That's what I was trying to explain. You have it, I have lived quite a checkered life.
Yes.
And my pedigree is such that you can see from the corporate to entertainment and all of that, go to really good schools and all of that,
Yes.
abroad, speak languages, interact with. So all of that come to play for me. So my 2 feet are firmly on the ground. But most of our young ones are, we deal with life.
Yes.
But it could be ephemeral too, because we just do it. Some may not have seen it, and they just do what they have to do. And like you said, you may need to experience certain things.
Yes.
Just so that
Before
you
your
see
eyes will open.
very clearly, yeah.
Yes.
So the risk is high that the young will smash up before they can build up.
Yeah, but I want you to look into your corporate world experience and make a suggestion to the younger generation.
Well, like I said, you need to save up. Don't eat with all of your fingers.
In what areas? What areas would you recommend for investment purposes, for instance?
Okay. Well, what I have done over the years is to build.
Yeah.
We have properties.
Yeah.
Which are solid on ground. I also have a film that I just made.
Oh, good.
Cinematic.
Oh.
That's an asset. We'll premiere in May and all of that. It goes down the line. And then of course you can invest if you have the cash abroad in Europe or in America. Given that our naira is weak, and always falling and all of that. So it's not about how much. It's just having that being able to do it. And so that's what I think they should do. Rather than live in hotels, buy the latest cars, and then drink champagne that is 1 million naira and all of that.
live tomorrow's life today and live today's life tomorrow. Terrible thing. Okay, so being a communications marketing specialist, your experience has come to play in the roles you have acted.
Yes.
How would you recommend the kind of training, even if it's a short-term type, for the young entrants into the profession? Because it's not everybody who would be favored to have gone through your kind of training. What would you recommend they do?
Well, I always say this, like you have to get trained. Even a mechanic, they have apprentices, they get trained.
Yeah, do.
So I say, if you can go to school, go to school. When you finish, come back. This thing will still be there. Or if you can go to school, then you can train under some masters.
Yes.
For some time. So that, because it's good to know your left and your right. And is it the way drama is structured, films and all of that, nobody has time to train anybody on the spot. You must know it. If you don't, they will chuck you, put somebody else there. So it's very, very important to get trained. And there are so many schools around today. I mean, the big universities, the names that we know already.
Yeah.
There are new names, and there are even private
entities,
institutions. And there are people like me also, who, really, because I say that all the time, that you must get trained.
You said something like when you're on set,
Yes.
you try to mentor
I do that.
people.
I do that all the time.
How would you describe that experience?
It's going well. I think I'm well respected, and people listen to me.
I think you're well loved, actually. It's not just respected. You're well loved a lot.
That's a good thing to know.
Yes.
But at this level, you know that it's not everybody that loves you.
Certainly.
That's why you don't kill you. You know what I'm saying?
Yes.
But people listen to me when I talk. They listen. In fact, most of the directors we have around today, they hadn't started this job. They were not born when I started this job.
Of course.
And I work with everybody.
Yes.
I work with everybody so much that everybody wants to work with me.
Yeah.
Because I won't give you all the... For me, it is a job. I do my job, I go home.
There are rules.
Oh, yeah, there are rules, which many break.
Yeah.
They break the, once you're a star, then you give people trouble. I don't know where they learn that one from. So I get them to sit down, we talk, not only about the roles, I help them with the roles, and then I talk about life. I just share my life, and then that lets them to ask questions and all of that. And at the end of the day, they say thank you, and I'm gone.
Now, the profession has evolved so much that on the African continent, in fact, the world stage now, Nigerian content is so well sought after. But we are on the verge of being repetitive. All the stuff coming out from here are beginning to sound alike, look alike.
Well, it's just the nature of things. Because we look at society and we put something together. And maybe it's because all of these things are happening in our society, and everybody wants to talk about them in different ways. And so you see one topic being treated by 10, 20 people and all of that. But I normally say that the best will always shoot out to the top.
Yeah.
Even if it's the same thing, the way it's going to be handled will be different. And all of that. So I don't think that should worry us.
Okay.
Yeah, just nature of the job, we look repetitive, but the best will always stand.
Now, stereotyping is something we're trained to avoid.
Yes.
Yet, it's so easy to hear people of our generation and generations before us say things like, these young people don't want to know anything. And that's so stereotypical that it seems as if there is no good in the younger generation, yet they have so much good. So
I don't subscribe to that.
Yeah.
Again, it's all about who you are.
Yeah.
If I have to say so, I'm a man of great patience. And I understand the youth. I know them. This is how they are. They are not like us. So one needs patience, wisdom, in fact, and understanding to be able to deal with them. Because if you don't understand them, if you can't get on their side and in their shoes, then they will reject you. And it's going to be difficult. It starts from the home as well, much more so within the politics. But I would say that for some of us at this level, we are not patient enough with the youth. And so, but our job is to slow down. The youth is always in a hurry.
Yeah.
So we need to slow down, call them back. And they'll say, come. You see here, okay, if you have the patience and you have the wisdom, they will listen to you. And once they see results, then it's okay for them. If they don't see the result, then there's a lot of trouble there.
Yeah.
And they want to just keep rolling.
Yeah, exactly. And then talking about trouble in society, there's the craze now for ritual killings and kidnappings, killing people for money, for rituals to make money and all that. I want you to speak on that. How can we bring back the heads of everybody, as it were?
It's a shameful thing.
Yeah.
And I'm not proud of that. We are so many things. Nigerians, we are so many things. Liars, we are dishonest, and all of that.
But we're also honest.
Well, there are some. I'm not saying everybody.
Yes.
But now we are killers. And I ask all the time, this thing, does it work? If you kill somebody and you make something, does it really work? The man who does it for you.
Exactly.
What is he like?
How much money does he have?
Yeah, that you will now go and I think that charlatans are everywhere, and we are being deceived.
Yeah.
Unfortunately, because our values have dropped. Money is one of the monuments that the youth, even people at our level, that everybody is scrambling just to make money. How much do you want to spend? Unfortunately, too, our leaders are not helping us. We see them.
Yeah.
We see them. We know they steal. We may not have evidence, but we know, the way they live. They were with us in the society, and then suddenly you go 4 years and you're back and, how did you make it?
In fact,
everybody wants to do that.
Talking about 4 years,
Yeah.
somebody wins an election, maybe into the House of Assembly, and before he won the election, he probably was a an A&R, I mean R&A specialist, refrigeration and air conditioners.
Yeah.
Very good,
Yeah.
very good technician. Wins an election, goes into the House of Assembly, spends 4 years. When that tenure is up, he doesn't want to return to his profession. Why?
We in Yoruba, they say nani, nani.
Yeah. That's the same value you're talking about.
I don't understand it. You know, people want to be a chief, people want to be kings, people want to be politicians. They don't want to, and you know, down there, that's the reality.
But you know, when we were growing up, we knew chiefs whose profession was carpentry.
Oh yes.
Chiefs, chiefs. They were
absolutely.
Yeah, there were those who were masons, who were good time, big time farmers.
I agree with you.
But
our heads were still correct.
So how can somebody just serve 4 years or even 8 years and he doesn't want to return to practice law?
Yeah.
He doesn't want to be a medical doctor again. What's wrong with us as a society?
It's wrong with the background. We have a lot of that in all those high places. And somebody has said that the only reason you keep quiet as a Nigerian about corruption is that you are far away from it. The nearer you get to it, the quieter you become. And when you get right in there, we don't hear your voice again.
You lose your voice.
Because you become like them, and that's that. And I don't understand that. I really don't understand that. It's, we have a lot of work to do.
Yes.
We really have a lot of work to do.
But shouldn't part of that work include the stuff we churn out as drama?
Yes, it's there. Well, for instance, if you watch most of the things I do, I not only entertain, I teach. We educate. You know, now, will the people grab all of that along with it? That's another question. But we do that all the time. You know, I may be playing a chief now who is a thief. But what we are saying is that because you're a chief, don't mean that you have to be a thief. And things like that. I've played the president, I've played the governor, I've played everything. And we always highlight the bad in society, we bring it out so that people. But I think it's not only us. These things have to go back to schools. In Japan, they start teaching their children from maybe 3 or 4, age 3 or 4, how to be polite to people. And you know, it's incredible. And these children grow up like that.
Knowing it, yes. They can't change.
Yeah. And here, even parents go and buy all these Cronje certificates.
Yes.
And so what are we teaching them? What are we teaching them? Growing up, my dad, he beat the living daylight out of me. All those bad stuff, I saw them myself running out of my body, just taking off.
You actually saw them?
Oh, I saw them. That was how good it was.
Yeah.
And I'm grown up. I can't lie.
Yeah.
I can't steal. I really can't do all of those things.
Yes.
But it's not like that anymore.
Not like that. Not like that.
It's
We'll take a break now. When we're back, we're going to talk about those your languages.
Okay.
And see how much of them you can still remember, and we'll learn how you learned a few of them. Stay tuned. It's still Timeless Conversations. My guest is Akin Lewis. So, you speak so many languages. Which and which?
Well, I speak Hausa. I speak French. Of course, English. Bulgarian. Yoruba, that's my mother tongue. And Creole.
Creole?
And Pidgin. It's a different form of Pidgin.
Okay, Creole, that's more
Sierra Leone.
what they're speaking. Sierra Leone, okay.
It's Pidgin.
It's
their
own form of Pidgin.
Yes.
Okay, so how did you learn all of this?
Well,
Hausa I can understand, Yoruba
I grew up there.
Yes.
And even I used to speak Igbo, but that has suffered the most because of practice.
Okay.
But growing up in the north, I grew up speaking Yoruba, Hausa, English, and Igbo. And then in university, French. Then I went to work in the Francophone. I used to live in Conakry. Yes, I used to live in Conakry. And I also was overseeing some work in Freetown, Liberia, all the Mano area there.
Yeah.
I traveled around there. And then, of course, I went to Sofia. That's where I learned Bulgarian language.
Bulgarian language,
yeah,
okay.
Which I speak. So, there you are.
Well, yeah.
I used to learn German, but it became too heavy for me, so I had to drop that.
Well, you were also looking for money.
No, really. Really, I wasn't.
Yeah.
I've never been one who. Let me just say that I understand the secret of plenty and nothing.
Okay.
So that keeps me in check.
What's the secret? Between plenty and nothing.
Yes, you have to be deeply spiritual.
To know
Not
it.
religious.
Yes.
Spiritual. Which is what I am, but most people don't know.
Okay.
People don't know that. I mean, I'm an ordained evangelist.
Okay.
I have done missionary work, in fact.
All right.
And all of these things. So, along the line, you discover that I have known the truth now for like that years.
Yeah.
I mean, the real truth of the Bible. I'm not talking of money evangelism. No. I'm not talking of that. Yeah.
Okay.
I'm talking of selling everything and going into the mission spirit.
Okay.
Just to get people. So that teaches you a lot of things.
A lot. So what it means is that in the course of life, you never stopped learning.
No, I'm still learning.
That's how come you could learn all those languages and still speak most
I
of
believe
them.
very strongly that when I stop learning, then I'm dead. I learn from everybody, from you, from the young ones, from everybody, everywhere. My training, in fact, is to see what you don't see, to hear what you don't hear, and to know what you don't know, even in your own office. If I could do that, that's my training.
All right. So now let's visit you on a typical day. What's a typical day in the life of Akin Louis like?
Well, you can break it into two. When I'm off, I have off days.
Yeah.
So typical day, on those off days, I'm usually home. I like to, I wake up very early, meditate a lot, pray and all of that. And then I chill out in the house with my wife. We talk. And then.
With your wife, you remarried?
Oh, yes, I remarried.
Okay.
Yes. I told you I'm stable now. Calm waters, sailing.
Yes.
Yeah, I remarried. And I have a beautiful daughter. Now.
What's her name?
Oba.
Oba.
Oluwajuwon.
Oba Oluwajuwon. That's the statement.
Yes, it is.
In fact, it's a proclamation.
So I spend time, I could even spend time with Oba if she's also off and all of that. And then I go to town, go to my friends, chill out, and then come back home like 6, 7. That's a typical day. Now, when I'm on set, that's crazy, really crazy. We go from dawn to midnight, through the night, and all of that. We just walk and walk and walk. But because we are actors, are really very, we are bonded very closely when we're working. So, because I have been around, everybody knows me. I know most people, so it's easy to just, but it's a tough job.
So a typical day on set starts from, say...
From 5 for me. Because I have to wake up, get ready, look at my lines, eat breakfast, and then maybe hit the set from 8.
Wow.
And we just keep going, break for lunch, and you keep going. If you are lucky on that day, you get to rest a bit in between scenes.
Okay.
If not, if you are the lead, you just keep walking and walking, and I'm talking at times 20 scenes, 21 scenes, by which time you'll be thoroughly tired, and then we'll come back at night.
For those who haven't been there, it's such a fantasy. Yet for those of you in there, it's regular. How do you explain that?
Well, let me just say it for myself.
Yes.
I'm one of the most highly trained actors, directors around. And they teach you these things from School of Drama, how to separate. In fact, there is a rule. Never forget who you are. In whatever role, don't forget that you are Akin Louis. Otherwise, you will kill somebody for real.
Yeah.
If you just get lost in that character. So that's how we separate it. I get to separate it. Imagine if I have to carry all the roles home. I've done in 49 years. I mean,
that would
probably be living in London or something.
That would be something. That would be something. Now, in the community, You are respected.
Yeah.
But politically, you're quiet.
Yes.
Why?
Oh, very deliberately so. Let me just say I've had a stint or two, just selling some of this, like the last dispensation. I had the opportunity to sell Isiaka, Jimobi, to sell Benkele Mess, and even say Baba. I was one of the ambassadors that used to do all of these things. But beyond that, I am deliberately quiet. Not that I've not been invited. Severally I've been invited and all, but the problem is I don't know how to do it. With who I am, the way I am, I don't know how to navigate the political terrain. I will fall down flat on my face in a week unless I change. And I don't really want to change. So maybe that's why I just, I keep back a bit, and maybe that's it. I don't know about later, but right now, I'm just content.
Because, you see, time is of the essence.
Yeah.
You have such a great sphere of influence that can be useful in motivating the younger generation to even be actively involved in community service and politics. So,
well, I don't know. Who knows what will happen tomorrow? If I get good mentors, if I get good teachers, good sponsors, and all of that. Who knows? I'm always willing to serve. I have served in places you won't believe. I mean, in places you won't believe. I've been to like 13 countries in Africa, or maybe more, just serving, and all of that. I mean, as a Rotarian, I'm served. So it comes easy to me to serve. But I'm just looking at the politics.
The politics.
Are we ready?
But when will we ever be ready if we don't get into it?
I think we will know when the time comes. I think we will know. But the way things are now, we need an organ. Usually things can go bottom up. You have growth that way. And top down.
Top down, yes.
We are in such a state that we need to have top down. Because bottom up for us now could be disastrous. A lot of angry people, hungry people, and then destroy a lot of things. If we have one of them who, and then we can maybe attract people like me and you and so on and so forth, then the time will be right.
Okay. Now, you have retired twice.
Yes.
You retired from the public service, from the private sector.
Yes.
Will you ever retire from acting?
No. That one you never retire. So I just pray to God to give me the strength to keep going. Because roles change.
Yes.
And right now I'm playing kings, presidents, governors, fathers. Maybe very soon I'll be doing grandfathers. Until you don't have the strength and the mental facility to be able to, then that's when.
So for you, there's no retiring from acting.
No, there's no retiring.
Now, there is another Louis in this profession. Are you related?
Yes. Egmont.
Digimon Louis, yes. What's your relationship with?
We are cousins.
Oh, cousins?
Yes. From
which part of Nigeria?
From the West New Guatiwa.
Yes. I see. I'd wanted to ask you that question. Are you related to Digimon Louis?
Yeah.
In what way?
Yeah. The thing is this. Maybe I should leave it like that until another day. Let's just agree that we are cousins.
You are cousins.
Yeah.
I understand. I understand that. I know that there are some names that feature in Lagos, feature in Abeokuta, feature in Elisha and all that. And then to Lagos.
Actually.
Okay.
Yeah.
Down to Lagos.
If I have to say any other thing regarding a relationship, then I have to speak to Egmont first.
Yes, no.
So that
we'll respect. I will go for him, so he'll be the one to tell us. He'll be the one to tell us the relationship. All right. So we've spoken about many things.
Yes.
The last one I want us to speak about is this. Nigeria. Where are we going? in terms of restructuring function of this polity and the takeover by the younger generation?
Nigeria. Where we are at is very bad indeed. I don't know where we're going, but if we continue like this, it's not going to be a good place. That I know.
How do we get to the good place?
We have to change.
Change what?
That's what I meant when I said we need people at the top who will hold us by our hands and just lead us. They cannot leave it to the people now. You know, it's got to be a function of leadership because we have derailed. Growing up, things weren't this bad.
Yeah.
I mean, you couldn't even miss school.
Yes.
I mean, the whole village was looking after one son and all of that. But today, you can't even touch anybody's children. You can't do that. You can't tell the young what to do. They will tell you to. And it is so bad. We see leaders who steal, and nothing is happening. You know, corruption there, corruption this, blah, blah. Nothing is happening. And everybody is tempted to go and do that. So I don't know where we're going, but it's not going to be a good place. Unless the leadership comes together and say, listen, for the sake of everybody, can we just, you know, they need to listen to the people. Listen to the people, and then, you know, lead us where we want to go. If it is bad, then don't listen to us. Tell us the better place to go, and take us there. We will follow. We will follow, you know. I mean, I remember when the campaign for seatbelt was going to start.
Yeah.
Everybody thought it was going to be impossible.
Yes.
I mean, we all changed.
Yes, we did.
We did, you know, and so
somebody enforced it.
Yeah.
Yes.
And now everybody is doing that. It's okay.
I feel you. I feel you. But now this is the last personal question.
Yeah.
What are your favorite meals? What do you enjoy eating?
I love moi moi with everything.
Everything being
I mean, rice.
Okay.
I can eat moi moi with yam and all that stuff.
Oh, you're one of those people
yeah,
who will justify that should be his beans.
Yeah, you know my But really, my best is amala.
Okay.
Abula.
Yes.
And
yes.
That one.
Yes.
You know, and maybe some fresh fish.
Okay.
That's it. That's my best.
And then your drink of choice will be what?
Water usually. Water usually. Yeah. But when I hang out with the boys, we can do a soup and some, you know.
Small wine. Okay.
You know. Depends on what is happening.
On what is happening.
Yeah.
Okay.
But all controlled. All controlled.
Moderation.
Oh yeah, moderation. Especially at this level now, you can't.
You have to be moderate.
Yes.
Thank you so much, Akin, for coming. It's been a lovely time speaking with Akin Lewis on Timeless Conversation. I look forward to the next time we'll sit down together and probably we'll go and chill out, like you said.
That would be great.
Yeah, but I only drink water too.
Yeah.
I love moi moi as well. So till next time, have a good time. Thank you very much, everyone. All right, bye.
According to Plato, music gives a soul to the universe, wings to the mind, flight to the imagination, and life to everything. This is no surprise as the music industry is one of the most booming industries in Nigeria, as the motion pictures and music recording accounted for 730 billion naira of Nigeria's GDP in 2020. It has not always been this way, as the music industry has experienced a full turnaround from the days the boys wore baggy jeans, big gold chains, and oversized t-shirts. Let me take you down memory lanes of the good old days. Onyeka Onwenu, Iyoguko. Tony Tetsuila, My Car. Plantation Boys, Don't You Know?
Baby, don't you know that I really love you so? That I really love you so. Never let you go, and I never let you go. That sacred in my heart. Baby, don't you know?
Remedies, Shakomo. Maintain, Catch Hold.
Oh my catch go. Ashipati 1-4 I catch go.
Idris Abdulkarim, live in Yankee.
Idris, you promise that you go marry me. See me, you done hurt me so badly. Remember that I where we dey walk. Come forget me totally.
Rugged Man, Ruggedy Baba.
Once again, it's me, the individual, running the game physical. I'm here to open my mouth again and yarn spiritual, to speak from my heart. Let you know where he they pin me, as people they pop bites and talk about me up in this industry. Where them been day when I they speak for mechanics and shoemakers, and they talk around the subject like my lawmakers. Before I dropped the hand, the industry was messed up. Fakers they rule, why real rappers them they stressed up. Nobody did it.
I think people are biased about music based on their age, so everybody thinks their own era is the best era. But I can tell you for free that the Afrobeats era is by far the biggest era in terms of Nigerian music and its global impact, having done billions of streams and actually invaded the mainstream of the global pop culture. And that is what should be respected. Yes, there are great legendary artists in Nigerian music, but there are also great legendary artists in Afrobeats today. The reality of it is that most people do not understand that if you were looking at all the areas and the industries in the world you could work on, probably the hardest is the music and the film industries. There are millions of artists, millions of creative people, a very, very, very small percentile ever make it. It's a little bit like the 100-meter final in the Olympics. 8 people made the final out of 6 billion on the planet. They are very special people, which is why I get very irritated with Nigerians not celebrating people who make finals. So artists have a very, very hard road to ever become successful, and it's not easy. So to fail, you first have to try to fail. So keep trying. Even if you fail, get up and try again. We can't discuss Nigerian music without Fela Kuti, the king of Afrobeats, the original, the poet, the prince, the rebel, the philosopher. We can't discuss Nigerian music for me without Bongo High Life, which is really from Owerri, with the Peacocks International, the Oriental Brothers. That's the foundation of that music. I love it. And then, in the modern era, I think Blackie, who's my brother, Daddy Shoki, all those guys that came through in the late 80s, early 90s, salute to them.
I'm sure those videos brought back nostalgia. We would end this by asking the Nigerian citizens what generation of music they prefer, the good old days as far as lyrics and content are concerned, or what we call Afrobeats today.
I prefer the old school compared to the new schools. I'm gonna miss you. I'm gonna miss you. All my love is out for you. Still, nothing could. No.
If you love a woman, tell her that she is the one. Something like that. I think really love a woman. No.
Old generation, I think, is the best, because this generation of these days now, they always sing about love. But back in the days, what they sing is meaningful.
On Plus TV News now. Sorting, counting ongoing in Ekiti governorship election. CSO's election observers commend process. NSCDC arrests 2 for vote buying. Thousands of protesters hit streets in Tunisia against constitution referendum. Hello and welcome. Good evening, I'm Tolu Ojewumi, and this is the news now. Counting and sorting of votes have commenced in polling units in Ekiti State governorship election after voting ended around 2:30 in the afternoon in most areas. While the process was ongoing in most polling units, some had even concluded the counting of votes. Meanwhile, an unprecedented number of enthusiastic voters trooped out in their various polling units in different towns, villages and hamlets in Ekiti State to perform their civic rights in today's governorship election. Also, there were combined security operatives on the ground to protect the lives and property in different locations of the state. Our correspondent Olasukomi Ogumoko reports that restriction placed on the human and vehicular movement during the election was strictly obeyed by residents, and security agents arrived at many polling units as early as 7:20 in the morning. Some of the places visited included Ado Ekiti, Ikere Ekiti, Efon Alaye in Efon local government area, Ifaki Ekiti, the hometown of Shegoni, the governorship candidate of the Social Democratic Party, SDP.
I would say it went without hitch, but you cannot use an occurrence to judge the overall results of an election. I don't know how it is going in other places. I will now begin to corral, but I've received reports of vote buying in Ado, and I've received the reports of vote buying in Oye. Those are the adverse reports I've received so far.
Some people did not see their name on the register, and there's some people whose names appeared on the register and who have their cards. They are having issue doing their accreditation, but generally speaking, everything has been smooth.
I believe if INEC will sustain and improve on this system, the better for this country, and it will showcase Nigeria as an upcoming electoral masterpiece in the sub-region. I'm happy about the improvements in the technology, in the timelessness of the operatives, and everything is going on fine. I think this is a model.
Where I have my word, it's been very peaceful, and the machine has worked perfectly. The system is okay. It takes like average of 5 minutes. So we give kudos to INEC for the improvement using the electronic machine, the BVAS machine.
Started 8 a.m. at the exact time, 8 a.m. But at that 8 a.m. till 12, we were only able to vote, to cast 12 votes. 12 votes, 4 hours. Yes. 4 hours. 12 votes, just 12 votes. Yes, this is after 2, and a lot of people are still on the queue. They are here to vote, so they must vote. So we've asked the INEC to provide us alternative platform where people can vote.
There to be an improved device in which I want them to improve on again. Like I said, not until we can vote at the corner of your room, and that we don't need to lock down the entire state or lock down anywhere for you to do the needful.
Here today, it's been peaceful. The voters have turned out in good numbers. They came out early, and most of them have voted. That's why by now you see that the activities are at a low ebb. The INEC officials have been very dutiful. They have been firm. They have been fair. There has been no incident of violence here.
Meanwhile, the state governor, Governor Kayode Fayemi, says the new bimodal voter accreditation system, BVAS, deployed by INEC for the governorship election, saves time and aids large turnout of voters. Fayemi made remarks after casting his vote at Ogilolo Unit 009 Ward 11 in Ishoa Ekiti, Oye local government area of Ekiti State today. The governor who cast his vote around 9:15 in the morning said the process was seamless and a clear departure from the old system whereby accreditation of voters superseded the actual voting.
If everything goes this way, INEC would have been given a pass mark at the end of the day. But as I said, it is very early days. We cannot pass a judgment yet on what INEC has done.
Absolutely. But this is the first election that INEC will be conducted after the passage of the new electoral law. Has anything changed that you've seen so far?
Well, my PVC was still recognized, and this is the PVC I've been using since the very beginning of this process. One thing that has changed here, and I think this will save us time.
We're still in the Ekiti State, and the Onikere of Ekere Obason Ganiyu has commended INEC for the smooth conduct of the ongoing governorship election. Ganiyu told reporters today in Ikere Ekiti that his simultaneous accreditation and voting had saved a lot of time. According to him, the process cast away tensions, which also simplified the process. In the meantime, the NSCDC has arrested one suspect in Ado local government area of Ekiti State, and it's in connection with vote buying, while another was nabbed in connection with thuggery aimed at disrupting voting at a polling unit. This was mid-noon when Acting Deputy Commandant General Operations Harun Lawal Mohammed paid a visit to the Resident Electoral Commission RSC at INEC office in the course of the election monitoring duty in Ado Ekiti, Ekiti State. Away from that, but still on the election, the AGA Africa commended the EFCC for arresting the people that engaged in vote buying while calling on proper prosecution of individuals caught in the act of vote buying or voter inducement. He also commended INEC for following the provisions of the new Electoral Act 2022 and the people of the state for peaceful conduct during the voting process.
This election provides an opportunity to assess the operational implications of some of the provisions in the Act, and also the newly issued guidelines by INEC. Other areas of interest include the deployment and functionality of the BVAS for accreditation, the role of the permanent voters card in determining the conclusiveness of the election, and the new framework for election results management. There are critical incidents that we've highlighted. One is of voter inducement and bribery. This election, like we indicated in our pre-election statement, will be defined or marred by vote buying. We also observed vote buying across polling stations, and in those polling stations, we also observed that the polling stations and the cubicles were stationed in a way that they compromised the secrecy of the ballot. We've received reports of ballot box snatching in Ilawe, Ward 5, near St. Patrick Primary School. These incidents of ballot box snatching was also reported in 2 polling units, and we have the codes of the polling units in those locations. In view of the foregoing, we make the following preliminary recommendations. That 1, INEC should safeguard the transparency of the election results collation and counting process. And transparency begins with INEC publishing the disaggregated data of the number of PVCs collected per polling unit before the end of polls. In our pre-election statement, we had called on INEC to publish the data, the PVC collection rate, after the deadline of June 16th, and to do so with updated data per polling unit. So we want to call on INEC
to publish the data.
We're not done with the governorship election in Ekiti State. The Nigerian Civil Society Situation Room has rated INEC high in terms of logistics and commencement of voting in today's Ekiti State governorship election. The Situation Room is made up of over 70 civil society organizations working in support of credible and transparent elections in Nigeria. It stated that the Situation Room observed early arrival of poll officials and election materials in 93% of the polling units observed. The Situation Room added that there were reports of widespread vote buying by political party agents across the 16 local government areas of Ekiti. We now have a political analyst and election observer right there in Ekiti State, Chike Chudi, joining us. Good evening, Mr. Chudi.
Yeah, good evening. Thank you.
Good evening. Thank you for joining us.
It's a pleasure.
Okay, where do we start from? From our observation here, we are on the other side. You're on the ground there. We are on the other side. From this other side, it looks pretty peaceful overall. What's your opinion?
Well, the reason why it looks peaceful overall is because it is peaceful overall. There's been very little incidents to be worried about in Ekiti State. And of course, I think what gives an idea of what has brought that about is the fact that if you notice the reduction in the number of security personnel that are deployed to Ekiti State is drastically less than we had in the last election, governorship election in Ekiti State, where we had from 30 to 34,000 security personnel deployed to Ekiti State. Now we have a massive reduction to about 17,000. So that gives you an idea that even that the security agencies have also done their due diligence and also realized that the level of the threat level is not as it was, in previous elections in the state. And we have seen this manifest in the period leading to this election. Of course, it is not as if there are no skirmishes. About some days ago, the factional leader of the National Union of Road Transport Workers was shot dead. But the security people quickly stepped into the fray and then ensured that there was no reprisal. And so, from that moment onwards, it's been relatively peaceful. And so we saw the combination of that in the election that took place today. Most of the centers were, incidents-free. And I think it speaks well of the people of Ekiti State. It speaks well of especially the security agencies, for the deployment that they did, and then so that's what we have seen. It's relatively free.
Thank you, Mr. Chudi.
Security-wise, the state is okay.
Yeah, Mr. Chudi. Now, early turnout of voters, large turnout of voters. Are we beginning to see a reduction in the in voter apathy in Nigeria? Can we make that?
Well, I think it is too early to make that assertion, conclusively.
Okay.
Because again, first of all, we need to wait to get the available data, all the relevant data, that are out there in terms of the number of people that turned out, the number of people that voted, and so to see whether there is an actual improvement to what we had in the last election in Ekiti State. But from our own observation, the turnout was fairly okay, and even the media reports, and that's why you're making also reference to that, because usually the media will tell you how low it is too, but it is not low at all, and it is also the same thing that we have seen. So I guess that could be a sign of good things. And the one thing you want to look at as a possible reason could be that the level of consciousness of the citizens of Ekiti State is on the rise.
Yes, I was coming to that. The consciousness of voters in that state. Can we attribute that to the level of education in the state, or it's just voter sensitization? What would you say?
No, I think it's voter sensitization. And then, of course, you cannot remove voter sensitization from education too. Because once you sensitize, you educate. So I think it's a combination of both. A lot has gone into sensitizing the voters. And then the ongoing exercise at the national level, with the primaries of most of the political parties, I think also generated some level of interest too. So I think in a way that also helped, generally. And then again, perhaps it might not be out of place to also suggest that perhaps Nigerians are beginning to understand the importance of these elections. And that is why they are responding in the way that they are responding, because they are looking at their lives, they are looking at what is going on, and with their welfare, and perhaps they feel that a solution can lie with electing the right kind of political leadership, perhaps.
Okay. Yes, it's like you spoke my mind. You read my mind. Now, the voter response in this election, are we beginning to see voter responsibility, citizen responsibility in their practical involvement in elections, saying enough is enough, poverty, enough is enough, poor education system, enough is enough, insecurity, enough is enough? Is that why?
No, obviously Nigerians are worried about that, and the citizens of Ekiti State are Nigerians, so they are also worried about their existence, and obviously they are not happy with what is going on, and nobody will be happy. And I think a lot of them are beginning to realize that their political engagement is also crucial to having the kind of country that they desire. But so even as much as we can make this argument, there's also the negative aspect of it, and which you might get to, but at least it's important I talk about it, and that is the instance of vote buying. Because when we make this assertion, for instance, about this new awakening, this new level of consciousness among Nigerians, it's a very good thing. But you also realize that the incidence of vote buying would seem to kind of vitiate this very good motive on the part of the citizens of Ekiti State. Of course, while some of the institutions, federal institutions, got their acts right, like the police did well in terms of deployment, very early deployment, by around 8:30 or 9, virtually all polling units in the state had police presence there and security presence, which is very commendable. And then INEC again turned out reasonably well in virtually all the polling units, about maybe as at 9 o'clock, about 93% or so turnout, which is very, very commendable. But the politicians did what the politicians that led the people of Ekiti State or the town. They are the ones that are engaged in this vote buying too. And that is not to exonerate the people that are also being bought, whose consciences are being bought. But of course, you also look at the issue of poverty and the weaponization of poverty. So it becomes very difficult for people to say no. So yes, there on one side, the people want a better Ekiti State and they want a better country. But on the other side, their involvement in, vote selling, did not exactly paint them well in good light.
Thank you. You've made my job easier tonight, Mr. Chude, by jumping on vote buying, because I was coming to that. Now, I want you to do, perhaps it's still too early to judge, but can you do an overall judgment of the outing today? What would you score INEC on this?
So I wouldn't want to score INEC, but the only thing I can tell you is that this is markedly better from what we saw in Anambra State and what we experienced. That was Anambra State too, and then the Abuja Municipal Council elections too. We are not. We had a lot of BVAS machines breaking down, and but what we have seen today is that there was about 76% proper functionality of the BVAS machine in the election that took place in Ekiti State today.
Quite commendable.
And so I think that is a reasonable improvement, and that is progress. That is the only way we can put it. There is progress. There is progress in the INEC logistics. There is progress, which includes the deployment of staff and the materials and all that, and then they came in on time. And there was progress in that. There is progress in the functioning of the BVAS machine. And there was progress in the turnout of the police and the conduct of the police. Although in a few places, they performed creditably well and in a very civil manner. Though in a few places, some few bad eggs were involved in aiding voter selling of inducement of voters, which also was not good. But in general terms, this election was an improvement, a fairly a good improvement on what we saw in Anambra State and in Abuja.
Amazing, amazing. Thank you very much. My last question to you. Do you see INEC repeating this sterling performance in 2023?
Well, before they repeat that in 2023, they have to repeat it in Osun State. And of course, don't forget that we have an election in Osun State on the 16th, of next month.
July.
And so we hope that this will not be one step forward and two steps backwards. We want to believe that again, that they will improve on the improvements that we have seen in this election today.
So a lot of people have been waiting to see INEC's outing today, and of course in July when we get to Osun State. Thank you very much for your time, Mr. Chukwuchude. You are an interviewer's delight any day, anytime. Thank you.
Thank you. It's a pleasure. Thank you.
Thank you very much. Moving on, we're now in Imo State, and INEC has stated that the commission is working around the clock to ensure that residents in the state are not disenfranchised in the coming general elections. The commission gave the assurance following the call to extend the CVR closing dates in order to register more electorate. Our correspondent who monitored the exercise now reports.
This is the mood of Owerri residents as they came out in their numbers scampering to register for their voters' cards. A visit to some of the INEC registration centers in Owerri shows that many electorates want to obtain their permanent voters' cards but were disappointed due to the lack of adequate manpower by INEC.
It's very slow, like I'm disappointed. They should get more machine for us. Look at crowd everywhere. It's not impressing at all. I've been here since. I haven't even done my work. Talk more of people that have been here since morning.
As a citizen, is to say, INEC, you're doing a good job already, and given the short time, you need more hands to get the job done. Very recently, UPO released a number of machines, which we saw, we read up on the internet when about 200 and something machines were deployed. And I still want to ask, since by your constitution you still have enough time for the registration, I think from the last information you have 90 days to the polling. That's when registration should stop. So in that manner, we have a lot of people who want to register, people are interested. We have enlightened and informed citizens who want to be part of the election process. So kindly do well to increase the number of the units. They are not sufficient. That's a fact to have on ground.
Because of what PDP and APC did to Ndibo, what you are seeing today, the upsurge in number of people coming to register for their PVC, Ndibo now have come to realize that PDP and APC have no place for them in the Nigerian polity. So that is why now people have decided to say, let us take our destiny in our, into our own hands and take the bull by the horn. Let us come and register.
But the electoral body says the commission would leave no stone unturned in ensuring that majority of Imo residents, if not everyone, gets registered.
We are battling it. The surge is there. We've tried to, if you look around, we have 10 centers here. So we've tried to decongest the place by setting up other centers within the metropolis, and it's going on well.
We have provided free transport for every son, every citizen of Njaba who is willing to come to Owerri to get registered. But there is also another factor, that of insecurity. A lot of people are afraid because some of our brothers maintain that there will not be any elections for one reason or the other.
As a result of the state of insecurity in the state, INEC has already closed down some centers in the rural areas of the state, asking the dwellers to come over to Owerri for their registration.
We're now in Zamfara State, where Governor Bello Matawalle has declared a work-free week. That's to enable public and civil servants register and obtain their PVCs. The Commissioner for Information, Haji Ibrahim Dosara, disclosed this in a statement today in Gusau. According to him, the community leaders are expected to ensure that eligible voters within their wards and local government areas register and obtain their PVCs. The special advisor on media to Senate President, Mr. Ola Awuniyi, has hinted that the viral video purporting Senate President Senator Ahmed Lawan's defection on social media is false and mischievous. Awuni debunked the purported video in a statement signed today, noting that the original video clip was mischievously edited to 26 seconds. That's from a 3-minute 30-second clip of the Senate President reading the letter by His Excellency Senator Mohammed Adamu Ailero of Kebbi State, informing his distinguished senator colleagues at plenary of his defection from the APC to the PDP over issues in the state chapter of the APC. Members of the public are hereby enjoined to discountenance the video in reference, as it's the handiwork of mischief makers. The Enugu Catholic Diocese has banned all priests and Catholic faithful from attending the adoration ministry in the state led by a controversial priest, Reverend Father Ejike Mbaka. The church said the ban will remain in force until the due canonical process initiated by the diocese is concluded. The ban followed the recent devastating remarks by the cleric who described the Labour Party's presidential candidate, Peter Obi, as a stingy man. The United States Undersecretary for Political Affairs, Ambassador Victoria Noland, says the interest shown by Nigerian youth in the country's electoral process will check irregularities, especially in next year's general elections and beyond. She stated this in Abuja during a visit to Nigeria and to other African countries. Ambassador Noland explained that money politics and other electoral malpractices, which are not peculiar to Nigeria, could only be addressed using effective regulations. Ambassador Noland said her visit to Nigeria was strategic as the country plans for its general elections next year. Now, the Chief of Defense Staff, Lieutenant General Lucky Rabo, has advised military retirees against being used by politicians to truncate the country's democracy, saying such a move could lead to a face-off between the military and the citizens. Addressing retirees who graduated from the Nigerian Armed Forces Resettlement Center, Oshodi, having completed the mandatory vocational training, the CDS warned against complacency.
Transition to civil life after several years of service is a global practice in the military, and the Nigerian Armed Forces is no exception. And to ensure a seamless move back to civil life, the Nigerian Armed Forces Resettlement Center, Oshodi, Lagos, was established. The Chief of Defense Staff, General Lucky Rabo, enjoined the retiring graduates of the center to take advantage of the skills acquired to better their lives. He advised them to be prudent with their retirement benefits and invest wisely. He further warned them to resist the temptation of meddling in politics, as such move could destabilize the country's democracy.
I urge you to employ the various knowledge and skills you have acquired while undergoing the Nigerian Armed Forces Resettlement Center training for peaceful and productive economic life as you reintegrate into the Nigerian civil society. I encourage you to justify the magnanimity of the President, Commander-in-Chief of the Armed Forces of the Federal Republic of Nigeria, President Muhammadu Buhari, GCFR, who has continued to support the armed forces, most especially the retiring members of the armed forces, as seen in the enhanced packages by maintaining your loyalty and dedication to the Federal Republic of Nigeria.
316 graduates drawn from the Nigerian Army, Air Force, and the Navy were trained in various vocations for easy reintegration into civil life.
You have successfully completed this course amidst tight schedules, and this shows your commitment and discipline, which are all attributes you have acquired in the course of your active service to our dear nation. Let me emphasize that the trainee's pre-retirement course is to reorientate and position you for a successful reintegration into civil life after a meritorious service to our dear country. It is our expectation that your graduation, the service, and this center will continue to get positive feedbacks as you gallantly soar through the post-service life. Be bold and courageous. Remain disciplined and focused. The sky certainly is your beginning.
It is expected that with the acquisition of needed skills, the retirees will lead productive lives in their post-service years. Destiny Momo, Plus TV News.
President Muhammadu Buhari has urged management of the Federal University of Petroleum Resources, Eforo Delta State, to train a new breed of engineers, scientists, researchers, and others for national growth. He made the call today at the third convocation ceremony of the university. Buhari was represented by the Minister of State for Petroleum, Temipra Silva. He also urged the institution to place serious emphasis on training, research in the oil and gas sector to justify its establishment. The Bayelsa State government has been asked to identify genuine farmers in the state and make loans available to them. This is in order to stop the importation of food from outside the state and also create jobs for the growing population of unemployed youths in the state. Details in this report.
This is Nimbe local government area of Bayelsa State, which is believed to have one of the largest mangroves in the Niger Delta. Behind the mangroves is massive land fertile for the growing of cocoa, sugarcane, and other crops. But these lands are only being cultivated recently through self-help. Bayelsans are thought to be lazy and unwilling to work, but this farmer has a different point of view. He says farmers are struggling to get access to loans to support their businesses, but that government loan only gets to those who have no farms.
From the starting of this farm, my farming business, there's nobody has come to my rescue or to assist me in finance. Some other farmers are right there suffering the kind of suffering today. But the loan they are giving, they are not giving to the right persons. Government is giving loan to farmers, but they now go and show you small area, or because you have political father, you go and give your son or this thing to give him. Yes, farmers are plenty. Like if I don't bring you to this place, you might not even know that this is what I'm passing through. People are like that. We are not lazy. So I am giving an advice to Nigerian youths. Let's stand up and face our farm business, because formerly this farming that we use in feeding the whole of Nigeria.
There are other environmental factors to deal with, occasioned by gas flaring and crude oil pollution, and the government is called upon to address these issues. Bayelsans are also advised not to abandon their traditional occupations, which are fishing and farming, and to stop the dependence on government alone for jobs.
Mostly the oil part, when oil is spilled out, the smoke from here to Nembe Creek is not too far. Speedboat is 20-something minutes drive. We will get to Nembe Creek where the oil is booming. We have about 4 stations right there. The smokes, when sometimes rain falls, you see the smokes. The smokes will fall on top the crops. You see them. So that is a challenge by air. That is unrest. So when you get some kind of that, now you see the crops will come down a bit. Nimbe man occupation is farming, but to forget our farming business, going to different oil business, all these things. So I now stood up as a man to say, this is our route and I have to go back to it. So that I was building a hotel. I abandoned the hotel. I said, let me come up with a farm so that if this thing motivates me, it will still motivate others to encourage them to stand firm to do farm work.
The Bayelsa State government is also called upon to invest in agriculture to help curtail restiveness among young people. Jesse CSA, Plus TV News.
Still to come. Building collapse in Cairo kills 6 people. Details after this short break. Please stay with us. Let's Let's now get to other parts of Africa. Thousands of protesters took to the streets of Tunisia today in opposition to a referendum on a new constitution called by President Kais Saied that would cement his hold on power. The protest led by Abir Morsi, leader of the Free Constitutional Party, reflected growing opposition to Saied since he seized executive power last year, dissolving parliament and ruling by decree. That's in a move opponents called a coup. Thousands marched from Bab Soukak Square in the capital towards Kasbah Square, waving Tunisian flags. Now, a six-story building collapsed in the Egyptian capital of Cairo, killing 6 people. The city's deputy governor, Ibrahim Abdul Hadi, said a family of 6 was inside when the incident occurred, but couldn't yet explain why it happened. Rescuers were still searching through the rubble on Friday afternoon, and people were asked to leave the area because of structural concerns. Illegal construction is common in the North African country, and the government has tried to crack down the practice with law enforcement. In a camp near the northern French port of Calais, migrants from war-torn places such as Sudan and Afghanistan were still hoping to reach England despite the risk of being deported to Rwanda under a new British government scheme. Britain has agreed with Rwanda to send migrants who cross the English Channel illegally to the African country. A plan whose first attempt was thwarted by a European court decision earlier this week, which blocked its first charter plane. The British government has criticized the court decision and said the flights will take place as part of a policy London says will stem the flow of migrants making dangerous trips across the channel from France. But on French shores, migrants seemed undeterred and were still hopeful to cross over to England.
I came from Sudan before 4 years ago. So I rushed French here before 7 months and I stay here in Calais and I'm trying to go to England. So I have heard some problem about take people to the migration to the Rwanda, get them back to Africa. So in myself, my idea, I don't care about to take me to the Rwanda. For other people, I don't know their ideas, what they're going to do. But all the people have trying to go. It's not another person, I mean myself. If they take me back to the Rwanda, I will feel that I'm a dead man. Because everything my idea which I put in my mind, they have destroyed it.
Recently, we've been working very hard to stop the UK government sending refugees to Rwanda. It's something that we are incredibly worried about. It's a really brutal plan. After all they've gone through to get here and get to safety, the last thing they want is to be sent back to Africa. People we talk to are really frightened of it, and I can't believe the UK government would do something like this. It's incredibly upsetting for us.
You want to save me in UK and you want to send me like another countries.
But it's make you worry to go back to Rwanda? It's make you worry, scared?
Yeah, that's true. You know, this I want to go to the border, like the water is very dangerous. You know, that's.
Severe drought has caused 7.4 million people to be food insecure in southern and southeastern Ethiopia. The WFP, in its latest Ethiopia Drought Response Situation Report released yesterday, says some 3.3 million people in the East African country Somali region, some 3.09 million in the Oromia, and 922 million people in the southern nations are food insecure. That's due to the ongoing drought. Close to 300,000 people have migrated in search of water and pasture for their livestock. It's disclosed that at least 2.1 million livestock have already perished, while another 10 million are at risk of dying. Let's move outside Africa. Now, Ukrainian President Volodymyr Zelensky visited the southern front line city of Mykolaiv. His office said today, without specifying when the visit took place. In the video released by the president's office, Zelensky was seen wearing his trademark khaki t-shirt, walking alongside Governor Vitaly Kim, looking at damaged buildings. Now, British Prime Minister Boris Johnson arrived at Ravbridge Norton in Oxfordshire in southern England today, following a surprise visit to meet with Ukraine's President Volodymyr Zelensky in Kyiv. He said it was important to go to Ukraine and for Britain to continue to show it is supporting Ukraine for the long haul, warning of a risk of Ukraine fatigue, that's what he calls it, as the war drags on. He also offered a major training operation he believes could change the equation against the Russian invasion.
I think it's very important to go to Ukraine at a particularly critical time. The worry that we have is that a bit of Ukraine fatigue is starting to set in around the world. But when you got to understand, the Ukrainians are suffering terribly in the east of their country. Putin is continuing to commit appalling atrocities. When Ukraine fatigue is setting in, very important to show that we're with them for the long haul and we're giving them that strategic resilience that they need. I think that the crucial thing is to look at the problems that the Ukrainians have, and it would be a catastrophe if Putin won. It would be a catastrophe if he was able to secure the land bridge, the cities in the south that he has, to hold the Donbass. That's what he wants. He wants to be able to say, we've got Melitopol, we've got Berdyansk, we've got Mariupol, got all that southern belt, we've got Kherson, and then close off the Donbass, and then he'd love nothing more than to say, well, let's freeze this conflict, let's have a ceasefire like we did back in 2014.
A firefighter was killed when a building collapsed, trapping several people. The Philadelphia Fire Department said that today. The fire department said there were two trapped firefighters from the collapse. One was transported to a local hospital. The other, a 27-year-old veteran, was pronounced dead at the scene.
It's a sad day for the Philadelphia Fire Department. Unfortunately, our department lost a member bravely fighting a fire and then caught in a building collapse after the fire was over.
Final preparations are underway in Colombia as the country looks towards a landmark presidential election in what is expected to be a very tight race. Colombia heads for a polarized election tomorrow, choosing between leftist Gustavo Petro, who promises profound social reforms, and eccentric business magnate Rodolfo Hernandez, who has found fertile ground in anti-corruption rhetoric despite facing a draft investigation. Election workers today put the final touches on voting centers ahead of tomorrow's vote. With polls showing the candidates in a technical tie, the election could be one of the closest in Colombia's recent history. Up next, World Bank says development finance intervention by CBN is fueling inflation. We'll serve you that in business news. After this short break, please stay with us.
The World Bank has stated that the Central Bank of Nigeria's continued provision of subsidized funding to certain sectors has to slow down, as it is undermining the ability of commercial banks to lend on a risk-adjusted pricing basis. The World Bank said it in its report that the development finance intervention by the CBN is fueling inflation in the short term and weakening the ability of the Apex Bank to control inflation. It added that the Apex Bank's disbursement in the private sector as its shares of private sector credit rose from 6.5% in 2019 to 10% in 2021. The Debt Management Office, DMO, has said it recorded 1,322 successful subscriptions and 1.7 billion naira total allotments in its 2 federal government of Nigeria's bond offer for June, as contained in the FGN bonds allotment result released by the organization. The first one was a June 2024 federal government bond as an interest rate of 8.20% per annum, while the second one was a June 2025 federal government bond at 9.20% per annum. According to the DMO, the June 2024 federal government bond offer received 701 successful subscriptions and 759,000.92 million naira total allotment, while the June 2025 bond received 621 successful subscriptions and 1.104 billion naira allotment. The federal government has moved to partner with USAID, FTF Extension Activity, Rural Resilience, and Winrock International Farmer-to-Farmer Program to galvanize extension services in achieving food and nutrition security, improve quality seedlings, and boost production. This was disclosed by the Permanent Secretary in the Federal Ministry of Agriculture and Rural Development, Dr. Ernest Umakie, while inaugurating the Committee for the Extension Manual Review at the ministry's headquarters in Abuja. Umakie said the review of the extension manual is targeted at promoting effective and efficient extension services delivery in the Nigerian agricultural sector, wherefore producing a harmonized copy for evaluation and validation. The nation's stock market maintained its bearish position on Friday as all market indicators dropped further amid sell pressure in large capitalized stocks. Specifically, the all-share index declined by 633.01 points or 1.2% to close at 51,778.08 compared to the figures achieved on Thursday. Consequently, the year-to-date return fell to 21.21%. Bitcoin fell below $20,000 for the first time since December 2020 as evidence of escalating stress in the crypto industry mounts against the backdrop of monetary tightening. In the early hours of Saturday, Bitcoin slid as much as 6% to $19,300. The most valuable cryptocurrency in terms of market capitalization has been falling for the past 12 days. And that's it on Business News. I am Adedolapo Ajayi.
Now, entertainment news is up next. Stay with us.
Veteran rapper and superstar Ice Prince has announced that he will be releasing his first single of 2022 on the 22nd of June, featuring Shay Vibes and Caesar Millie. Ice Prince has been in the music industry for over a decade, and he was able to achieve huge success with his debut album, Everybody Loves Ice Prince. Nollywood actress Empress Njama has given an update on the mental health of her colleague, Ada Ame. According to Njama, she has been taking care of the actress since she broke the news of her mental health. Empress, who shared a video on her Instagram page, also apologized to those whose calls and messages she could not return. The Actors Guild of Nigeria has suspended Nollywood actor Moses Armstrong for allegedly raping a minor. The AGN president, Emeka Relas, noted that the indefinite suspension became necessary following the investigation of the guild concerning the allegation. While on suspension, the actor is not expected to participate in any film production or guild activities. The Duchess of Cambridge, Kate Middleton, believes that addiction, self-harm, and suicide can be avoided later in life if children are taught to manage their emotions. Speaking with health experts and politicians, including Health Secretary Sajid Javid, she called for education on mental and physical health to be given equal weighting in order to tackle today's toughest social challenges. Kate Foundation carried out a poll which found parents are more likely to seek help for physical rather than mental well-being and almost half of the public believe there is not enough support for parents to help their children develop. Actor Tyler Sanders has sadly passed away. The teenager who had a guest role on 911 Lone Star was reportedly found dead at his home in Los Angeles. He was 18. Confirming Tyler's death was his agent, Pedro Tapia. The Los Angeles County's medical examiner coroner confirmed on its website that Sanders' cause of death is currently deferred, meaning pending additional investigation. Upon learning of the devastating news, fans have taken to his most recent Instagram post to pay their final tributes.
Up next is sports news. Stay with us.
The Athletics Federation of Nigeria, AFN, has shifted by 3 days the start of the 2022 Nigeria Athletics Championships, which will serve as a selection trials for the World Athletics Championships in Oregon, USA, and the Commonwealth Games in Birmingham, United Kingdom. The AFN says the change is necessitated by the need to accommodate all athletes who have signified interest in the championships and have met the entry standard for the event. The purpose of the championships this year is to select the best legs for the World Athletics Championships and the Commonwealth Games. As a responsive federation, we have to accommodate athletes who can only arrive this weekend due to flight connections to have a few days of rest, said the technical director. Eddie Nketiah agreed a new long-term contract at Arsenal, ending months of speculations about his club future. Earlier in the year, it seemed as though the 23-year-old would be leaving the Emirates Stadium this summer in search of regular first-team football. However, he ended the season as Mikel Arteta's first-choice striker and scored 5 goals in the final 7 matches of the campaign. Last month, Arsenal had offered Nketiah a 5-year deal worth £100,000 a week. He was also offered a huge signing bonus, believed to be up to £5 million over the course of the deal. West Ham, Crystal Palace and numerous clubs abroad, in particular the Bundesliga, had been hoping to take the forward on a free transfer. England defender Lucy Bronze has signed for Barcelona on a 2-year deal. In May, Manchester City announced the 30-year-old would leave the club when her deal expired on 30th of June. The 2020 Best FIFA Women's Player rejoined City for a second spell in September 2020 after 3 years with Leon. Barcelona are the current champions of Spain's Primera Division and were Champions League runners-up to Lyon last season. Bronze had been linked with a move to the USA, with Real Madrid also showing interest. She won 5 major trophies with City, with 2 of those arriving in her second spell with the club, and made a total of 111 appearances, scoring 14 goals. It is Bronze's second move abroad after she left City for Lyon in 2017, where she won 3 consecutive Champions League titles. Former world number 1 Naomi Osaka has pulled out of Wimbledon due to a left Achilles injury, the 4-time Grand Slam champion said on Saturday. Japan's Osaka suffered the injury in Madrid, forcing her to miss the WTA 1000 tournament in Rome in the lead-up to the French Open, where she lost in the first round. Last week, she posted a video on social media saying, "Here's me running on an underwater treadmill because my Achilles is still stubborn. I must be aging or something." She added on Saturday, "My Achilles still isn't right, so I'll see you next time." Osaka had said after her defeat at Roland Garros that she was not 100% sure if she would play on grass this season. Ukraine's Elena Svitolina does not agree with the US Open decision to allow players from Russia and Belarus compete as neutrals. She hoped the Grand Slam organizers would take a firmer stand following Moscow's invasion of her country. Russian and Belarusian players are banned from competing at Wimbledon, which starts on June 27, but the United States Tennis Association allowed them to play under a neutral flag at the Hardcourt Major in New York. Svitolina pledged to donate her prize money from tournament to the Ukrainian army before pulling out of the tour after losing the second round of the Miami Masters in March.
It's their decision to make. They decided to go to take this path. I don't see it because I feel like they should have take some more serious. Our sports is thrown back like 10 years minimum because all the infrastructure been damaged or completely destroyed. So yeah, I can tell you many facts that can play a role in the decision of not letting Belarus and Russian players, but in the end, it's their decision to make, and we cannot do anything, I guess, about this.
On the main news again. Sorting, counting are ongoing in Ekiti governorship election. CSO's election observers comment process. NSCDC arrests 2 for vote buying. Thousands of protesters hit streets of Tunisia against constitution referendum. That's the news now. For more stories, please follow us on our Facebook, Twitter, and Instagram. And do subscribe to our YouTube channel at Plus TV Africa and Plus TV Africa Lifestyle. I'm Tolu Ojomi. Thanks for watching, and do have a good night.